is about considering how to increase access for our students with disabilities, as well as the context beyond the resources and mandated services. Oftentimes, when you hear about special education, you're constantly hearing about timelines, compliance. We go above and beyond just looking at the regulations, but we're looking at our students as to what their needs are in order to break the historical barriers that have kept them in more restrictive settings across this district. We're also committed to moving forward in terms of looking at our multilingual learners with disabilities. And it's important for you to also understand that when we did this work, this happened at central office in terms of our placement and assignment process. Our students with disabilities across all of our schools were assigned through an assignment process out of our central office. That in itself is a barrier. We also took into consideration that we cannot continue to do things the way that we often had before, because we need to see the outcomes for our students. As I said before, while we have served compliance efficiencies, it resulted in unintended separation of students and limited access to grade level learning alongside their peers. And that is the body and the goal of our inclusive plan throughout the district. We also took into consideration various reports and evaluations that were done at the Boston Public Schools as we carved out this inclusive plan across our schools. This work must be rooted in the teams closest to our students while also ensuring systems and structures that provide all of our families choice, as well as consistency in what they can expect across all of our schools. And within our schools, as we look at those targeted grades and we look at the shifts for K0, K1, K2, and grade 7, it's also important to note that we look at accessibility in terms of how we redefine inclusion by the time spent in classroom, not classroom types, and also not by labels of identifying our students by certain disability categories, but looking at our students as all learners. By beginning the transition of all general education and inclusion classrooms to an inclusive learning environment, as well as more schools will have structures to meet our diverse learning needs, as well as the collaboration. That was really the forefront of this plan in terms of how we work strategically within our district with all stakeholders within central office as well as within our schools to build that continuum level of supports. Collaborative teaching teams for students of all learners, continuous services goal by region, as well as an alignment of our QSIP plans of our school leaders to embed these processes as well as these targets and these goals, as well as most importantly how we progress in monitoring our students as well as looking at what we need to do in regards to allocation of resources for positions as needed in order to achieve these goals. Next slide, please. As we look at the other slide and you think in terms of the collaboration in terms of the vision, including all of our learners and through the IPT process, it was so important for us to invest in diverse set of stakeholders, including our family members. This slide shows the IPT process timelines, but also it shows us that we work closely with our coaches as well as making sure that we met the targeted goals of our schools. We also appreciate the challenges in working with the IPTs and engaging in terms of looking at our regional teams. And when we look at the timelines, we also must make sure that we have equitable resources for distributing resources, prioritize requests for student-facing instructional staff. Other staff requests were important but not prioritized. Some requests were outside the scope of inclusive education. Requests came in outside of those grade levels. And also you must take into consideration that requests reflected efforts that were sustained by ESSER positions. We know that this work is complex and messy and reflects new work we're doing for which there is no playbook. However, the work is grounded in doing what's best for our students. What we continue to learn is that given historical funding patterns and types of programs in our schools, every school has a different start in place. Another layer is the sunsetting of our ESSER funds, as I stated before. We also continue to learn how mindset, knowledge, and capacities vary across the system and also within our schools, which is why we continue to prioritize providing professional learning and instructional resources as we work as a cross-functional team, and we are currently rolling out our 12 hours of professional learning across our schools to our staff as well. I will now hand it over to David Bloom, who will talk more about the budget components of the inclusive plan.
For FY25, our proposed budget reflects $20 million of investments above and beyond our current maintenance budget for inclusive education. $15 million in positions allocated through the IPT process that Chief Seal just described, This is above and beyond what is required for baseline services for students with disabilities and multilingual learners. $2.7 million on top of that for additional supports for multilingual learners with disabilities, and another $2 million or so in reserve to meet the needs of schools as we go through the assignment process and learn more about which students are going to which schools. One big thing to note about this slide, we are prioritizing a team-based approach to instruction. For instance, every classroom that has a homeroom teacher that's serving a diverse group of students. They then also have a complement of teachers with experience in specially designed instruction for students with disabilities, or ESL, to provide additional language development of multilingual learners. Finally, I wanted to briefly touch on our work to expand the UPK program. BPS and the city have continued to be working collaboratively to expand our UPK program. As you know, this program ensures high-quality early childhood education across multiple settings, from BPS schools to family child care centers and community organizations. In addition to our BPS programs that we're here to talk a lot about today, we expect to offer UPK at 57 sites next year, reflecting approximately 1,500 seats in the upcoming school year. And with that, we will welcome your questions.
Again, thank you to the administration for being here. Just for my colleagues, Superintendent Skipper does have a stop at 4 p.m., so please let's make use of her time. Starting with Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the superintendent and your team for the important work you're doing. Superintendent, I had a special education teacher reach out to me recently about the Massachusetts Inclusive Concurrent Enrollment Initiative, which grants college-school partnerships to support eligible public high school students with intellectual disabilities. However, the teacher informed me that students with disabilities are only offered 2 seats for the entire district, and that if her student wants to access this opportunity, the high school must pay $1,200 for 1 semester. Basically, she is asking for my help. I'm asking for BPS's help. Can we help this student do her job more effectively by seeing if we're able to help with this situation?
Thank you, Councilor Flynn, for the question. So we're aware of this. I've actually been in dialogue with the staff member. We are committed to expanding this. What I need to figure out is the process for that, just given it's been such a small number previously. So that's something we're actively looking at within special ed, but we are committed to expanding it. And we will expand for, within the current budget, we will do some additional allocation for it.
For this budget, we'll try to get
Correct.
more funding in there.
Correct. I just want to make sure the process speaks to one of equity, just given that when you start having more schools involved in it, you need a clear process.
Thank you, Superintendent. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
As you know, one of the issues I've focused on is supporting English language learners with disabilities, especially in my district in Chinatown or the South End or public housing developments. What are we doing in this budget to ensure that immigrant students, English language learners with disabilities are able to receive a quality education with support services for them and their families as well?
So I think I'll probably start then, and then I'll tag in Chief Khmer. So I think first is we've been a great deal of the OMME work was done off of ESSER, so we've taken that into this budget. And that includes not just direct service, but it's also building capacity of staff. So instructional coaches for the various language-specific strands, looking at newcomer programming, entrance-exit criteria, and materials, looking at instructional coaches for the dual language, which is something recent, looking for, this is all building capacity of the adults to be able to support the various programs. Additionally, within the Office of OMME, it's a shared position with OMME and special education, but there is a directive specifically for multilingual learners with disabilities. So this is our population that actually is lowest performing, which in my mind is translates to not supported enough. So this is what I'm sure Chief Khmer could, and actually Chief Seal could both comment on this. And the additional supports besides the adult capacity that we're attempting to build, materials and curriculum that we've purchased through ESSER dollars to make sure that each of the programs has what they need.
Sure. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Councilman Flynn, for your question. Yes, it is. Chief Seal and I always talk about how we're kind of like married in terms of we share a joint population of students, our students who are multilingual learners with disabilities. And I think on a central front, we are working to ensure that we provide supports district-wide. So we do have, as the superintendent said, the new position that is created, or the position that we're going to fill, which is the Director of Supports for Multilingual Learners with Disabilities. And working with that person, there'll be 2 supervisors. And so in addition to our regional support model where we have supports for teachers and superintendents and school leaders, there'll be in classroom supports coaching that will be available for schools as well. But then also, as David had spoken, our Chief David had spoken about the teaming approach of thinking of how, because we really need to kind of think how we approach the instruction of students. And so it's just not one person who's responsible. We all take accountability for our students, but taking that teaming approach of a special educator, a special education educator, someone with ESL licensure and supports for students, and then also the classroom teacher, of really looking at the needs of the students and supporting that student instructionally as we're providing Tier 1 access for the students and also high quality instructional materials.
Thank you. And my final question and thank you for that answer, is when we're educating those students, I also know that it's important to provide their family with services as well. That's a critical part of the education process is supporting the family, especially our immigrant neighbors as well. What do we offer a parent, a guardian that desperately needs social services? We need to get them those social services so they can be successful, but also for their children to be successful.
Yeah, that's a very important question. And actually, on my way here to I was crossing the street and I saw a family, a mom of a student who came here in February. And so in February, we had a huge welcoming registration at Bowling for the newly arrived families, migrants that are housed at the Melnia CAS. And I saw her and she looked familiar, but she just looked so much more vibrant and happier. And so I said, hey, and I said in Haitian Creole to her, hey, Kijonye, how are you? And so I asked her about her daughter, Francesca. So then she said she's doing very well. So I just think of the process that we had for those, we had to pivot where we had 31 families where we had to register them, finding out families did not have, it was the clothes that were on their backs. And so really helping them, having a welcoming environment, getting them getting them enrolled for their children. And for many of them, they're coming from Haiti through Chile, through Brazil, and their main goal is really to ensure that their children is successful. And schooling was one of those huge ticks, check marks for them. And so working with the families as they arrive, working with each school, the family liaisons, working with social workers that are at the school to really help support and meet the needs of the families. And so this mom, her daughter was thriving at the school that she's enrolled in. Mom has a job now and she's working. And so I'm not saying that's the case for every family, but we definitely are putting a lot with the Office of Engagement, working with families and providing social emotional supports for families and really thinking of like a wraparound system for the family, because we know if the family is not okay, then the child's not going to be okay.
Just one point on this, that it's a point of pride within the BPS community, but in many districts, it was weeks and months before students who recently arrived were enrolled in the migrant shelters. It was on average 72 hours in our district from start to finish. The other last thing is that there's about 2.1 million that was represented on a slide, Councilor Flynn, which is specifically to increase the language development services for multilingual learners with disabilities.
Thank you, Superintendent, and thank you to your team. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Now we'll go to Councilor Santana. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Superintendent, and your team for being here today. Before going into my questions, I think, Superintendent, you know this, as a new city councilor at large here, my number one priority is our youth. And that's something that I've been very vocal about, and I want to thank you and your team for being extremely accessible to me in my office. You yourself meeting with me, but also want to shout out Anna White from IGR, who's been incredible and very accessible. With that, I often share, my personal story, and me being a kid from the Dominican Republic who didn't know neither English or Spanish growing up, right, and had a speech impediment, and I went to the Winship School, where I got one-on-one help from professionals there, and then I transferred over to the Blackstone School, where every teacher, every administrator, my principal, lunch mother, custodian spoke both English and Spanish, right? And that really helped me in my journey to now, be someone who can both speak English and Spanish at a high level. So, and really struggled when I went to the Dearborn School because that wasn't available to me anymore. So my questions today are around that and kind of what we're doing for our students, our multilingual students here in the city. So, I got the opportunity to review this budget. Would like to ask, and it's open to anyone here who can answer these questions. How does this budget fund inclusive education for students through specially designed instruction for students with disabilities and multilingual learners without simply having teachers obtain more licenses, right? It is my understanding that BPS is requiring teachers to obtain moderate disabilities and ESL licenses to keep their positions and to continue working. So we kind of just like reflections on that.
Sure. So I can start with that, and then probably Chief Seal, you can probably chime in on this. So really with inclusive education, we're working to a team approach. And that is across classrooms, and it could be 2 or it could be 4. The idea is really to have access to general education, special education, which would be, for instance, if a student needed specialized instruction, and or ESL if student is a multilingual learner. It's really that collection of adults working together. Our schools, 119 of them, are all at different places, as is their staffing. So we're just trying to offer as much as possible when it comes to training and learning for our teachers and our paraprofessionals, so that every adult that students coming in process with and in contact with can add value, right, to who they are. But we, I think as Chief CFO Bloom said, we added in resources in any situation where there was a general education homeroom teacher and there were going to be students in the classroom who required any kind of specialized learning or any kind of ESL. Those were actually positions we added into. So there were over 200 positions that are specifically around special education and or ESL that are added into the budget to be able to support. We really relied heavily on schools through their IPT process to help us understand what they were thinking and what their current environment was. And in that process, we realized how different they are. Some had already started inclusion, others had started inclusion with particular grades. Some wanted to go faster, slower. So we really had to do a very customized approach with the schools in this way. But the certification programs we're offering are for teachers and paraprofessionals who want to get additional supports and training. We've said we're not going to require our staff to be duly certified in a team approach. We're going to add in if, in fact, there isn't enough certifications to provide specialized learning and or ESL to provide service. And Chief Seal, I don't know if there's anything on the ground level.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent Skipper. I also want to add, one of my colleagues is also here, Dr. Leslie Miller. And it's important for us, as we understand specially designed instruction, it's a methodology, okay? And it's a methodology that we use as special education teachers as to how to reach and teach our students with disabilities. And it really, it expects, and the expectation, the requirement is really making sure that we have skilled professionals that know how to differentiate, know how to provide the accommodations and modifications. So through the partnership in terms of our cross-functional team, through the leadership of Dr. Leslie Miller, myself, and also OM, and also several other stakeholders in the district, we have worked strategically to put together a professional development plan as we launch this inclusion plan to be parallel in terms of how we need to move forward and making sure that all of our teaching staff, as well as our support staff, that they have the tools and they have the skills in order to really improve and accelerate learning for our students. So that is a huge lift for us as a district. We're also focusing on equitable literacy. And also part of the indicators for that is our school improvement plans. There's an alignment of that goal in terms of outcomes that each and every one of our schools have identified as a priority area to improve outcomes for all learners. So it's really a collaborative effort within the district as to how we're working strategically to improve outcomes, not just for students with disabilities and multilingual learners, but also set some metrics as to what we need to do to accelerate learning for all students across the district. But most importantly, it's the IEP, the Individualized Educational Plan. That is a roadmap for our students that really drives what we do for specially designed instruction.
Yeah. And I know we've had conversations about reading and reading instruction. So that's an example where through the ESSER dollars, not only were we able to increase reading specialists, which we've now moved onto the hard budget, but more importantly, we built capacity in our teachers. And so that means getting Wilson certified trained teachers, OG certified trained teachers, having materials for reading supports and remediation in place. Those are all things that we were able to do through ESSER. So we have a stronger teacher core in that way, right? That's able to see reading not as something that happens just over here, but something that happens within the context of the classroom.
Great. Thank you, Chief, and thank you, Superintendent. Superintendent, you just touched on the ESSER funding, and I'll kind of skip one of my first questions and go right there. Right, I mean, I know that ESSER funding is being taken away now, and the BPS has tried to identify where the investments that ESSER funding was making and try to continue those programs outside of ESSER funding. So let's take that away. Are there any schools that are still receiving less funding outside of the ESSER funding? So, like, is there any school going into this year with less funding than they expect?
You want to take that?
Or sorry, I think most schools want more money, right? Every school wants more. Just to be more clear, is there any school that's getting less money than the previous year outside of the ESSER funding?
The answer is yes. There may be different reasons, and I think that's what you're going to.
Yeah. So as we've been implementing our new approach to funding, moving away from weighted student funding, the thing we did this year is a little bit different, and I heard your point, so putting ESSER to the side, is we started with every school's current year general fund budget. So they started by saying, okay, let's start with what you got this year and move it forward to next year with any changes to salaries that we need to build into that. Then we did make some adjustments to that for a few reasons. The first being the main one being enrollment-based adjustments. So a variety of our allocations to schools are based on rules for a number of students. So the biggest example of something is we did some classroom consolidations. So essentially, you can imagine, right, a school that historically had 35 or 40 students in kindergarten, and over the past few years has gotten down to 15 or 20. That school is going to move from having 2 kindergarten classrooms to having 1. So that is a budget decrease at that school. It's a real decrease, and I don't want to take anything away from the cut or the experience of the school losing that position. But from the student experience lens, no student is having a lesser experience because of that, right? They still have their classroom teacher, they still have their social worker, they still have their librarian that was on the general fund. Now they are losing resources that they had this year from ESSER, and those are real too. I was trying to stay away from ESSER, but in terms of the sort of non-ESSER positions, the main thing that was reduced this year were those homeroom teachers for classes that sort of no longer had the enrollment to support them.
Great. Thank you, Chief. Was that my time, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Wow, time flies. Sounds good. I'll wait for the second round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Council Santana. Now I'll go to my Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pepin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the BPS staff that are here today. Thank you to the Superintendent. But I also want to take a moment to thank, le quiero dar las gracias a la trabajadora que va allá arriba por estar aquí en el concilio. So, bienvenidos. You know, this, as Councilor Santana mentioned, I always tend to just forget how similar our stories are. I went to school up the street from the Blackstone, which was the Hurley School, a bilingual school. Also, everyone spoke Spanish and English, and the classrooms were very small. And this Friday, I got to visit a similar school, which was the Roosevelt School in Hyde Park, which I believe is one of the first fully inclusive schools in the district. Amazing program, by the way. I was very impressed. But I got some concerns from the teachers of the future of IEP classrooms. And it's the size of the classrooms, the fact that I believe it's being proposed or about to happen that they will increase the number of students in each IEP classroom. And then in the same regards, I got an email from a teacher at the Bates School in Rosendale, another beautiful school in my district, where she voices that the concerns of one-size-fits-all model is very concerning because not every single student body in the district is the same. The needs are not the same, and the teachers are not the same. And you mentioned something that the resources will not be taken away, but some teachers feel like by adding more pressure to them, they do feel like they're going to need more resources. So my question / ask is, how are we responding to those teachers and to the paraprofessionals that feel like they've already been so overworked, but now they're going to have more students to take care of without the appropriate funding?
So I'll start, and I think actually on the ground side, on special education, it would be good to maybe us to frame it as what that new experience will be, right, or different experience. So I think what sort of led us to the inclusive ed plan was that we were identified as having overrepresentation for special education of too many students in small settings. The students who are in substantially separate, which is a more restricted environment than what actually they needed. And as a result, for those families and for those students, their choice, their ability to be able to access schools across the district was very limited. They also are the ones that end up on the buses for the longest amount of time to get to their schools. So when Council of Great City Schools came in, they worked very hard with our special ed department, specialized services department, as well as with our office of our OMME, to be able to think about how could we do this differently. And that's what sort of led us to a 3 to 4 year kind of plan of how to be able to phase in not all students on IEP, but students who are in a substantially separate setting who, based on their IEP and their team and their parent, is deemed that they could actually access a gen ed class. That could be part of the day. That could be all of the day. It really depends on what their IEP calls for. That option was never previously there for a team to consider, for a family to consider, or a student. So that's kind of what sort of has us here. When we look at those same students, we also see that in general, access to grade level material, grade level instruction was also limited. Often those substantially separate classes are multi-grades. So we knew change had to happen, and change is always hard when you're phasing it in. The question was the pacing and the resources to follow. I think the IPT, or the inclusive planning teams, the goal was not to do one size fits all. It's actually impossible in our district to do one size fits all because there's 119 schools, all of whom in this area do inclusion or are set up for inclusion in very different ways. So the idea was to look at the plans and to see how we might be able to leverage the resources that are at a school across the district and add in resources where we needed to be able to provide that inclusive setting. We're doing that at the same time that we are still holding together the substantially separate system. It's not a light bulb or a switch. It's not going to turn all of a sudden. In fact, it's really up to the parent and the team when a student's IEP convenes as to whether they want to consider an inclusive setting or not. So where we're predicting or creating the capacity for inclusive ed, we may not actually fill that. In fact, the likelihood is we won't, because there'll be more parents who may be kind of slower to adopt it or want to sort of see what happens. And we've also reserved dollars, which is on that slide that's up there now, 2.2 million, so that when and if we get students who have greater need being included, we have some funds to draw from to be able to add additional resource in. So we're trying to be deliberate, and we're trying to be intentional about the steps we're taking with it. Most importantly, we're trying to have the school leaders working with their community and their IPT team, which this past year met regularly and will again, there's money in the budget for them to do so next year. Have them really take into consideration the culture of the school, the setup and the resources that are there now, what we're adding in to be able to deliver that. But this is going to be something that we're going to be working, Counselor, for a number of years to make sure it goes right. And I think the team sense is that it may actually go slower than what the capacity that's there is for.
Thank you for that detailed response. I guess my ask to you is just to make sure that those teachers that are in this program feel heard.
Absolutely.
But also acknowledge, I'm hearing it from different sides of my district that
Absolutely.
teachers are frustrated.
Yes.
And I think that I just want to make sure that our students feel like they have the right resources, and the parents as well.
That's right.
So I look forward to continuing that conversation with you and your team. You bring up the conversation of transportation too, which has been a priority of mine since starting in the council. And I do know that they do face the biggest challenges from getting to and from school. Are you working on any opportunity to see what issues can be alleviated, specifically working with the BPS hotline, or just new resources, new programming that our BPS transportation does not currently use?
Sure. So I think this is where inclusive ed is, we see this as a potential going forward for this exact thing. The closer to home that we can give students choice to a quality seat, then less time on the bus. Could be less buses, but certainly more efficient, less time. So that's kind of, but that again, like that's going to take a few years for those changes to actually be implemented. I think the transportation thing is one that our team, both in the work we're doing with the union, we were able in this last bargaining with the drivers to be able to get a lot of kind of new revisions in there that allow us to have more accountability around on-time percentage, making sure buses get to where they're supposed to be, less missed routes, and in our case, what I think is going to be one of the biggest potentials is around ridership. We just have a lot of students that don't use the bus. So they're entitled to the bus, it's there for them, but they don't use it, or they don't use it regularly at all. And so what happens is when you route a bus, you're making all those stops, and sometimes there's not even kids at the stop because they don't use it. We've never had a way to measure ridership on a daily basis. So we've incorporated a new technology that's going to be on the buses with paths to be able, one, from a safety perspective, know exactly when students get on and off the stops. Every parent wants to know that. We want to know that. But then secondly, for students that aren't using it, it gives us the data to go back to the parent and say, can we discharge the student? If you want the bus, that's fine, but if you're not using it, here's what it means to all the other kids who are using it. It takes them longer to get to school, we have to route further. So we're actually doing that pilot in the summer with our ESY, with our extended school year for our special education students. And we have parents actually responding really favorably to it and saying, you know what, I actually don't need the bus. And so it's going to be steps like this that are going to enable us to get that on-time percentage up as high as possible. Missed routes are at kind of all-time low for us. That's because we started the year different from most urban districts, completely full with our drivers when everybody was struggling. That's been through a lot of recruitment. Same with our bus monitors. We're now we're not at capacity, but we're moving in that direction, much different than it was pre-pandemic. And that we train our monitors to make the buses safer for our students, to make sure there's good communication with families. We incorporated a transportation advisory council that parents are on as well, and that there is the one that's really thinking about ridership and other kinds of changes to policy that could be helpful overall to the district. So I think there's just a number of areas that we're working kind of all around to try to get to the point where choice is closer to home and it's quality choice. If you're riding the bus, when you're riding the bus, it's safe, it's on time, and we're responsive to families through our hotline. We staff that now. I think there's 20 some odd languages that are represented on the hotline for the parents, and we look at the time for wait for a parent. In most cases, it's a minute or two at most. So it's these things as a customer service agent, which is what we are, that we're trying to do our best to evolve.
Yeah. And I think that lack of trust from parents to not send their kid on the school bus is based on the lack of being able to properly track their child on the bus. It's something that I brought up as a hearing order idea on the floor where, I always joke around about it, but I'm not joking around. So I can track my lunch real time where it's coming, when the driver's stuck, when it's delivered. But our parents can't do that real time with our students. So I think that the quicker that we actually expedite the new system in place for our school buses to be tracked, the more trust that we'll build with our parents in the system. Hence, it will lead them to actually using the bus system and lead into less issues with this.
Thank you.
We're on track to implement the new system.
Okay, in the fall, in this fall? Mm-hmm. Nice. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councilor Coletta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all so much for your work. I will just reiterate what I said in a Piemonte room briefing, I think it was last month, and thank you to Chair for your leadership for being very proactive about the BPS budget. But Superintendent, just the positive reviews that I've gotten from parents in my district have been exponential. There's a lot of folks that are talking about your leadership and how accessible you are, so I just wanted to thank you again for all of the progress. Even when it comes to the bus technology, that is light years from where we were even 2-3 years ago, so just congratulations on that, and again, thank you all so much for your work. I only have one question, and it has to do with something you and I have talked about quite often, which is another Boston International High School in my district. East Boston has always been welcoming and inclusive of immigrant populations, and we have, I think it's about 17,000 kids who are ELLs. I hope I got that right. And about 12,000 of them are Latino or identify as Latino. And so we need something in my district, at least a high school, that that teaches academic rigor, gets newcomers ready for the world. And so I would love to understand what the progress is on having a dual language program in East Boston. We've already raised our hands and said, we would love this. Please let us know what we can do. So I would love to get a progress update on that.
Sure. Well, I would just say under the leadership of our superintendent, she really has a great pulse of what the needs are for schools. And that's something that is very refreshing. I went on a tour at a Saratoga Street site where, in terms of thinking for our secondary multilingual learner population, there is definitely a need. So at BATA, they're doing a really great job in terms of educating our students, especially our older students, but the majority of them are coming from East Boston. And in speaking with East Boston High School for our newcomers program, they're kind of busting at the seams. And so the superintendent has, working with the various school leaders and really identifying this need, looking for additional sites in East Boston so that we can serve our secondary multilingual learners. Currently right now, in terms of for dual language, we have the Margarita Muniz, kind of like the source for many of our Spanish dual language programs for high school. But as I would say, under my leadership and working with the district, and even prior to me coming, is really looking at the expansion of providing more native access, native language access supports for our students and native language access instruction for our students, and really looking at each region and how we can better serve and provide more access to native language literacy and native language instruction for our students across the district. And so that is definitely something that's at the forefront of what we're currently working at right now.
Yeah, and I would just, I would add that one slice of high school population that we see that we haven't had a good solution for is our overage multilingual learners who are coming in at a newcomer level. They're 18. They, by the state standards of passing MCAS, learning English enough to be able to pass MCAS, it's very difficult if they're 18 or older to be able to do a traditional course. So what we often find is they will stay for like a year, they'll learn enough language to be able to work, which is what they need to do because they're often the head of their household or they're unaccompanied, and then they have to drop out. And we should never be putting our young people in that position. So, we know that BADA in Dorchester works, but we also know that the vast majority of the students who are overaged and multilingual learners coming in are really located on the East Boston side, and the commute over to BADA every day is just too long. So by opening the BADA East, which is what we'll be opening, that's going to really allow probably about 120 students to be able to go there. We'll also put an adult ed site there so that as students transition, and if they're 22 and they haven't been able to finish what they need to, adult ed is right there as well. So the idea is we'll have social emotional support there. It'll be really a wraparound center. This will also help the East Bostons, the Charlestown Highs, the other schools who, for them, they try to do everything they can, but the young person just really needs to work. Yeah. And so we kind of have too narrow of a solution set. So we're excited about this. It goes back to a conversation we had when I first came in, and the data is really stark and compelling, and I think this is going to be a great solution for our young people.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. And this is exactly what I'm talking about. We had this conversation last year. I'm not sure if it was already in the works, but I had said we need a BINCA 2.0, or what did you call it, BADA East in East Boston. And it's already off the ground and running. We are very lucky that we have a dual language program at the UMANA, but doing the math just on Google Maps really quick, if I'm an Orient Heights resident and I need a dual language program, it takes an hour and a half to get to BINCA. And so having this is absolutely huge for our district, so I just want to say thank you. And wondering about timeline, if I have more time myself on when this will get open.
Yeah, so the latest would be January, but we're looking to do it as early in the fall as possible so that young people don't have to enroll at East first and then go over. They'd be able to go straight to BADA East.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Councilor Mejia, the floor is yours.
Hi, I thought you were going to get to leave before 4 o'clock.
I would never
Mary.
say Counselor.
Mary was like, oh, I hope 4 o'clock comes before Councilor Mejia goes. Not your lucky day today.
It is my lucky day.
Hello. It's good to have you all here again. And I feel like I've been unleashed because I'm no longer the chair of education, so I can go back to being a community organizer. And I know all the parents are really happy to know that I'm back. So I do have a lot of questions, and I'm very concerned about the multilingual, the inclusion and all this stuff that has been bubbling up to the top. And you said something earlier around this team approach, and I'm just curious from a workforce development standpoint, are we shortchanging our staff and our students in creating an environment in which there's the shared responsibility? Like, how does that look like from a workforce development and the impact that it has on our teachers?
Sure. So I think if we were asking teachers to, through certifications, do 2 or 3 jobs, that would be extremely difficult. I think the idea of the team-based is to really leverage the expert content knowledge of 2 or 3 different staff in an area and be able to come together around the students with it. Chief Seal, this might be a good example to
Have you seen examples? Like, how did you land here?
There's a number of our schools that already do it. So you could look at, let's see, in East Boston, you have Jason's school. Where's my mind going blank? The McKay. Sorry, the McKay would be an example. I think you could look at Katie Grass's school, the Curley, as an example. There's actually more schools doing a team approach as opposed to a co-teaching. And it's a little confusing because when we say co-teaching, everybody jumps to this idea of 2 adults in the classroom. Co-teaching is really just that. It's teaching together. And that is what a team-based approach is. It's just how you get at that can vary. There are schools that have co-teaching, meaning just 2 adults in the classroom. But the data, at least on the student outcome, doesn't say that one particular style is better than any other. And Chief Seal or Chief Kamira, if you want to.
No, that's okay. We good because I don't have a lot of time. But I do have another question. This is, can you just talk to us a little bit about how many actual, not just coded, right, bilingual teachers and how many actual bilingual paras does BPS have now?
That's a David question.
And so while you're looking for the data, because I don't want to waste my moment here with you all, can you tell me what is the exact change in the number of actual bilingual teachers and the change in the number of actual bilingual paras in the proposed budget right now? So that's also part of the question.
Yeah, so for the number, in terms of the budget, I can only give you the coded budgeted positions because a lot of those teachers are still being hired. I can give you that. And then I will get you both of those.
Okay, so there has been some analysis showing the racial and ethnic gap between teachers and students for each school, and we need to see the language gap between teachers and students by school. Can you provide us that data?
So this gets into how teachers are coded and whether or not they're coded where we don't currently capture their language or the proficiency piece. That is something we're working on with our union, but like also ourselves internally within the system. We have a commitment. We want to be able to hire as many bilingual and multilingual educators as we can in all facets, but particularly student-facing classroom paraprofessionals, social workers. But the system hasn't been built in a way to easily code that or track it. In fact, it's one of the things that when you see a decrease in bilingual educators, it's mostly because we've changed the coding, not because the educator is leaving or different.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the curriculum and the materials, right? BPS says that there must be high quality instruction materials, and we really do appreciate that. But does this include curriculum materials in major native languages that are used by BPS students?
Yes, Chief Kamir.
And what is the commitment to having curriculum materials in native language? What does that commitment look like? What is the current status, and what is the funding in the current budget for this? And what are the SMART goals? How are we measuring success? That's a lot, and I want you to get through all of it before I have my other question.
Let's go at it. Okay, so yes, native language curriculum.
All schools?
No.
Or just where we have the highest level of concentration of students who are native speakers?
Sure. So I will start off with the dual language programs.
Okay.
So the dual language programs, they all have curriculum that reflects the native language of the students that are in the program.
But what about students who aren't in those dual enrollments? Like, those are the ones that usually fall through the cracks. Those are the ones that come here and you get what you get and you don't get upset. So what happens to those?
So I started with the dual language program. So all of those programs are provisioned for native language. We are working, shout out to our early childhood department in terms of working on creating more access for native language. So looking at our focus curriculum and providing more access for students who are not necessarily in dual language programs. So I know a lot of our UPK programs are using dual language access programs, curriculum for our early childhood students. Their resources and access to native language as our ESL. We have coaches that are in our department.
How many?
We have 11 coaches. Okay. Instructional coaches that work on the regional model, so they can work with the superintendents, the regional superintendents, and teachers, and really providing professional learning opportunities for our schools. And many of them have been actually in the language to just model the language of the students. So we've been providing professional learning in Spanish or in Haitian Creole for the teachers to really model what the needs of the students are. And we are doubling down in terms of creating more access and creating more curriculum. So like for the Cape Verdean community, they've been asking since the Haitian community, before they even started the dual language program, have been asking. And so we are working and developing curriculum
That's great.
for our students as we would hope to create a dual language program and have it
That's
in Cape
great.
Verdean Creole.
And who's accountable for closing the language diversity gaps in school staffing? And how are we holding those folks accountable? Because it seems to be the revolving door at BPS, right? Like every time I turn around, I got a new set of characters. It's hard to keep up with all the staffing changes. And every
Absolutely.
time there's a staff changes, a whole new PowerPoint presentation and a whole new world. And
Yes.
we got to catch up to y'all. But here we are.
I'm here.
Again,
So-
we don't know how long they're gonna leave you here for.
Oh, I will
because
be here, so-
well, I hope. Let's just hope that is the case, because the way things are happening at BPS, you just never know.
Point
So
taken.
I would like to know who is accountable right now for language diversity in school staffing, and how are they going to be held accountable?
So I will definitely say that I am holding myself accountable to providing supports and services for the students of the city of Boston. Although it may be a new face, but I have been here, I'm back. I worked in this office for 3.5 years. I believed in this office so much that I believed in this office that I went to a school to create a dual language program. And then I came back to this office because I feel like we do need to double down on the supports that we need for our students. I think with the executive team that we have in Boston Public Schools, and then really working to support the teachers. It's really important. My soul is really aligned with schools, and I think of when I'm working on expanding a dual language program or providing more native access for students or working with families. It's because I know what those outcomes can be, because I've seen it.
I know. And we're lucky to have you, right? So I'm an English language learner. I'm also one of those students that was chronically absent. My mom still to this day doesn't know how to speak English. So when I ask these questions, understand that for me, it's all of this is that I'm carrying into this chamber, because this is a reality 30 years later that BPSs still have yet to meet the moment, right?
Absolutely.
And so that's why we have to be aggressive, right?
That's right.
Superintendent, and then what really worries me, right, is I was also appointed to the ELL task force, and we've had a mass exodus of folks who sat in that space who I was close in relationship with, and it's hard for us to trust a system that has yet to find a way to really deliver. And so I need to hear from you, Superintendent, and I'm really not happy with the fact that this was a hearing, right? And I know you have things to do, but you're going to leave here at 4. We're not going to have our full time with you. And it just, we need to do better at making sure that we're fully present for these hearings, because they matter to us. And I'm just curious about what is it going to take for us to really restore the trust here?
So I want to go back to your specific questions just to make sure we get the answers. So I think that there's a combination on the accountability side. So one is we're talking about dual language or transitional bilingual and the language-specific pathways. That's going to be something that OMME and Joelle are going to be monitoring. Human capital will play a role in this as we look forward to making sure we're expanding and keeping track of how many of our staff, teachers, student-facing teachers, paraprofessionals are bilingual. That's an active conversation right now. So I think that will get reported out in a couple of different ways. I think the answer to your other question really quickly, David, if you have that. Because that was a more pointed.
So, yes, so the short version is at the end of it, when you look around, to your point about not just what's coded in the system, but what's actually happening. There were 13 positions that were closed, almost entirely due to classroom consolidation for staff. Now, I don't know whether those staff in particular were bilingual, but those were staff whose job primarily was to work in a multilingual learner program. So, because we don't necessarily have the data on staff language capacity.
You know why we don't have this data? Is that we're not collecting it, or
It was never collected.
is that something that we're gonna
It is, but it's something
that's
we,
corrective action, right? We're gonna
Well, it's actually not corrective, but it's corrective on our own part, yes.
But moving forward, we're not going to have those.
Yes, it's something we're working with the union on, yes.
It'll be. I know my time is up, and I want to be respectful of the fact that I have other colleagues.
Can I just your last point,
Yeah.
Councilor Mejia? So I also think that in the issue of multilingual learners, I think we have taken a lot of feedback from the community, and we've now, I think, course corrected and are moving at a more intentional but reasonable pace about how we're rolling out our multilingual learner education. We are still taking a great deal of steps around making sure our newcomer and our SLIFE programs have the right entrance and exit criteria, and students aren't going to stay in them for too long, which was what was happening. But the issue of increasing and investing in native language and dual language, both low incident languages and majority languages, those are ones we're actively having those conversations and will with the community to make sure that we're going together. And that's something you have my word on.
Thank you, Councilor Mejia. Just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councilor Weber and also Council President Louis Jen. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sorry, I was looking for attendance because everybody knows I'm bad with names. Superintendent, you're the only name that I remember.
It's all good.
I apologize. Ms. Seal, Superintendent Skipper, and David. I know David. Okay, and sorry, Kristen?
No. Joelle Gamir.
I know that one. Okay, Joelle?
Yes, Joelle
Okay.
Gamir.
Ms. Gamir, sorry. Thank you for such a thorough explanations or responses to the questions. Really want to dig a little bit deeper, just get a bigger picture or more thorough picture on as far as how we're going to address inclusion, especially with the phasing in, especially with understanding this $2.2 million allocation that is going to be in reserve for resources. I'd like to understand from special ed in terms of resources that we're supporting, one, in terms of resources that we're supporting parents with to understand their child diagnosis and plan, right, specialized plan, and, individual plan, and as well as any sort of, homeschool connection that will support with not only identifying those diagnoses, but also supporting with monitoring and sustainability of those action plans for at home. So if we could start there. Also, how many ELL, do we have some sort of idea of multilingual students, number of multilingual students? And then the 2.1 million specifically for ELL from Title III, how many teachers are we looking to build capacity in order to address those students' needs?
That's a great question. So first, let me start by saying that as we look at the implementation grades for this coming school year for 24-25, keep in mind that we're not saying that all students in those grades will be in an inclusive learning environment. It is an IEP decision for each and every one of our children, right? So there is relevant members of the team that will be involved in making that decision. We also need to make sure that we're evaluating our students and using that information to help guide us in terms of what are the level of needs of our students and where they should receive the services, right? The who, what, and where.
Thank you, Ms. Seal. Really familiar with this topic.
Okay.
You can go straight
to the point.
question. Thank
So
you.
straight to the point in terms of what we're doing in terms of specially designed instruction and resources for our families and also for our teachers. I said earlier that we're building a thoughtful professional learning plan for our teachers in which to strengthen their skill set. And the superintendent had also mentioned in terms of specialized instruction like our Orton Gillingham and our Wilson language. We also need to realize that we are looking at the younger grades for our students. So we're looking at what we're using for our curriculum through the Focus 3 and Focus 4. We also know that we have really worked strategically so that it's not just under the umbrella of special education, but we're working with teaching and learning. We're also working with looking at tiered interventions through multi-tiered systems of support as to how we're going to target intervention for students, because we do have students with disabilities that are also in general education settings, right? So in terms of making sure that our families are engaged, we're really working strategically with our coordinators of special education, because they are the point of contact. They're really working closely with the school leaders, but also they're the designee of special education to make sure that they're providing the information. Because if you're a parent and you're finding out for the first time your child has a disability, it can be overwhelming. So we have done extensive training since the fall with each and every one of our coasts to really make sure that we are providing the support and the resources that they need, because they're facilitating those team meetings in order to write those IEPs.
Allow me a moment. Thank you. So with the coordinators, and we know that they're inundated, they're overworked, and you know this because that's your area. How are we supporting with the homeschool connection, though? Are there other types of support services, social workers, types that are actually sitting with parents and saying, let me help you understand what your child's plan is in terms of from diagnosis to treatment to action plan?
So I'm going to say that we've really worked hard throughout the district, especially with providing a monitoring system to make sure that our coasts are not inundated and that they have a caseload that is manageable. I also want to say that it's really hard to say that our family liaisons are working with our families to help them to understand the IEP, because that's not their area of expertise. So it really falls under the responsibility of our coordinators of special education and also our school leaders, right? Because our school leaders must provide assurances that those educational plans are being implemented with fidelity. So we have provided the support to our coasts. As I said, we started training since August. And really making sure that we are prepared, because this district, as many districts in the Commonwealth, are going through the new IEP process. And I think the new educational plan that the Commonwealth has written for this district is really going to be focusing on the vision of the child and also how we need to work more closely and engage in our families.
I do appreciate the different tiers, that holistic approach of the whole child and going from phase to phase. I appreciate that a whole lot. It feels wraparound, but wraparound through its true meaning means that you're working with families. And so I try to encourage folks not to go toward that, because it's not that if you're not working with the whole family. But in this case, you have the coordinator, then you need an interpreter possibly, or translation. Then you also have the liaison that could connect you, schedule, contact parents. It just feels like there is a missing link, because outside of the work in school, parents go home left to understand this package that's very intense, right? If you're not a practitioner, and so I think there's an opportunity there for us to consider.
Absolutely.
And I'm not a proponent of making schools into a clinic, because I think that that's not your job. But that opportunity to collaborate with outside sources to ensure that there is that connection and understanding. Without the families, I don't need to tell you this, you know this more than I do.
Oh, absolutely.
Doesn't work. Therapy doesn't work. The IEP doesn't work. It just doesn't work. And so I'm really interested in the homeschool connection piece. But can we move on to the numbers questions?
Yeah, sure. I just want to also add, Joelle and I just recently also did a training with all of our family liaisons to kind of help them to understand this whole IPT process, and also for us to partner with them in helping to work with our families, as well as working closely with our student support services as well.
I like it. I think, I had a lot of concerns about it, right? I think, in terms of like where are the best practices, where can we prove that this works or this doesn't work? And after understanding a little bit more, thank you so much, Superintendent Skipper, for making yourself accessible. In terms of phases, in terms of it being an option, in terms of actually transitioning, in terms of readying professional development with the teachers, and then while building capacity, while building this collaboration, homeschool connection, it does feel like I can see the whole child. I can see the holistic working on different domains of the child, right? So community, home, school. So I personally have a deep appreciation with the approach that you guys have. Just I want to understand, like, in terms of budget today, are we addressing it with, proper numbers? Have we taken into account how many children, estimation of kids with disability, and how?
Yeah, I'd love to address that briefly if it was okay. I think one thing that we did this year through this sort of inclusive education process is really revamp some of our process and procedure around planning the budget for English learners with disabilities. So in particular, in each of our schools, we did an analysis of the number of English learners with disabilities and created sort of separate sort of service groups for them with the expectation they might be served differently, especially with those who are our highest need English learners with disabilities in substantially separate settings, and identified specific staff that were planned to support students in those programs. So
Is this supplemental to the classroom?
yes, so that's not their homeroom teacher. So you can imagine potentially a substantially separate strand that has 4 or 5 classrooms now might have, in addition to the homeroom teacher in each classroom, they might have an additional educator who's just focused on ESL and English language acquisition for those students with disabilities. Right?
Homeroom teacher, para, and specialist.
Right, and that person might not be full-time in one room, right? They might be moving between those 4 different rooms, depending upon the exact needs of the different students in each room, because many of the students require sort of 45 or 90 minutes a day, so then, you can cover a couple rooms with one teacher, but the idea in this year's budget and what you saw in the $2.1 million of new investment was to make sure that every school had those specific targeted resources, and Joelle's team was in each of our meetings, making sure that each school had a plan for providing services to multilingual learners with disabilities, sort of in tandem with their plan to providing services to multilingual learners without disabilities.
Thank you. It's my time.
Yes.
Right? I was just going to wrap up and say, second round, really interested, obviously, in measuring efficiency and what plans you have for those metrics. And that question is broad, so looking forward to the second round. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Councilor Fitzgerald. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate everyone on the panel. Thank you for coming today. I'll get right into some sort of high-level general questions that I think folks are asking. I don't have to tell some of you, but as many of you know, I have 2 kids at BPS as well, and hopefully a 3rd on the way. So I am your biggest cheerleader and fan, and there's nothing more I want than for all of us to succeed, right? But I guess one of the questions is, why push inclusion now with the budget cuts and lack of staffing? And I'm asking for you to have that opportunity to answer, because I think that's what some people who don't understand it as deep are sort of just asking on a high level of me. So push inclusion now with the budget cuts and lack of staffing. Why was that decision made?
So when we look historically at our special education and multilingual learners with and without disabilities, who are for the most part, are Black and brown kids, what we see is a legacy of decades and decades of underperformance and lack of support. And so this was part of the area that the state brought to us when the conversation was happening around receivership with the district, and asked us to really take a hard look at this, because they felt that we could no longer continue to perpetuate what we were doing. That led us to look at what other large districts like ourselves are doing around the country, the involvement of the Council of Great City Schools, who sees the world from the 80 largest districts. And what we got back from the amount of time that they came in and they looked at our systems was that our systems were in fact very broken. They were broken for our kids. Our special education and multilingual learner students were not getting access to the same high quality grade level because they were in these small, substantially separate settings. And they were just not getting access to what their non-disabled counterparts were getting. So, and that panned out in the data as well, right? Like, we saw that. So that's where we began the journey of the plan. And it's actually a plan that was, they looked at our enrollment, they looked at how we enroll students, they looked at how we do choice, they looked at our schools and the programs and where they are, and they actually said, you can't fix this all at one time. This is going to take 4 to 5 years of phasing in intentionally, and they were the ones that came up with the grade level configurations so that it's K0, K1, K2, 7th, 9th, and then the following years it starts to roll up, so that the full implementation, will ultimately take, including the planning year, 5 years. So that's why we are where we are.
Thank you. And is there a reason we're not in a pull-out model for both special ed and ELL, where the students can work in the small group? I know you just mentioned that in those small sub-separates that they weren't getting the access to the quality education that they need, but in what I see is in the inclusion models, there's still and for the record too, my wife is a special education teacher, right? So these questions are definitely mine. These are my questions. Why is it not the pull-out model where they're in with the general ed class and then they pull out to work on whatever area they may need specialization in?
Yeah, so you actually have a lot of different models going on. You actually do have pull-out happening in both ESL and in special education. It really depends on, like, if you have a critical mass of students, if it's 1 or 2, what the schedule looks like, who the resources on the ground are. We really try, we have 119 schools, we have to work across them to what's going to make the most sense for the students and the educators.
So
Can I also add, I just want to say that the Inclusive Educational Planning Team, in their school document, they identify what resources and what services they're going to deliver. So we do have kids that are in partial inclusion. So we have full inclusion, which there is team teaching, or there's a teacher pushing in or pulling out. And then we do have some kids that have IEPs written still, if your wife is a special education teacher, that's getting those level of services. So they're also still getting some pull-out services as well.
Okay, so the inclusion and the pull-out model can coexist?
Yes.
Correct.
Okay, and that's what's currently going on as well with this phased-in approach?
Correct.
Okay, understood. What is the inclusion model going to look like in terms of support staff? And I know you touched upon it briefly, and how often there will be an additional teacher. And I know that you just brought in this co-teaching model too. So I guess explain to me how co-teaching works with inclusion in terms of having multiple sets. Because the way I think people feel about this is, if you're going to do inclusion, you have to have more adults in the room, right? To kind of take care of folks that might need the inclusion teaching or the special ed, and then but still continue the general ed class as you go on, and teachers' times aren't being divided that way, right? And so between co-teaching and the additional teaching in the room, what does that look like in terms of support staff, and how does that classroom operate?
Right, so it's really about how the educators work together as a team. And so depending on the students that are in that class and what their individual needs are, you might have, students who have emotional impairment, and they're going to need, a different kind of support around accessing, the curriculum, but through their behavior piece, like behavior supports. Whereas if you have students with reading, you might need, more of a specialized learning situation. It's really going to depend on the students and the students' needs. Same if you have multilingual learners who are in the classroom, or multilingual learners with disabilities, you may need, and depending on their level, ESL teacher could rotate in, a special education teacher or different special education teachers could rotate in. You might have speech that rotates in, so it really, everything gets driven by the student, and the IEP is kind of the student map to what is needed.
So that may answer my next question, where special ed students and EL students' needs are different, right? And so is the inclusion teacher, if you will, supporting both student types, or is there an EL support teacher, and are there any other small groups in separate settings happening? I think you've sort of answered all those, but still, if you could just touch upon it in general.
Yeah, so there definitely could be small group that's happening. Yep. There could also be an inclusive strand and a substantially separate strand in the same school. Yep. Like that can exist. Where there's inclusion or inclusive ed happening in a classroom, I think one of the things that CFO Bloom kind of first started with was when we did the initial, allocations around just kind of compliance of the actual services, everything we did with inclusive ed was over and above that. So that's where we added in ESL, that's where we added in special education as a way to allow inclusive ed to happen. So in that particular case, there's almost always additional support going into the school or into the classroom.
One last question, then a comment. What kind of interventions are in place for the regular ed students who are not making benchmark? And I guess there's the, specialists in reading and things like that, but who do they go to, or how are they being held to standard?
Right. So the issue we were having in BPS, where all students, were not getting access to grade level, high quality instructional materials. In order for us to lift the system, it's not just inclusive ed. It's actually looking at the foundation and saying, kind of from a multi-tiered student support side, what does every student need? And so we have now MTSS in every school. We have a team that looks at what those supports are. They are intimately married with student support in looking at students who are brought to the table that might be struggling. Could be a gen ed student, could be a special education, or could be a multilingual learner who are struggling to either gain momentum academically, or they might be having some behavioral challenges or just socialization. The first place that comes is to MTSS and student support, and they're working to make sure that the menu of supports the school has, now that could be a mentoring program, it could be a reading specialist, it could be a behavioral consultant, like it could be a variety of different kinds of supports that they build their menu out, and then as a student's brought to student support, we try to identify what's going on for that student. A lot of times, for instance, if there's behavior, and say it's a gen ed student, and that's how it's manifesting, what's underlying it is often a reading issue, a literacy issue, or it could be a social emotional, like a trauma issue. So that's where that MTSS team is really there to kind of develop the menu, and student support works with them, that has the nurse on it, that has the school psychologist on it, right? To sort of say, what are we seeing at the student level? Does that menu actually work for the kids that are in that school, right? That's the work we've been working to raise, right, the field for the last couple of years.
I'll just say in my comment before I return it back over is, I love it, right? It's all great stuff in making the kids. My fear is each parent and even each classroom not knowing, because it's so specialized and because each school can be different. It's who you got, what issues they have, and what are the specializations that they need, and tailoring this menu, which is great for each individual kid. But then all of a sudden the parents say, well, what route is our class taking? Right? And it's different from the other class. That could be the other third grade. And so the parents don't have that camaraderie of saying, oh, well, what do you, like, we're not going through the same thing because we're having a different specialization. And it's almost like there's no fundamental theme throughout where all BPS parents could come together and say, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Well, no, because we're doing it different at this school, or even in this grade. And I guess it gets confusing, even the way you described all the different ways you could give the services to the kid, to any individual kid, right? To me, it's like, oh man, that could get overwhelming fast for an individual parent, and to understand what it means for their child versus the child even next to their kid, right? And so it might be a future issue that you guys will have to hurdle.
I think that's a fair point and question and concern, but I do think that what the superintendent is saying, that there are kind of like standardized approaches in terms of what the school can provide in terms of support. So every school has an MTSS system, every school has a student support system. With this implementation of inclusive education, I think that it will provide us to be able to leverage, when we think of the team approach, it gives us an opportunity to leverage other members of the team. So I think of the school that I just came from, and I gave a presentation to some central office staff the other day, and I was saying that, people are afraid of inclusive ed. You hear, like, how is it going to affect my child? My child doesn't have an IEP. My child's not a multilingual learner. How is it going to affect my child? But I just want to say, like, it's possible, it's happening, and it's working. So like a school like the Mattahunt, which is definitely where this district wants to go in terms of this inclusive ed approach. We've got dual language, we've got ABA, we've got inclusion classes, we've got run the gamut of what there is. But then you think of a student who, I have one student in my mind who just recently got accepted to the O'Brien School. And when he first came into the Mattahunt, he transferred over to the Mattahunt School because his mom became a para at the school. And the school that he was at before didn't have the structures that we had. And so he was kind of like slated to be in a sub-separate classroom, but the structures that we had at the school, we're able to look at our intervention team, looking at the MTSS, looking at student support, looking at his individual needs through progress monitoring. All the students take the map. This is where this student is. How can we help support him and his peers, create a group for intervention, provide those intervention supports, okay? MAP testing for mid-year, where is he now? Where is he at end of the year? And so kind of taking those structures that we have in place that will be at all schools, how can we make it tailored to help support that individual student? And so here we have this student who was supposed to be slated for a sub-separate classroom, who is, on his way to going to an exam school next year. So we do have, or we're creating systems that are standardized across the district, but we're creating systems where each school can leverage the staff members that they have to provide that menu that the superintendent is talking about.
Thank you, and I would just keep hammering home the fundamentals of that structure, right, in the simplest way, so that parents can understand. But that's a great success story. Thank you for your help. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Council President Louis Jen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank everyone for being here. Just a few things I want to highlight. I think Councilor Pepin, when he was asking about transportation, Dan Rosengard, I just want to big him up. I had a meeting with him and Carla Tinkle, and I really do think that although we as counselors, when we experience the transportation issues, it looks like a mess, and it often is a mess. But I do think that there's really serious work being done there to make sure that we are efficiently using our resources, to make sure that we're using technology and advancements and improvements to make sure that the money that we are using for transportation is more effective and going to those who are actually riding the bus, right? Because there's a lot of inefficiencies because it's covering more students. So I wanted to shout out Dan for that. Chief Gamer, so happy to see you. And I just want to big you up for all of the work that you did at the Mattahunt. That really is an exceptional school. There aren't actually enough dual language seats in the Mattahunt because I'm always trying to refer new arrivals to see if they can, and there just aren't enough seats. And so I just think that it is just really a model, not only for the city of Boston, but for the country. I also believe recently in one of these settings, we talked about how the data actually shows that students, gen ed students in inclusive classrooms perform better, which I think is really interesting when you're talking about what diversity means and all sorts of diversity and exposure to that diversity. Everyone, right? We all do better when we all do better. Absolutely. And I think I just want to highlight that and I want to continue studying that to make sure that remains the same. I also just want to shout out, because I always want to shout them out, the school librarians. I was just talking to them, and we have a lot of work to do still. I think there was a promise made by the school committee to make sure that every school has a library and a librarian, and we're not there. I think we're still a third of the schools without libraries. Yeah. In the hearings to follow, I will continue focusing on our buildings, building new buildings for our kids, making sure we're getting the number of schools right so that we are not only being cost effective, but making sure that our schools have everything that our kids need in our classroom, a gym, library, and we're missing the mark too many times. So my first question, I want to thank my colleagues. I have a lot of questions about the inclusion model to make sure that we're making sure they're adequately resourced. As much as I think the data shows that gen ed students do better, we need to make sure that they're adequately resourced. And we also need to make sure that we are providing the right professional development initiatives for our teachers in inclusion settings, really in all of our schools, but we need to make sure that we are doing that. Are we working in partnership? I know that there are new partnerships with the Carroll School. What else are we doing internally to make sure that we're preparing our students for inclusion classrooms?
Sure. So I want to say that, as I said before, that we are working as a cross-functional team. We recently also had conversations with Landmark because we know as our kids get older that they need support in executive functioning, right? So we're working really closely in terms of focusing on reading comprehension, written expression, but also...
And that's with the staff? Is that via the staff that you're focusing on that with staff so that they can focus on it with teachers and parents?
Yes. So we're looking at building professional development modules for our teaching staff and our support staff in those areas to really be explicit, especially at the secondary level for some of our students who are moving on, and the gap in terms of their readability is so wide. So I want to say that we're not focusing on the Carroll School because it's not a certified school for students with disabilities, but we have worked and partnered with, right now we're looking at Landmark. We also have worked with other Wilson Language. We have a contract with them in their trainings for our teaching staff. We also have a study that we're working with Mass General Hospital with our dyslexia study. So we have lots of partnerships in the community that we're looking at what we need to do to build our capacity, but also look at screenings for our students with language-based disabilities. So I think that as we move forward and we look at our instructional methodologies, we want to make sure that we really have some structures and systems in place as to how we're evaluating our students, because we don't want to evaluate students and identify them for a disability if in fact they do not have a disability. We want to make sure that we're really focusing on when we talk about that least restrictive environment and eligibility. So those are some of the things that we're looking at, but we are partnering within the district, but we're also working closely with our partners in teaching and learning to build that capacity around equitable literacy and reading and language development across the board from early childhood all the way up through elementary school. So those are some of the initiatives that we're currently doing.
Thank you. And then a follow-up to that is, I know that I was visiting the Kennedy School in East Boston, and we talked a lot about the burnout that our staff is facing, and I think this inclusion model and, adapting to new arrivals. I was just speaking this past weekend in Dorchester to a teacher who was at the Trotter and who was doing her best to welcome in the new arrivals. I'm thinking about what our BPS is doing to address the new burdens that we have on staff, on our teachers, and how we're dealing with that burnout. I think I was there in part, we were talking about tutoring models and how outside tutors, and how maybe in certain schools it's more palatable now because it's harder for teachers to, they teach the class and then afterwards, folks aren't as interested in sort of the additional just because of experiences of burnout. So what are we doing to address that?
Right. So I think there's a number of things, and I'm sure you guys will want to jump into, but just the answer to the last one as well is we also use the PD for teachers. It's been dedicated for inclusive ed and it will be going forward, so the mandatory PD. What we know is that our principals are trying to carve out as much time. We're also looking creatively to see how else we might be able to create more time that all teachers could benefit from PD relative to inclusive ed. And that's something we're working on with the union. In terms of the teacher piece, we're trying with our RCD, with our cultivation and diversity unit, to make sure it ranges from support for teachers who, in the pandemic, were licensed under emergency licenses and now are extremely stressed and trying to figure out how do they maintain and continue, to supporting them so that they can get their licensure, to offering lots of creative partnerships with our post-secondary, be it Simmons, be it Leslie. I mean, there's just so many of them that we then offer for teachers who want additional training. De-escalation is something that we now offer for all staff that are student-facing, and we're even looking at our safety care and how to expand that for teachers who tend to be in our ABA or our EI kinds of strands that might need additional de-escalation supports. So it's really trying to look at where the teacher is, what type of classroom they're in, the kind of support we're giving. I think the other is we have an employee assistance for staff that came out of lots of conversations with our union on that. And, really just trying on the regional support network model to identify the group of schools that a regional SUP has. They have some dollars in budget themselves under Dr. Eccleston's supervision and leadership to be able to then give those dollars depending on what the need is for teachers. So if they see, like I know in Region 1, several of the regions actually did a big training for their paras, because they felt that for classroom teachers, if the more they can invest in the paraprofessionals, the more support the classroom teacher with a para would have. We also just got like a $6 million federal grant through the state and federal to be able to do a pipeline for paras to become teachers. So the more training that we can provide, additionally, the more supports, social emotional supports we can give in the form of our social workers, our bilingual supports, social workers in the SLIFE programming. Depending on the program, the more wraparound support we can give and the more capacity building we can do for teachers to give them the skills to be able to support their classes, then the better the field goes. So it's something we're very active with and constantly trying to listen and hear what those need points are.
Thank you, Superintendent. I believe my time is up. I have questions for you that I'd like to ask around equitable services, but I can hold those off. And I asked in another hearing if at a hearing we were talking about our school buildings, if we could have from you numbers. We're still waiting to figure out what schools are closing, what's not. Like what do we feel like the cost efficiency is for the city? Like what are the number of schools that we need? We're still waiting on that sort of what is the plan, and I'd like to know what that is and what we're thinking about in terms of our school buildings.
Sure. May 22nd, we're going to be updating school committee publicly with what we see as this first phase of the long-term facilities plan. I'm happy to have
We'll be coming back here.
May 21st, yeah.
Coming back here to do the same.
23rd?
23rd.
23rd?
Yep.
Yeah.
Even better. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
Thank
after the superintendent updates the school committee, she'll be returning
That's
here to update us on the long-term facilities plan.
Awesome. Thank you.
Great.
Councilor Weber, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I just, Superintendent, do you have a few minutes?
I do. I'll
Okay.
definitely stay for first round, yeah.
Okay, I didn't want to take up the chair's time with the superintendent, but, thank you very much for coming. I'm a BPS parent. I had two kids who were both in BPS, and they both went to the Mission Hill School. So some of my questions are based on my experience with the school. So we're talking about inclusion. My experience at Mission Hill, this is a full inclusion school. It resulted in some good things and some terrible things. And so so when I hear inclusion, I think this is a great idea, but, for someone who went through that, what is your, how are you going to make sure that the same issues don't come up? I mean, it would just seem like they wanted inclusion, but they didn't have the infrastructure in place. And there was they didn't want to give kids IEPs. It just seemed to they didn't have enough resources. So what's your response?
Sure. So I think the difference, it's night and day, right, to hear, which is, all 119 of our schools will be participating. There's be a continual progress monitoring on inclusive planning. The IPTs are a good check and balance in every school, that the school's clear on what they're trying to accomplish, how they're using resources, what their resources are, and where there's issues. So those are going to all get reported back. The regional structure, the way that we're doing that as well, it really lends itself to an accountability that hasn't existed in the past in the same way, because you've got a school soup and a team of district folks who are supporting and therefore to see things and for problems. So I do think that the broader field or context is very different than the context from autonomous schools or any school in the past, where they sort of had their own charge, their own thing that they were doing, but there wasn't necessarily a tie back to the district in all of that.
Okay, and I guess for Chief Seal, do you think that do some schools have a reluctance to give IEPs have in the past?
That's a difficult question, because I cringe and I think about, oh my God, there's no such thing as reluctance, right? Because we're obligated to make sure that we've ensured free and appropriate public education for our students if they have a suspected disability. And we're obligated to make sure that we've evaluated the students with a comprehensive evaluation to make that determination. So in answering the question, I would say absolutely that should not be a practice because that is not the best practice and it's also illegal. So if there is a process for us to evaluate our students and if we're not providing IEP services or finding students eligible and providing those services, then I think we have a moral obligation as well as we have a legal obligation to make sure that we've identified our students to receive those services.
Yeah, okay, I'm asking about this based on firsthand experience.
And just for something that's a little bit different than what was happening at the time when what happened at Mission Hill was happening. On the back end, so obviously Chief Seal knows all the instructional stuff about special ed that I don't know, but the thing that I do know from the back end operational side is for a long time BPS created systems and structures that divided kids based on their disability and said you can go to school here, you can't go to school there because your IEP says this, that, or the other. And that put pressure on schools to say that we want our IEP process to say something different, either so that the kid can stay or that so that the kid has to leave, both of which are bad. And the big thing about this new process that's different is for the vast majority of kids and the vast majority of IEPs, nothing changes about where they go to school, right? And so at a Mission Hill, for example, right, if something changed about that student's IEP to say they needed a majority of their time in substantially separate education, they would have to leave Mission Hill. The district rule was they had to leave, right? That was the old way. And that's not the way then going forward, right? And that's part of what's changing that I think will help alleviate some of this pressure to do things that are illegal or just wrong, right? Because they're not the right thing for kids and we're creating the systems and structures to make sure that those incentives are aligned.
Will BPS keep data on requests for IEPs that were denied will allow us to evaluate?
100%.
Do you keep it now?
We do, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, 100%. I mean, I think that was an unfortunate, like a very tragic exception there. But what I will say is our data actually points to the opposite, which is we too quickly go to an IEP to solve a student's perceived issue as opposed to using multi-tiered student support as it should be so the student can stay in general education.
Yeah, thank you. And it just, my son, after Mission Hill, is at Boston Arts Academy. He's a junior. He's having a great experience. He gets all the support he needs.
Awesome.
My daughter's at the Curly, so I'm not trying to frame all of BPS like this. So I had another question. So before going to this inclusion model, did BPS request information from school leaders, principals about what kinds of staffing they would need? It's just a yes or no.
Yes.
Okay, and then, so what I've been told is that BPS is meeting like 40% of the staffing requested from the school leaders. Is that accurate? Or not 100%? I don't,
Yeah, I mean, the thing I can say for sure, right, is that there's always another thing we wish we could have done. There's no way if we're meeting 100% of what people think a kid might need, someone's lying, right? We always wish we could have more money to spend, another thing to buy. So yes, we were not able to meet the needs of every single request that came in because the job of the schools in this process was to request a lot, right? And then that gave us the opportunity to review and understand what are the things that are most needed to meet the needs of kids, right? And then really go back and identify those things that are required and put those in.
I think there was a lot of blurring in the requests with positions that had previously been funded on ESSER and were no longer being funded because ESSER went away. So what happened was school communities would put those positions onto the IPT. So I think it was a very, very thorough process, and I think that what at Day's End was funded was over and above the compliance of the student, the additional supports to be able to do a team approach in the inclusive ed environment for the grades that we've allocated. There were some schools that put forward a proposal to do all grades. We can't do all grades right now. We're really trying to focus and kind of roll out very systematically.
Is there a plan to increase the resources for this inclusion?
Every year for the next several years, this will be what we bring before this body as the major investment.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know how much time I have left.
30 seconds.
Okay. I guess so. In my district, and we're talking about maybe not using a one-size-fits-all model, but parents at the Manning School are very concerned. They have an inclusion model. They're being told they have to change it. What's your response to them?
I know you looked at this one, so.
There's been several meetings with the Manning School to look at their inclusive plan and also to look at the level of services for students that are at the Manning School. Once again, as we said, there are certain students that have been at the Manning School that needed more services and that we've had to reconvene teams to look at level services for the school. It's my understanding that the Manning School did receive the appropriate IPT allocations for staffing, given their enrollment numbers and also given their class size, in order to meet their obligation as part of the inclusive planning team.
Okay, but are you done with that process, or are you going to work? Is there more work to be done with the Manning?
There's ongoing meetings with the Manning and also with their student council and working with the principal, but my understanding is that the budget process has completed. In regards to allocations, I would defer to.
Yeah, so the thing that is ongoing is review of how student needs are changing and additional funding for that. So if nothing is changing about the level of need, then that part of the budget is set. But we do have money. This was the reserve that was mentioned earlier, is to identify, when we identify student needs that aren't able to be met, new student needs that aren't able to be met in the existing school or program, right? Then we have money in reserve to hire more teachers or paraprofessionals or other staff to support those needs.
Okay, I just close with one comment. Thank you, Chair. We heard from in the capital budget hearing that if schools are going to be closed, it's going to be maybe announced in May, but that those schools won't be closed for another full school year, so families will have a chance to, prepare.
Correct.
And so that was an answer that I like to hear, and I'm glad you're
Absolutely.
Supporting that, because I thank you.
Thank you, Council Weber. A lot of questions around inclusion. My question is, how would BPS measure success for inclusion plans, and how would you guys track it and communicate, your success or where we need to improve? How will you guys communicate that out? So measure and then.
Sure. So I think ultimately it goes back to IEP goals with the students, and if they're making those goals, same with language goals for our multilingual learners, if those are being achieved at the student level, then we know that we're doing something right. I think where we find that there may be situations, and the reason we've allotted the reserve is because there might be students who come in or their needs change, and that wasn't able to be considered at the time the IPT put its plan forward. That's why we're holding those additional resources to add back in. But this really is about students from the beginning to the end, and whether or not our special education students and multilingual learners have the choices, and most importantly are making the academic progress that their counterparts are.
And
may I also add, I really think it's also important when we talk about that continuum of services, then clearly as we look at building our design for service options for our students, we want to build that capacity for our continuum services. And how are we going to measure that metrics? We're going to measure the metrics because we're going to look at our decrease of students, Black, Brown, and Latinx students, being placed in the most restrictive settings. So we're hoping that through our interventions, through multi-tier systems of support, and also through our investments, that we're going to look at providing services to keep our students as close to general education as possible. But the IEP team makes that determination, but we're going to be looking at our reduction of placing kids into the most restrictive setting. But once again, that is an IEP team decision.
And through the lens for multilingual learners, I think of student success being increased ELD levels through access, progress monitoring through MAP scores for students, attendance. If kids are happy, they're coming to school. Yep. Early college access, especially for our secondary students, and climate surveys. The kids from grades 3 and up are going to tell us how they feel.
Awesome. And how will we report this out?
Oh, we'll be reporting this annually, right, as part of school committee. We'll also give written reports to the council or present, whichever you prefer.
Awesome. How are we making our classrooms that are staying separate more inclusive? Are we bringing them in with general education students for lunch, recess, or
We're currently doing that now. There are opportunities for some of our kids, and then, once again, that's done through the IEP process, where some of our students may start their day in a learning center in a gen ed classroom. Some of our students may be also going to electives like art, music, gym with their peers to be more inclusive. So that's really the culture and climate of the school, but it's also our obligation in terms of working with school-based teams to make sure that our students have as much access with their peers as possible.
And I'm a big advocate for expanding the Learning Day. So how are we connecting our students with who need special education supports with outside tutoring that go beyond the school day?
Right, so I think this is exciting, and this is part of kind of our hub model in general, is really trying to look at how partners at nonprofit, can be for-profit, but community-based, are able to sort of help vacation times, evenings, after school. We have all kinds of mentoring, tutoring programs going on, but we're using the hub schools as sort of the model by which identifying with the community what they would like. So when the community says, we want lots of opportunities for that after-school period of time, then we're in these areas, then we're working to bring those in. So there's lots of active conversations with the business community, with our nonprofits and partners. We had a Zoom it had probably about 400 partners on it last month that are just eager and wanting to come into BPS.
And I do have a few questions for Director McSwain. But also, next year, one of the requests from the council was to have a budget book on BPS. Can we
Yes.
see that next year?
Yes,
Awesome.
for sure. Heard.
Great question. And as Director McSwain comes down, for children on IEPs who might be navigating a new school placement, what more can we do to support those families?
So this would be like a choice. I mean, you can speak from the IEP team side, right, and the supports that are in there with the coast, but I think any student that's coming into a new school setting, our family liaisons, the grade level teacher, it's an all around, right, to help that student feel like, hey, this is my new school, here's the resources that are here, and a sense of belonging.
And I'd also add, working closely with our Welcome Center and our Family Engagement Center, I see that there's so many initiatives and wraparound services that they have provided to our community and to our families to help them to navigate that process. And as I said before, we've really worked closely with that center and also with the family liaisons to make sure that we've provided the necessary support and trainings to help them understand what they can do to also help to guide families, but also to support them along the process as well.
Awesome. And then for universal pre-K, how are we servicing special education students? And if they're not inside of a BPS program, how are we getting them the services that they need?
Sure. Counselor, I actually also want to introduce to you Tiara Dias, who is the Universal Pre-K Director, and she's also serving as the interim Director of the Office of Early Childhood at Boston Public Schools. So we're going to tag team on the answers.
Tag team it. All right.
So let's start with your question about special education. So right now, there's a number of ways that we serve young people who have an IEP in our UPK classrooms in the community-based setting. So one is they came in with an IEP. Maybe they came in at 4, they had one at 3, they've left a BPS school, they've come in from a different district. And we're able to serve them in our community-based sites for speech, OT, PT, and some behavioral health services. Tiara and her team have actually been working on expanding that to doing some pre-academic minutes, but we haven't yet implemented that. So that's young people who come in to BPS and into our community-based settings already in an IEP. And I'm going to let Tiara talk about the process for identifying young people if they start in a community-based setting and then move onto an IEP.
Yeah, so if they start, the goal is to try and keep them in the setting if possible. And so we follow the BPS procedures to have the observations, the child find, and in an ideal situation, as mentioned, speech, OT, behavior health, we try and keep them in their center-based location.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And this is, I guess, a question for both teams. We might have some mergers, which might leave some schools vacant. Are we exploring any sites where we can expand more UPK seats?
Yes, always. One of our fastest growing populations are K0 students who need early intervention or a substantially separate setting. So we need to look at every place we possibly can because we're not going to be able to bring anything like newer buildings online quick enough for the rate of the population that's growing.
Anything from?
About expansion?
Yeah.
It's a lot of pandemic delay.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And when we're exploring sites, just want to advocate District 4. We have a lot of schools, but also a lot of demand.
Yeah.
With that said, we'll go to public testimony. I know Superintendent Skipper, you have to leave. Thank you for being with us.
Thank
I
you.
know
Thank
you'll
you to all the counselors for your
Yes, I know you'll
questions.
be
Appreciate
back
it.
on May 23rd, right?
Yes, whenever you tell me I'm back, yes.
All right. Thank you. Awesome. We'll now move forward with public testimony. When your name is called, please come down to one of the two podiums and state your name, neighborhood, and/or organization and affiliation. Please speak into the microphone and please keep your comments to 3 minutes. Denise Carballo?
Caravaggio.
Yeah, you're gonna get that. Caravaggio. Yeah. Ain't gonna work right
Okay. Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Yasmir Lorenzo. Soy residente de South End.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Yasmir Lorenzo, and I'm a resident of South End.
Como madre con una condición en tiempos pasados, tuve mi IEP con la condición de retención de aprendizaje. Obtuve 136 terapias ocupacionales en la Oficina de Educación Especial y la Administración de Rehabilitación Vocacional en Puerto Rico.
As a mother with a disability in the past, I had my IEP with the condition of learning retention, that lack of retention and learning. I had 136 occupational therapy in the Office of Special Education and also in the Administration and Rehabilitation Vocational School in Puerto Rico.
Habiendo cogido esas terapias, me fui superando poco a poco por medio de mis estudios y la ayuda de mi madre, que siempre estuvo al pendiente de mí. Hoy en día soy quien soy gracias a ella.
So, being able to receive all of those kinds of therapies, I was able to overcome little by little all of those disabilities barriers. And I was able to continue with my studies and also with the help of my mother, who was always there for me. And I am who I am right now thanks to her.
Por eso estoy aquí, para poner en alto mi voz, por historias como la mía, quien les habla. Pude continuar estudiando porque tuve una intervención temprana y ayuda apropiada. Por eso quiero pedirles a ustedes, ya que ustedes son los concejales, que nos representen, que presionen al distrito educativo para que los estudiantes con altas necesidades especiales tengan mejores programas.
And that is why I'm here today. I'm here to raise my voice. Because there are stories like mine who they cannot speak. But I was able to continue with my studies because I was able to receive early intervention and the appropriate support. And that's why I'm here. I'm asking all of you, city council members who represent us, I'm asking you to put pressure to the education district so that they can provide everything that the students need, the special education students, they need to receive these appropriate services.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you.
Yep.
Sonia Medina.
Dijo Sonia Medina. Oh, yeah, hi.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yajaira, vivo en South End y mi hija estudia en la Escuela Pública de Boston. Estoy aquí hoy levantando mi voz por los padres que no pueden asistir.
Good afternoon. My name is Yahaira Rivera. I live in South End. I have a daughter who goes to the Boston Public School. I am here raising my voice on behalf of those parents who couldn't make it.
Queremos una mejor educación para los estudiantes multilingües y educación especial. Queremos maestros que sean bilingües y necesitamos más para profesional porque los salones de clase están sobrepoblados y la carga estudiantil es demasiada. El maestro tiene que hacer el trabajo de 2 o más y necesitamos más presupuesto para así obtener más y mejores recursos para el proceso de planificación.
We want what's best for multilingual learners, for special need education. We want more bilingual teachers. We want more paraprofessionals. We want more paraprofessionals in the classrooms because there's so many students. They're overworked, and there's a lot of students and a lot of demand of the students. The teacher has to do double the work, has to be like two jobs, because we need more money. We need more money in the budget so that we can provide those resources in the process of the planification. They said that IEP, how do you call it? The team implementation, the plan. So we need more help for that process.
Queremos que cuando apruebe este presupuesto, los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés esté presente en sus mentes y necesitamos que lo tomen en cuenta. Muchas gracias.
So when you approve this budget, I want you to please keep in mind the English language learner students. I want you all to have them in your minds because we want you to take them into account. Thank you.
Thank you. Yasmir Lorenzo. Oh, okay. Okay. Hortensia Calderon.
Buenas tardes. Aquí. Voy a leer un mensaje de una madre, su nombre es Sonia Medina.
I'm going to read a message about a mother. Her name is Sonia Medina.
Ella no pudo estar presente porque se le presentó una emergencia médica con su hijo.
She couldn't be here because she had an emergency with her son.
Pero ella no quería perder la oportunidad de expresar su opinión.
But she didn't want to miss this opportunity to express her opinion.
Soy madre mentora. Estoy en la escuela Orchard Gardens.
I'm a parent mentor and I'm the Orchard Gardens School.
Estoy aquí para pedir su atención, ya que necesitamos más fondos para que nuestros estudiantes multilingües no se alejen más de sus idiomas nativos.
So I am here to ask for more budget. Está aquí arriba, en mis ojos. So I am here to ask for your attention that we need more funds for our multilingual learners. So these multilingual learners cannot forget their native language.
Como madre, quiero apelar a la sensibilidad
ya que en mi voluntariado, mi tiempo en un salón dentro de la escuela de mi hijo, y estoy viendo que una aula tiene 25 estudiantes.
As a mother, I want to appeal to ask you to be sensitive because I am a volunteer. I am given my time. I'm volunteering in a classroom in my son's school. And what I'm seeing a classroom that has 25 students.
Y en esa clase tienen varios niños que acaban de llegar de diferentes países. Es algo preocupante cuando esos niños no entienden lo que la maestra está diciendo.
And what I'm seeing in that classroom is I'm seeing many students that are recent arrivals coming from different countries. And this is something very concerning, that those kids, they cannot understand what the teacher is telling them.
En diciembre 11, 2023, yo tuve una experiencia que me llenó de mucha tristeza y frustración cuando estaba donde los niños estaban tomando el examen MAP y viendo algunos estudiantes que no sabían lo que estaban haciendo y no pudieron hacer nada, no pudieron completar el examen.
On December 11th, 2023, I had an experience that filled me with so much sadness and frustration when I saw the students were taking the MAP exam or the MAP test, and I saw some of the students, they didn't know what they were doing. They were not able to complete this test.
Ver las caritas de esos niños frente a una computadora queriendo lograr su objetivo, no poder hacerlo, y lo más lamentable es que la maestra quiere hacer su trabajo pero nada más habla inglés y tiene en su clase niños de diferentes idiomas.
Just to see in the little faces of those kids, to be in front of a computer, trying to achieve their goals, but they couldn't do anything. It was very unfortunate that also the teacher wanted to do her job, but she couldn't do anything because she only spoke English.
Necesitamos más maestros bilingües.
And the kids in that classroom speak different languages, and we need more bilingual teachers.
Esa no es la educación que queremos para nuestros hijos y el futuro de nuestros estudiantes. Necesitamos que sean tomados en cuenta. En sus manos está aprobar presupuesto justo para darles mejores oportunidades. No los olviden.
This is not the education that we want for our kids, for the future of our students. We need you to take this into account. It is in your hands to approve this budget, to approve this just and fair budget, to give better opportunity to our students. Don't forget them.
Gracias.
Thank you. Johnny McInnes. Right here.
Hold on, one more.
Yeah, Johnny. Sorry.
Después de.
Good afternoon, Chair Worrell, Pepin, and members of the Boston City Council. My name is Johnny McInnes. I am the political director for the Boston Teachers Union. I am here representing educators in the Boston Teachers Union who have shared their concerns about this BPS budget and how it will adequately fund inclusive education, special education, and services for multilingual learners. The BTU believes in inclusion done right, which means fighting for fully supported and funded inclusive classrooms, the services our students deserve, and putting an end to a single teacher having to do the job of 2 or more educators at once. which deprives students with disabilities and multilingual learners of the additional specialized support they need and deserve. Our educators have shared a few things, and these are quotes from them. Even when our inclusion planning team presented all the service minutes per grade that are already in students' IEPs, we were still not funded for the special education services needed that exist. Another individual, next year, my class is moving to an inclusion model, and I was told my students on IEPs will be supported by a licensed special education teacher who will split their time between my class and another class. When they are not supporting my class, I will be alone, but I am not currently licensed in special education. One more, I am interested in whether my school will move to a transitional bilingual dual language model, and knowing more about the timeline and organizational aspects of the shift. To do it right, we must have systems, materials, and training in place with the dedicated leadership necessary. Today, we ask the council to, 1, ensure that this budget will provide students with services they deserve without relying on a single teacher to do the job of a special education, ESL, and general education teacher alone. We know of no other district in the nation that does this. Second, ensure that this budget will increase opportunities for students with disabilities to learn alongside their general education peers. Third, ensure that this budget will provide our multilingual learners with the sheltered instruction and bilingual education opportunities they deserve. And last, ensure that this budget creates a more inclusive district without sacrificing the integrity of the teaching profession and our students' futures. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnny. Glennis Moya.
They changed the order of names, but same number.
Muy buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Hortensia Calderón. Vivo en Roxbury y soy parte del equipo del programa de Padres Mentores de San Stevens. Mi nombre es Hortensia Calderón. Vivo en Roxbury. Tengo 2 nietas que asisten a la escuela Hurley. Mis nietas han tenido mucha suerte de estar en una escuela como la Hurley, ya que es una de las pocas escuelas bilingües que hay en el distrito educativo. Mis nietas hablan y escriben perfectamente el inglés y el español. El ejemplo de esta escuela debe de servir de modelo inspirador para que el distrito educativo de Boston promueva la contratación de más maestros bilingües.
Good afternoon, City Councilors. I'm part of the Parent Mentor Program at St. Stephen's Youth Program. My name is Hortensia Calderon. I live in Roxbury. I have 2 grandkids that goes to the Hurley School. My granddaughters have been so lucky to be able to attend a school like the Hurley, because the Hurley is one of the few bilingual schools that the district has. My granddaughters speak and they write very well in English and Spanish. The example of that school should be seen, looked at as a model that can inspire, so that the district of Boston can promote the hiring of more bilingual teachers.
Sin embargo, en la escuela Hurley, que ha sido considerada una escuela modelo, es triste lo que está pasando en estos momentos. Están poniendo a nuestra principal y al gobierno de la escuela en una situación muy difícil, porque con el recorte presupuestario que está recibiendo, se están viendo obligados a tomar decisiones difíciles como recortar posiciones de maestros y paraprofesionales bilingües.
However, the Hurley School has been seen as a model school, but sadly, what's happening right now is that they're putting our principal and the governing board in a very difficult situation because they have to make cuts in their budget and they can't hire more bilingual teachers and paraprofessionals.
Quiero pedirles que intercedan para que, por favor, la escuela tenga un presupuesto justo, ya que por ser una escuela con lenguaje dual, demanda tener más maestros bilingües y paradójicamente los están perdiendo por falta de recursos económicos. Muchas gracias por la oportunidad.
I want to ask the members of the council to please to intervene and to think about to make just a fair budget, because this is a dual language school, which means it demands to have more bilingual teachers. But paradoxically, what's happened right now is that a lot of bilingual teachers are being lost for the lack of funds. Thank you very much for this opportunity to express myself.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, John?
Excuse me.
One more.
One more? Okay, go ahead.
El de Denise Caraballo. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Sujei Rondón, soy organizadora de familias de San Steven y estoy leyendo un testimonio en nombre de Denise Caraballo, que estaba aquí y se tuvo que marchar a recoger su hijo.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Suhei. I'm a parent organizer with the St. Stephen's Youth Program, and I am going to read a testimony of Denise, a parent who was here, but she had to leave to pick up her kid.
Aquí está. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Denise Caraballo. Vivo en Roxbury, tengo 2 hijos que asisten a las escuelas públicas de Boston. Gracias por la oportunidad.
Good afternoon. My name is Denise Caraballo. I live in Roxbury. I have 2 kids who attend BPS. Thank you for this opportunity.
Vengo a abogar por uno de mis hijos que está en Blaston School, donde en menos de 6 meses ya ha tenido 3 maestros. Ahora mismo el salón lo dirige un paraprofesional, señor Navarro, que gracias a él, que es bilingüe, he podido estar vinculada en todo lo que pasa con mi hijo. Pero cada vez que hay una evaluación, él no está autorizado para brindar algunas informaciones o planes a futuro.
So I'm here today to advocate for my kids. One of them is at the Blackstone School, where in less than 6 months, my kid has had 3 different teachers. And right now, the one who is in charge of the classroom is a paraprofessional, Mr. Navarro. And thanks to him, he is bilingual. I've been able to be more involved on what's going on with my son's education. But every time there is an evaluation, this paraprofessional is not authorized to provide some information or plans about my son's future.
Estoy aquí ya que están coordinando y estableciendo el presupuesto de Boston Public School. Me gustaría que presionen al distrito educativo para que involucren a las familias en saber los programas que hay en las escuelas para los estudiantes multilingües. ¿Cuáles ventajas y desventajas de cada programa hay? ¿Qué está haciendo Boston Public School para que esta falta de maestro y estos cambios en los salones
no afecte a nuestros estudiantes, especialmente a los que tienen un Individual Education Plan, que son niños con necesidades especiales, que cada escuela tenga el staff necesario para cumplir con las necesidades de cada estudiante.
I am here because I know that they're coordinating in how to create the budget for BPS. And I would like to ask the City Council to put pressure on the district, on the educational district, so that the district can involve the families about and inform them about the programs that they exist in the schools, especially for multilingual students, such as what are the advantages, disadvantages of each program. What is BPS doing about the lack of teachers and the different changes that happen in the different classrooms? And that affects students, especially students with an IEP, which these are kids with special needs. And that we want schools to have the necessary staff to comply with the needs of each student.
Como autoridades competentes, ayuden a las familias a tener un presupuesto que ayude a un mejor rendimiento académico, emocional y social de los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés y aprendices del idioma inglés con disabilidades. Muchas gracias.
As competent representatives of the authority, please help families to have a budget that can improve the outcome, the academic outcome of the students, the emotional and social learning development of each student, especially the English language learners and English language learners with disabilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now we'll go to John Mandel. John? Mud. Yeah, Mud.
Mr. Chair, members, my name is John Mudd. I'm a longtime education advocate in Boston. And some of you know that I was a member of the ELL task force of the school committee who resigned in protest over BPS's failed approach to the education of multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities. By the standard measures, BPS has been failing these students for years. Over 90% of English learners and over 90% of English learners with disabilities have failed to pass MCAS tests in English language arts and math. Large portions of English learning students have not met their learning goals under the access tests. There was a fundamental difference between the approach of the researchers, advocates, and educators on the ELL task force and what BPS is proposing. We believe that it is critically important to build on the foundation of native language in the instruction of multilingual learners as a better way to learn academic English, as the basis for becoming bilingual and biliterate for those who want to achieve that goal, and as a fundamental way to show respect for the identities and cultures of multilingual students. The research, the evidence, and the data support this approach. Despite this, BPS is implementing English immersion in general education classes with ESL support. And let's be clear, ESL support is not instruction in native language. In fact, the research shows that many programs that use native language in instruction, from early or late exit transitional bilingual education, various ways of doing dual language programs, have better outcomes than English immersion with ESL support. Sadly, I think, the BPS English immersion ship has sailed. I don't think you'll be able to turn it around completely, but you can insist on delay until you get answers to critical questions. What is actually the evidence that English immersion proposed under the BPS inclusion plan will benefit these multilingual learners and multilingual learners with disabilities? Before a BPS has delayed implementation to just K1, K2 students this year, or next year, excuse me. But before BPS authorizes the expansion of the plan to other grades, BPS needs to give you and all of us an updated report on the results of the MCAS and Access tests for this coming year, or the year that has just passed, and the reports on those test results this coming fall. And I would recommend that your committees on education and committees on accountability schedule a hearing to hear those results, and if the results are not positive, then let's all rethink where we go. I've given you all copies of the testimony. There are critical issues, as the parents have pointed out, in expanding bilingual teachers. And what are the targets? What are we going to do? We report on diversity by race and ethnicity, but we need to report on diversity of language in the Boston Public Schools and expand that approach. Thank you very much for indulging me.
Thank you, John, and sorry about getting your last name wrong.
Listen, lots of people can't believe that I have that last name. Mud isn't too common. Thank you again, sir.
Thank you. Now we'll go to virtual testimony. Starting with Roseanne Tung.
Hello. I'm one of the 9 BPS English Learner Task Force members who resigned last fall. Since then, we've joined forces with the Teachers Union and community organizers to form the Multilingual Learners Alliance, and it is in this capacity that I testify today. My comments reflect my research expertise and my experience as someone who lost my first language. First, I want to share 4 undisputed, long-standing facts about multilingual learning. Being bilingual is good for the brain. The more home language used in the classroom, the better the outcomes. ELs who reach fluency outperform those who were never ELs. And the 2017 Look Act allows BPS to bring back bilingual programs that develop home language and use it for instruction, and to add English, but only 7% of multilingual learners are currently enrolled in them. We need to replace regressive policies like English only and leaving multilingual learners in sink or swim situations with ones that respect Bostonians, who bring cultural and linguistic wealth to our communities. My 2 main points today are: ask families what they want, and provide additive language programs that support biliteracy. First, the BPS budget should reflect authentic family and educator engagement. Families and teachers should understand the 4 undisputed facts. They should know that learning English does not mean you have to lose home language. Then, when presented with what language programs exist and work best, families should get to choose which ones they want in BPS schools. My second point is, given BPS's stated goal of biliteracy, the budget should reflect more additive program options at each grade level. The biggest bottleneck for bilingual programs is staffing. It would be a win-win in terms of cultural and linguistic responsiveness to develop future educators from our communities for our schools through pipeline programs and bilingual endorsement pathways that work. Let me end with the habit of putting ourselves in the shoes of others. If any one of us moved with our school-aged child to, let's say, Norway, I'm hoping none of you speak Norwegian, what would we want in terms of schooling for them? Besides learning Norwegian, would we want our child to also continue to improve their English? Would we want our child to be able to communicate with relatives when we visited Boston in the summers? Would we at least want that choice? I'll just close with an offer to meet with any of you so that we can have a true dialogue about what evidence-based policies and programs that build on the assets of our residents rather than take them away. Thank you.
Thank you, Roseanne. Jakira Rogers.
Good afternoon. My name is Jakira Rogers, and I am an East Boston resident. Additionally, I am a member of Boston Education Justice Alliance and committed to advancing educational equity. Students with disabilities are entitled to receive a free and appropriate education, and this budget process must include equitable investments to meet the individual needs of all students. This budget process must acknowledge and affirm the intersecting identities and needs of all students with disabilities. This process must advance system-wide efforts that celebrate and honor neurodiversity in BPS so that every BPS school and every BPS classroom is equipped to meet the individual needs of all students with disabilities. Disabilities cannot be ignored to balance the budget. Equitable inclusion cannot happen if there is an absence of investment in our young people with disabilities who can and will thrive if offered high-quality services and support that are tailored to meet their needs. All students deserve access to the least restrictive education setting. Both historically and presently, Black and Brown students have been overrepresented in substantially separate learning environments. Not only does this budget need to address educational segregation, the district must meet the needs of these students who have experienced the most disinvestment. This budget must be rooted in equity, repairing harm, and meeting needs. This budget must strategically address the lack of educational access that Black and Brown students have. It must address the various ways that Black and Brown students with disabilities are excluded and pushed away from their education. Simply placing students in general education settings is not enough. How is this budget going to address the exclusionary practices, prejudice, and that exclude these students in the first place? What is the investment in addressing education equities and disparities that exist today for Black and Brown students that are rooted in racism and anti-Blackness? What professional development and what does professional development and unlearning look like to dismantle the racial disparities seen within the district? Through the inclusive education plan, the student makeup of classrooms will look different. How does the budget ensure that these students with disabilities are psychologically safe and the budget process can be an opportunity to reimagine what access and opportunity looks like for students with disabilities. Additionally, this process can work to address longstanding systemic issues that have led to the achievement gap and education disparities that exist in BPS today. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll go to the additional testimony. We have a few recorded videos that will be played now.
Buenas tardes, soy Paula Ortiz, vivo en Dorchester. Mis hijos estudiaron en BPS.
Good afternoon, my name is Paula Ortiz and I live in Dorchester. My children studied at BPS.
El día de hoy vengo a abogar por la escuela de mi sobrino JC Gómez.
Today I'm here to advocate for the school of my nephew, JC Gomez.
Ya que mi hermana se siente muy contenta con la educación que está recibiendo en la escuela bilingüe Rafael Hernández.
Because my sister feels very good about the education, the bilingual education that he is receiving at the Hernández School.
Porque mi sobrino mantiene una buena y efectiva comunicación con nosotras las familias.
Because my nephew has a good communication with us, his family,
que no hablan inglés.
that don't speak English.
Pero el año que viene cortarán posiciones en esta magnífica escuela.
But next year, they're cutting positions in this magnificent school.
Hoy que están hablando del presupuesto,
And today, since you're talking about the budget,
estoy aquí para pedir que por favor, al aprobar el presupuesto, piensen en los beneficios de esta escuela.
and I'm here today to ask you that as you are approving this budget, think about the benefits for this incredible school.
Que tiene programa de doble lenguaje y colaboren todo, que no pierdan dinero y mucho menos posiciones.
That has this incredible dual language program and support for all. So please don't cut the money or the positions.
El presupuesto de la escuela pública de Boston está ahora en sus manos.
The Boston Public Schools budget is now in your hands.
Quiero pedirle que al aprobar no se olviden de los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés.
And I want to ask you that as you approve it, please don't forget about the multilingual learner students.
Y aprendices de inglés con discapacidades, ellos necesitan de su apoyo.
And the multilingual learners with disabilities. They need your
Gracias.
support.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Simel Rodríguez y soy una inmigrante de República Dominicana.
Good afternoon. My name is Simel Rodriguez, and I am an immigrant from the Dominican Republic.
Trabajo en un salón de inclusión en una de las escuelas de BPS en primer grado.
I work in an inclusion classroom at one of the Boston Public Schools in the first grade.
Me encuentro aquí como madre abogando para solicitar más apoyo para los estudiantes aprendices del idioma inglés.
I am here as a mother advocating for more support for students who are English language learners.
Esto se logra con un presupuesto justo.
This can be accomplished through a fair budget.
Nuestra escuela, como tantas escuelas en Boston, se está viendo afectada por la falta de personal y falta de recursos.
Our school, like so many schools in Boston, is being affected by a lack of staffing and a lack of resources.
La tasa más baja de graduación es de los estudiantes multilingües.
The lowest graduation rate is that of multilingual students.
Ustedes tienen el poder para poder cambiar esto.
You have the power to change this.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Yolanda Ceballos, República Dominicana.
Good afternoon. My name is Yolanda Ceballos from Dominican Republic, and I am
Estoy representando a mis nietos. Estoy aquí.
I'm representing my grandchildren. I am here today
Testificando que el presupuesto
giving testimony that the budget
de Boston Public School
for Boston Public Schools
tome en cuenta
needs to take into account
a los estudiantes
our students
multilingües,
who are multilingual,
que son más de 40%.
who make up more than 40%
Estudiantes en Boston
of students in Boston,
y necesitan más consideración
and they need to be given more consideration
y mejores recursos.
and better resources.
Gracias.
Thank you.
My name is Carla Cardoza. I am a parent at Roger Clapp School. As a parent, we need to be involved in the decision making in how Title I money is spent. We also need to know what is happening with the unspent money of the Title I budget. Why is that money's not being sent? Title I should be spent for multilingual learning needs, staff, and service.
My name is Ikram. I have student in public school. I'm so happy to give my testimony today. I will talk about my experience like a mom who has IEP student. All students who has IEP need support like emotional support to avoid any problems with their personality. That's why I'm here to tell you that when approving their budget for Boston Public Schools, you need to remember our special education students. They need more attention, better program. Thank you.
Hi, my name is April McCall. I'm a parent at Roger Clapp Elementary School, and I feel we need to have a conversation on what programs are in our schools, and we should be able to make the information and decisions and weigh the pros and cons of each option. We ask that the BPS develop a school by school process that engages families and educations to understand the benefits of bilingual and create a program based on the needs and best interest of the families. Thank you.
Good afternoon, City Council. My name is Jessica Stasio. As a parent of a BPS student, I am a behavior supporting parent on the multilingual plan learner program, so that they use to allocate budget according and accurately in the native language of our children, implement them as a teacher in the first years of elementary school, as well as for students who have immigrated to this country for the first time and are faced with the reality of learning a new language like is English. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Elsa Cruz. I'm parent mentor in Orchard Garden School. I do my support the multilingual learn program because when I come from Cape Verde 2 years ago, my daughter had a problem interacting in her classroom. She didn't speak English and her teacher only spoke in English. She didn't have any support. So I support family with the same problem. I ask for your attention and to take into account these cases that have been happening in order to reduce cases of frustration our students. Thank you for opportunity.
I want to thank everyone who came to testify. I think we just had a hat trick. We had in person, recorded, and also written testimony. And that it's encouraging and makes me excited and happy. So thank you for everyone who submitted testimony, wrote in, or showed up today. I'll now like to turn it back over to my colleagues for another round of questioning. We'll probably have another 2 hours, so hopefully those... I'm
oh boy, my wife might actually kill me if that's true.
So Vice Chair Pepin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Y antes de comenzar con mi pregunta, le quiero dar las gracias a ustedes por estar aquí hoy porque me llena de orgullo escuchar sus voces. No es todos los días que tengo voces latinas, dominicanas específicamente. Aquí en el concilio me recuerda mucho de mi mamá cuando estaba batallando por mí en la Hurley School. So, Hortensia, te escucho, a las otras mamás y a las tías, a la abuela, te escucho y estoy aquí para batallar por ustedes. So, gracias por estar aquí. So I just recognize the fact, I love getting the fact that we have Spanish speakers here. I don't always get that in the council chamber, so just wanted to thank them for that. I believe it was Councilor Anderson that brought up the question about data and how do we just keep data of the IEP students and their needs and how can we better serve them. And it made me think about the disconnect that exists between the healthcare system and our schools in general. Has BPS considered the idea of partnering with our local hospitals, thinking specifically BMC, who have a lot of community health workers and social workers who are already doing a lot of outreach to the families and understanding the exact needs each family have. I understand that there may be obstacles such as FERPA and HIPAA that we have to work around with the state to make sure that we are in accordance with that. But there's currently 6 states, Massachusetts not being one of them, that are currently using the INCK model, the Integrated Care for Kids model, where there is a health system that has integrated school and health records for all kids, which has led for the public school system of those 6 states to just have a broader understanding of the exact needs of each of their students. Have we explored that idea or anything similar to that?
I don't think we're quite the right people to answer that question for you, but we'll take it back and certainly get you an answer.
Absolutely. What I'll do is I'll give it to the chair and
that would be great.
Hopefully get a question for you all.
For sure.
And then my final question is, how does this budget reduce the overrepresentation of VPS students in substantially separate classrooms and increase inclusive opportunities, specifically for Black and Latino male students and English learners?
Do you want to take that? Well, I'll start with multilingual learners. I think the approach that we're taking with this inclusive ed is really intentional in terms of providing services for students. And I think with my department really thinking of how we can branch out more native language access for students across the district, I think it's really gonna create better outcomes, more successful outcomes for our students, because when we look at the data of where we are, especially for our secondary students, it's not where our families intended their children to be, right? So I was talking about that parent earlier that came in and their number one concern is education for their children, and they want to see their students have joy, access to native language support. They want their child to graduate. They want their child to have as many opportunities as their monolingual peers, as in early college access, AP courses. So those are the things that I think my department and this inclusive ed plan is really ensuring that there's more access for the students across the district, because before and traditionally when we look at the data, it wasn't really existing for our students.
And I would briefly add, I think that what's really impactful is the fact that we're leveraging our resources. There's so many resources and services in BPS, from our strand specialists to our inclusion coaches to our MTSS coordinators. And I think what this plan's going to do is going to leverage those resources so that we can work strategically to meet the needs of all of our students. And also in terms of making sure that as we do that, that we build capacity and relationships with our families moving forward.
Thank you so much for that.
You're welcome.
With that, I don't have any further questions, so I'll yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Now we'll go to Councilor Fitzgerald. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. As you guys have gone through this, the going into the inclusion model and identifying ways that we help this transition occur, what are some of the secondary or tertiary effects that we should keep an eye on, that you guys must have identified, hey, it's not all great news, right? As we go forward, here are the potential hurdles that we can have. Have you guys identified anything like that? And can you educate us on what some of those might be? I typically ask departments to sort of, just be honest with us in terms of what we see as the hurdles ahead, and so that we can be ready to either help in any way that a counselor can, right? And as a body to support mitigating those impacts or potential future issues.
I think we talked about it here before. I think partnering with our families and our parents and our caretakers to really value the importance of attendance. When we look at one of those drivers, if our kids aren't in school and if we're not motivating, engaging them and working in partnership with our families to get them to school, that's going to be a huge, huge challenge for all districts. So I really just, as a community, just really instilling the importance of us working with our families to help and support them so that our attendance rate can improve, because we need to get our kids to school in order to reach and teach. The other factor is just working closely as a multidisciplinary cross-functional team to really make sure that we continue to build that coherence, so that we're working closely with our school leaders. And part of the levers of our quality school improvement plan is really looking at those levers in terms of attendance and also equitable literacy. So to me, those are the key factors: reading, literacy, language development for our students, and also being culturally responsive to diversity of our families are really some of the focus areas that we're working towards collectively to really develop those relationships and also commitment to our families and to our students.
Great. Thank you. Chair, no further questions.
Council President?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, for leading this and for honoring public testimony. And thank you. Everyone has left. I was going to use my little Spanish and say, Mrs. Vasquez. I guess I would, can I ask, this is the right panel and the right meeting to be asking about equitable services, correct? Given
For
that.
students with disabilities?
Yes.
Yes.
I have questions about what we're missing out on administratively when we are not, and to the district, when we're not being responsive to the needs of students with an IEP or with a learning disability within BPS and the right framework that then forces them to go out of district, or not forces them to go out of district, but let's say, you know, I know that there are certain time windows in which we must respond to a family's request for placement or assistance for IEP, and if that doesn't happen, if they find an out of district, either private school or another school district that can accommodate them, not only do we have to pay for that education that is sometimes upwards of $50,000 or however much a year, but we're also on the hook for transportation. And that is a department in BPS that I think has a lot of those inefficiencies for us when it comes to transportation, when it comes to how much we're spending on students. So I'm wondering if I could get an assessment from BPS about what we're doing to really restructure the Equitable Services Department to make sure that we aren't unnecessarily spending for students to be educated outside of BPS when we have the classrooms, the ability, and the wherewithal to teach students, not all students with disabilities, perhaps there are going to be other programs at other schools that are better models for them, but I know that there are a lot of students that are receiving services out of district that we could be teaching in district.
So I do know that as we look at our out-of-district and we look at the students that are placed out-of-district, that we started to analyze the level of needs of those students and what we need to do to build capacity to re-enter them back into BPS. There is the process, as you did mention, Chair, that parents do have a right through the Bureau of Special Education Appeals to reject IEPs. And we do have a process where we do work with our parents to validate the fact that we do have the services and the resources. And oftentimes it's typically most likely due to compliance and non-compliance.
Exactly, that's, yes, thank you for correct, yes.
Non-compliance as to why sometimes the decision is made for a family member to file a complaint against the district for not providing the services. So we recognize that as an area of priority for us, and we're really trying to work strategically to build capacity within our schools and also within our staff to make sure that we're monitoring the progress of our students, that we're ensuring that our students receive the services, and that we work with the school leaders and the school-based teams to be more proactive instead of being reactive, and as well as working with teaching and learning to look at what are the tiered interventions that our kids need and the mental health support that they need in order for them to meet with success.
Okay, I've never done this before. I have a bit of a trick question for you. So,
well, I'm gonna pass it to David.
No, it's for
Great.
you. It's
I'll
for
give
you.
a trick question. Thanks.
So, what are the questions? So, let's say we're meeting now, and we're meeting again on this in 6 months, or like, unfortunately, let's say next year. What are the questions that I should be asking you in 6 months' time or next year to make sure that we are actually trying to make good on this promise of getting better at meeting those needs of our students in-house and in district?
So that's a huge ask, right? And there's so many deliverables that we're looking at. I really think that if you're looking at just outcomes for students with disabilities, I think one of the parents and or one of the chairs had talked about outcomes, right? So we're looking at the MAP assessment for our students. We want to look at also child find. We want to look at how we're meeting the needs, and my colleagues talked about early intervention and early childhood services. We want to look at the needs that we're meeting the needs of those students and that we're servicing them, they're getting them placed, because we need to start with the beginning in mind. If we start
How about on the compliance end?
And in terms of compliance, then we want to make sure that our schools are in compliance, that we're having IEP meetings and we're meeting the timelines and the deadlines for those meetings. We also want to look at our data for least restrictive environment. We want to make sure that we are pushing inclusion, supporting inclusion, that our data reflects that shift, that we have increased capacity for our students to be placed in a more inclusive learning environment, and that we also we recognize that some of our kids still need more, right? So we want to do a comparison regarding what percentage of our kids now are inclusion classrooms, what are partial inclusion, and what are substantially separate classrooms. And also look at what percentage of our kids are out of district, and also I'd ask for you to consider not just that they're out of district, but what exactly are those disability categories of those students that are out of district that the district are not able to meet their needs within district. And we're looking at that now in terms of looking at post-secondary outcomes for some of those kids.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that answer, and
you're going to hold me accountable.
Oh, yes. I mean, not just you. I mean, I know it's not just you. I know it's the district. And also, this is, I think, the topic of another hearing, hopefully in 6 months, outside of the budget season, so that we can really talk about what we're doing here. And if we're using that office in the way that is, you know, I've heard about it from staff. I've heard about it from staff within the office. I've heard about it from parents who come to me when they can't find placement inside of BPS. And so I want to make sure that we're doing this right, because I also think that it's tied into the transportation conversations we're having earlier. So we'll talk about this more in 6 months. We'll file a hearing order, because I just want to make sure that we're getting this right, and I want to give space to the parents who have uplifted this as an issue for my office. I have a question, I think this is for Chief Gamea, about our SLIFE classrooms. It's been a really important part of my work to support and champion SLIFE classroom for students with limited or interrupted formal education, essentially for our new arrivals, a lot of whom are of Haitian descent. And, you know, we had a situation where at the Taylor School in Mattapan, which is the school that I went to, you had students traveling from Brighton and Alston who needed the SLIFE classrooms, I think, and they were of a Brazilian descent, but there were no SLIFE classrooms in Alston, Brighton. I think now we are, moving to, you know, last year I know that there was an addition of SLIFE classrooms, an addition of a social worker allocated to SLIFE classrooms, which I think was phenomenal. What progress are we making in SLIFE classrooms? What do you see is on the horizon, given what we're seeing at the Welcome Center and what we're seeing in terms of folks coming in, and how can we on the council better support?
Sure, thank you for that question. SLIFE is ever changing. A civil war somewhere can kind of affect our need for SLIFE. As we have our newly arrived students, especially for the secondary students, we're realizing that that interrupted education or instruction for the students has impacted them, and so there is a need for additional SLIFE classrooms. We've actually had, because of this influx of migrants, we've had to petition the state to increase some of the SLIFE classrooms. We're looking to see regionally where can we place SLIFE, additional SLIFE classrooms for secondary level or for students that are in grades 3 through 5. But one of the things that we noticed too, or we're looking at, are the trends of the language trends for students for SLIFE. So I know at the Taylor School, traditionally there were a lot of students of Haitian descent, and so both SLIFE classrooms were language specific for Haitian Creole. And then there was kind of like a lag of students matriculating, or the need for students in the SLIFE classroom, and so then it became a SLIFE Haitian Creole and multilingual program, but then now with the trends. So our office is really on top of looking at the trends and how we can support our students to provide that native language instruction for them there, working with schools, working with regional superintendents to kind of tailor towards the needs of our our migration patterns and the needs of the students. So yes, definitely in February when we had that big influx of students, there was definitely identification of SLIFE students. And so we've been kind of tailoring and altering the programs so that we can meet the needs of the students.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, do you have time for one short question?
Go ahead.
Okay. This is around UPK, and I see Senior Advisor McSwain here, and I see the handout, and I'm not sure if another colleague answered it, but where are we in terms of like what the demand is for UPK and what we're able to offer? What is the vision? And if you could just repeat for folks here, I don't know if it's greatschools.boston, but the one-stop shop website for UPK, early education, that was unveiled in Mattapan a few weeks ago. I think that would be helpful. And then I'll also say, while you're coming to the mic, my first year in budget with the BPS. With BPS, we were talking about how BPS is bad at comms because there are better things happening than we are talking about. That makes me happy as a Boston Public School graduate. And we talked about, and it was a joke, but it's one that I actually took very seriously, about branding with onesies, about you're welcoming someone's kid into UPK. I don't know if kids in UPK are wearing onesies anymore, but like that idea. And so I actually thought that it was like a brilliant idea to make BPS more attractive, because oftentimes there are more UPK seats available than parents actually recognize. So like the marketing around that. So those are my questions.
Okay, that was a lot of questions. If I forget as we go through, feel free to ask them again. And I think you might have stepped out of the room when I introduced Tiara Diaz, who is the director of UPK. She's also serving as the interim director of the Office of Early Childhood. So together we're gonna tag team your answers. So we, through UPK, have made a commitment to meet the needs of 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds in Boston. And we've begun each year. Over the past several years, we've added between 250 and 300 seats in UPK, both in our community-based classrooms, but also last year we added an additional 100 in Boston Public Schools for 3-year-olds. This year we added 250, and we're taking a look at all the changes you just heard that are taking place in inclusion, so expanding the opportunities for 3-year-olds to participate in BPS classrooms means there may be fewer seats for 4-year-olds. So we're looking at that this year at a neighborhood level as well as at a population level to see where the seats are that we might want to prioritize in the coming years. So this year, even though we've done 250, we're sort of taking a step back as the year goes to see what happens as we roll those out. Tiara, would you like to add
I would just add that we, about 50 of those seats are in family childcare. So in the last year, we've also expanded to add into family childcare. Your second question was about the enrollment platform and rebranding, right? And so I think the enrollment platform, which if you haven't had a chance to look at, is Great Starts. It allows both UPK center-based as well as non-UPK center-based families to enroll. The goal of this website is within this year, it will also be available for Boston Public School families. So they'll be able to register as well. And to your point, that's where a lot of the rebranding is going to happen. So love the onesies, but Countdown is killing it with the yellow t-shirts.
That is true.
Right. So we don't want to start a competition there, and really thinking through the ways that we rebrand to talk about this birth to 8 alignment in a much more cleaner way, which would include the yellow shirts. But you're right, universal pre-K and center base is rocking it, and we want to make sure the marketing includes that as well.
Part of the other thing that we did with Great Starts is you can do 3 things. One is you can find out what the different kinds of childcare are. As everyone has so beautifully demonstrated today in this room, not everybody's from Boston. Not everyone is from this country. And not everybody knows what family childcare is. So the first place that you go tells you what your options are, what those options might mean for you as a family. What are you looking for? What do you need for before care and after care? What language are you looking for? So it's really an opportunity for our providers to tell us more about themselves, to tell families more about themselves, so that people can begin to make the right match. If you start learning and then seeing what your options are when your child is born, and those options also include your neighborhood school, you begin to see what your BPS options will be as your child grows. And so putting it all in one place not only meets the needs of families to find everything, but it also meets our needs to begin to show families what's possible, what the next step for them might be, whether they're going from a 2-year-old to a 3-year-old, from a 4 to a 5, or, as Tiara said, ultimately from a 7th grader to an 8th grader. What are the options for me and my child and my family?
And Advisor McSween, you gave raw numbers for UPK availability and additions, but do you have percentages by demand and availability?
We can get that to you.
Okay, through the chair, I'd love to know those numbers. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. I almost said President. It's coming, it's coming.
That's right, it's all lined up.
It's next time, it's
We know
next
how it
time.
works here.
Next term. All right, so What's the matter? What's the matter with you? So, what happens with the FY25 BPS program funding is calling for 40% reduction in spending towards SPED and coverage paraprofessionals with the loss of 15 FTE positions. But the 2024 initial collective bargaining package calls for hiring more paras. It's one of their first priorities listed. Can you explain these cuts in the context of BTU calling for increased hiring? Anyone?
Sorry, my apologies. I'm just pulling that up.
So FY25 has a 40% reduction, specifically towards SPED coverage paraprofessionals.
Yeah, I'm not
Losing 15 FTEs.
I'm not totally sure where that's coming from. My apologies.
From the numbers.
Okay.
We can come back to it. I can ask our budget analyst to get us the exact number. Is that what you're looking for? You want to
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to figure out which. Yeah, that would be very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Nope, he was out. All right, Krishma, we're trying to figure out that there was a in FY25 BPS program funding is calling for 40% reduction in spending towards SPED coverage paraprofessionals, and that means a total loss of 15 FTEs. Trying to figure out, like, since 2024 initiative collective bargaining package was calling for hiring more paras, and
Okay.
you found it?
I found it.
Awesome.
Found it. One of the things I thought I found it, and now I feel like I didn't find it. I apologize. I might have to get you that answer tomorrow.
Okay.
But I will get it for you guys.
I guess, can you tell me what are the current minimum staff requirements for paraprofessionals in gen ed classes and potentially separate classes? And does this budget reflect the funding needed to meet those requirements?
Yes, the requirements are every K0, K1, K2 classroom, regardless of setting, have a paraprofessional. So special education, general education, bilingual, regardless of setting, has a paraprofessional. And then
So special and bilingual?
special, bilingual, and general ed. K0, K1, K2. Every classroom has a
Every
para.
classroom will have at least one para.
Yes.
So does that mean with this consolidation that you've crunched the numbers and now you need less, you need 15 less, or?
I don't think I think the 15 is coming from somewhere else, and I just need to double check and chase it down.
Okay.
We are seeing fewer paraprofessionals throughout the system overall, for sure. I'm just trying to nail down exactly which 15 these are so I can get you the specific answer on that. I will say, though, that we had a lot of paraprofessionals budgeted on ESSER, and we are losing a number of those positions as ESSER ends.
Okay.
Can I also interject to say that we also have a very significant high number of para vacancies as well.
Okay.
Which would offset.
Which would offset the reduction.
It doesn't speak to the factor of the number needed, though.
Yeah.
Say that you still had like 20 positions open.
Right.
It still doesn't speak to the fact of the
No,
need.
I definitely hear you, and what I can say for certain, because I was a part of the process, is every required paraprofessional position is budgeted on the general fund. So the reductions we're seeing are positions that are not required for minimum compliance. That being said, minimum compliance is not our goal, right? We're aiming for more than minimum compliance, but I can say for certainty that every paraprofessional position we're required to have, either by the BTU contract or state or federal law regulation, we do have budgeted.
What's minimum compliance?
So it's a paraprofessional in every K0, K1, K2 classroom, regardless of setting. A paraprofessional in every special education sub-separate classroom that has more than 8 students in it. Paraprofessional in every bilingual classroom that has more than 20 students in it. And one-to-one paraprofessional for every student who's required to have one under their IEP.
When you said you found it, what did you find?
I thought I had found exactly what that number 15 was coming from, but I don't fully understand what I'm seeing on my screen, so I just need to get you the specific answer on the 15 tomorrow.
No worries. Thank you so much. Just a follow-up, under the account detail for programs, departments, and accounts supporting special education, they're adding 117 FTEs for special education aides. I'm curious to know, given the various hiring concerns we've seen over the years with BPS, what's the plan to actually hire out these positions within the next fiscal year?
I really appreciate that question. So some of these, a chunk of these positions are positions that had historically been general education aides. And so the position is actually the same, and the same paraprofessional may be in it, but the position has been recoded from general education to special education as a part of our inclusive education rollout. So we don't actually need to hire more paras for those positions.
Right.
So that's a big part of what's going on. So
Priority now being on special.
exactly. And we think we'll be able to utilize our existing para pool to fill the majority of those positions.
Or ELL.
Same.
Okay, thank you. Just programmatic questions here. What happens, for example, if more parents opt in for inclusion, like if they're like, yeah, we want that, then you can hire capacity.
Yes.
What happens then?
If there's more.
If you can't hire fast enough, but now you have like an overwhelming of parents saying yes.
So in general, what we try and do is we very rarely see that universally across the system. So we might have to redeploy resources from one place in the system to the other. The other thing is we have a number of resources that are centrally funded to provide like coaching and support. And if we ever get to a place where we need more direct service than what we have, we will start to redeploy those people away from coaching to be direct service providers. I think that's happened once or twice in the 9 years I've been here. Quite often we're able to find capacity at other parts of the system to be able to redeploy to make it happen.
Understood. And same with the reverse, right? Say you don't hire until you need, right? So the reverse would be moved.
Yeah, the reverse is a trickier situation because we actually do try and hire if we end up with less demand than we think, right? We try and hire based on our projected demand. So we actually do hire before the families show up. And so what can happen and has happened at times is we will see a school hire for 2 classrooms and then there's only 15 kids on the first day of school. And the question there is, what do we do? So we'll have an individualized conversation with that school, looking at our demand data and say, okay, maybe what we'll do is we'll only open 1 classroom for the first day of school and we'll have the other teacher reassigned to other support duties in the building to support, because we think, eventually that classroom will open, or we think, there's more kids coming, so we're going to open both classrooms right away. Exactly what we do depends on the school, and we'll have a detailed conversation with them. That doesn't happen. Often it's not quite at the level that you can completely redeploy someone, though. It's just classrooms are less empty.
Single teachers not being qualified or certified for ELL or special ed. We heard one of the testimonies today from BTU saying that, is that ever a possibility? Is that a reality?
I'm sorry, I was trying to get the answer.
Single teacher classrooms where they're not actually, they're left alone without qualification, or without certifications, ELL or special ed, to handle a classroom and sometimes sharing paras or
So I would
paraprofessionals.
just, if I may respond, so I also want to kind of talk for a quick sec about your initial question too, as why it's so important that we're building out certain grades in terms of looking at staffing capacity and working towards the human capital based on the grades that we're rolling out. To address the first part of your question, in regards to going into classrooms where teachers do not have the license, and if the student is considered to be in an inclusion classroom, then it's our responsibility to make sure that we look at making sure that there's a staff member that has the license to provide the services. So as we talked about before, that means that there's a possibility that there could be a push and pull out, or using the resources from that school for a moderate special needs teacher who has the license to go into the general education classroom and to provide those services, and or move the student based on the level of need to a classroom that has more inclusive services, that has the seat capacity. So there's
Yikes.
those options, but
It's a lot of coordination. No wonder operationally you guys, this is a lot of money. Food contracts, thank you. Are we still contracting like other states for our meals?
So our main vended meals provider is City Fresh, the Boston-based.
Any others outside of state?
I mean, yes, there's some of our food comes out, not all of our food comes from in-state.
I guess the question, how are we doing with looking local?
So
local vendors?
Right now, about a little more than 10% of our food budget comes from New England grown and produced products. In addition to the vended meals provider being a Boston-based company, our goal is to procure about 30% of our food locally.
At least. Thank you. What about equipment current charges, other current, it's about 15.3 million. What is that? What is it for?
Equipment.
Other current or it's under equipment current charges. Because it says other, I don't know what that's for.
So equipment, you said about 15.8 million, is that right? 15.3.
A total of
let me look
external
online, sorry.
funds and,
Yep, I was looking just at general fund, that was the problem, I'll fix that. And also, just to go back, someone on my team got this really quickly, thank you, Athena. The reduction in 15 is a special ed coverage paraprofessionals was a mistake in our data entry for the tables, not what's actually happening. Those 15 positions are continuing for next year.
so what's other current?
Other current for equipment. The main thing, equipment, all funds.
Other current charges, yeah.
Other current charges. In the program budget?
Mm-hmm.
Sorry.
To workers' comp, reserve account, other
Yeah, so
current.
the other current is a variety of different smaller benefits that run across our union partners. So there's a housing trust fund for our custodians. There's, I have to pull the full list for you, but there's a variety of,
Oh, very interesting. Through the chair, could we get a list?
of everything in that category
The
for sure.
breakdown, please, thank you. I'm sure it's somewhere, but I don't have it.
It might not be in the materials provided to date, so we can certainly get it for you.
Thank you so much. Last question. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess ESOL supports the parents, super important, same concept about disability, children with IEP. Supports if I can't help my child with their homework in English or the proper language, then I don't know. How's Parent University doing, and what are the resources we're collaborating with to make sure that our parents know how to teach their child, assist their child with homework at home in their language or in English?
Sure. We've partnered with the Office of Community and Family Engagement. So especially with the influx of families that we've had in terms of keeping for activities for families, providing ESL classes for families at the shelter as a form for throughout the district at some schools and community centers. We're providing ESL classes for families as well. There's definitely a need because of the influx that we're not keeping up at the pace that it's needed, but that is definitely one of our priorities, to continue to ensure providing supports for families. So even during, like I said, at the shelters, we're providing it there and throughout the schools. So the family liaisons and the the school site councils are informing families of these opportunities. But we would love to be able to provide more for families as well. So we're not complacent or satisfied where we are.
My final comment, I'm not going anywhere. I want to hear my colleagues' questions, but I've always found it interesting because this is a new program in terms of going into shelters, and then there's this like need for capacity for ESOL, but schools are not a clinic, or you shouldn't be wholly like social worky type, right? However, because you talk about the whole child, then we are talking about this wraparound concept of working with the family. And if we don't have the resources to support our families, and our children are not set up for success. So I do want to talk to BPS about how we can create a larger network of ESOL classes, as well as what parent universities used to do, where they taught parents how to teach their kids homework in their language. And I do feel like beyond the need, because that doesn't address like all the people that's been waiting, right? The shelter thing is sort of newer. So I really appreciate your work. I think here today, your responses has been a testament of amazing professionals that are trying to bring this to another level. I really appreciate your work with Matterhunt. I did a lot of work there with clients, and appreciate you as well. If we got information, let's keep talking. Let's try to figure it out, and we're all trying. We all have the same goal, right?
Yes.
For the best of our children in Boston.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
I look forward to that partnership.
Likewise. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Fernandez-Anderson. Council Mejia, the floor is yours.
Yes. And I'm sure you can see that Councilor Anderson and I have the same energy. We start off strong and we're going to hold you down. But at the end of the day, I think it is important to recognize that for us, right, we have lived the realities that we're talking about here today. We're both moms, we're both immigrants, we're both English language learners. We're both hoping and praying, right, that under our leadership things will be different for those that we serve, right? So hope that you understand that the level of passion, and presentation, at least I'll speak for myself, comes from a place of frustration, because we know what it's like to sit in this chamber, and the only thing that changes are the characters that are in front of us, but the things for the people that we serve, it feels like it's molasses, drip, drip, right? And that's where the frustration comes from for me, especially because having worked in the education advocacy space, working with parents who were then knocking down those doors and trying to see change, it feels like, for me, a sense of responsibility and making sure that my time with you all is both getting things on the record, speaking for those who can't be here, and asking difficult questions. Because our job, in case people don't know the job description of the City Council, our job is to be the checks and balances to the administration. Our job is not to give a pass at the administration. Our job is to hold the district and to hold the city accountable to the people. So always understand that for me, I'm always going to take my job serious. And when I come here to fight, because that's all I know how to do. Sorry.
I just want to validate what you shared with us today, and also to say that I don't want to speak for my colleague, Joelle, but I too am a former BPS student. I too am a family member here and raised in BPS. I understand the needs of our students and our families, and I was part of the whole busing when I was in Roxbury going to West Roxbury. So that's part of the reason why I returned to BPS, because I don't want to be that drip. I really want to make a difference. I'm committed to our families and also living and breathing and being part of the struggle. I understand what that struggle is and what it means to our families and to our students. So I can tell you personally and professionally that I am committed to working in collaboration with all stakeholders in the city, and most importantly, more so to our families and to our students.
And I'm encouraged by that.
And I will say as well, as a product of multilingual learners, of two parents that went to Dorchester High when Dorchester High, before Tech Boston was Dorchester High. My parents came here in the 70s, were products of busing, and I too am a Boston Public School graduate. I too believe in the infinite potential for students in the district, and that's why I come to work every day fighting hard for the students. It's not a job that I take lightly.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I'm a graduate of Dorchester High. All right, so, okay, so now that we got to know each other a little bit more, but I want to underscore that piece around the revolving door that exists here in BPS, is that when people who deeply care about the work speak up, sometimes they're shown the door out. So I hope that you have thick skin and you're ready to fight like hell, because it's going to take that fight to stand up for our families and to stand up to a system that was not ready or prepared to embrace all of us. So I just want you to know what you're up against, because I've only been here for 4 years. I have seen the mass exodus of people, and some of these folks have been folks who I've worked with before they got into those positions. So I just, just to let you know that change is not easy, especially in a city like Boston. And so I commend you for ready to fight, because it's not going to be easy. But I'm here for it, and I will be here to fight alongside you and sometimes fight with you and fight you too. But anyways, my questions. Okay, so BPS has asked schools to go through, and the good thing about me is that I bring the voices of the people into these spaces because I think it's important, and this is one of those examples. So BPS has asked schools to go through an inclusion planning team process to envision a truly inclusive environment, yet it seems like we have funded less than half of the positions schools have asked for. And then I'm just curious, given that inclusion planning teams consist of educators on the ground who know what their students need, how are you able to account for the current numbers of positions funded truly meeting the needs of students with disabilities? What does that look like?
I would just say from the money side, my experience as an educator of students with disabilities comes from teaching 7th grade math in a charter school 15 years ago, so probably not the most up-to-date strategies, maybe not even then. But I think one of the biggest challenges we're facing right now is the fact that we're planning all of this for the first time this year, and we don't have the new IEPs yet, and we don't have the data, right?
But does that make sense? To plan, I mean, just from a logistical standpoint.
I think this has been held up. I mean, so I've been through 4 collective bargaining negotiations, 9 budgets, whatever, what we call these. I think we keep getting stuck in this chicken of the egg of like waiting for the perfect enabling conditions. And I think what I can really appreciate about what we're doing now is we're just saying, okay, this is the best information we have. We're going to start. We're going to keep things in reserve to fix it as we find things that are broken, but we have to start now because this is urgent work and it can't wait. And so I really appreciate that about what my colleagues here have brought.
So I'm going to be curious from a data collection standpoint. I'd like to have a better understanding of kind of like what the rubrics is going to be to measure success, right? I think that that's really important. So I just want to offer that for you all to consider. I do want to ask one more question before my buzzer goes off. Sure. What happened to the 18 bilingual programs that BPS proposed to DESE for FY 2024-2025? which ones were implemented, right? And for the ones that will not be implemented, why not, if any, and what will they implement in 2024 and in the future? Can you talk to me a little bit about that?
Sure, that's a great question. So I will say that we have put forward proposals to DESE, and we've been working with schools to engage them in implementation of these programs. And so for implementation for 24-25 school year, so we're rolling them out. So there'll be a set of programs that will be implemented for this upcoming year, and then there's a set of programs that will be implemented for 25-26 school year. So for 24-25 school year, we know that the Margarita Muniz will be adding a 7th grade next year, and so we put in for a proposal for SLIFE and dual language, because they'll be adding that dual language grade, so that will be implemented for the upcoming school year. Then we have newcomers programs that we currently have that are at Brighton High School, East Boston High School, and we have 3 newcomers programs right now that we will have implemented for the 24-25 school year, and really highlighting the ESL curriculum, supports, social emotional supports that we'll have, and so we put those forth to DESE. We're currently working on the implementation for additional programming, like traditional bilingual education, dual language, that will be implemented for the upcoming school year. And that gives us more time for community engagement, because it's really important to be speaking with families, ensuring that we have the proper ESL curriculum that's implemented, working with just the whole school community, and just being on point in terms of the resources.
Thank you. I want to note that my office worked with BATA, the school that you guys mentioned earlier this year. I feel like this year was like we've been here for a year, earlier in this hearing situation. And I come from a place that I have to do to learn and figure out what we need to do differently. And BATA is an exceptional school. And I'm glad to see the work expand. But we had to do a lot of wraparound services and helping them identify nonprofit partners and organizations to help meet and close some of their needs, which is what our office is finding ourselves doing right now, working in collaboration with Pastor Hamasel from a church in Mattapan, working with migrant newcomers, and we created a program that provides academic enrichment to the students. So, and it's not just around academics, but it's also teaching them how to acclimate to the culture, because we're focusing so much of our energy in academics, but what this program is doing is also socializing and helping the families transition into America. And I'm curious, as we're talking about these conversations, what are you all thinking about doing it in terms of supporting the whole family when it comes to acclimating to the American education system?
Sure. We've talked a little bit about it earlier, so I just want to go back to BATA, and then I'll talk about the family. So in looking at what Principal Helfat is doing there at the school and working with the community, he's really kind of like an out-the-box thinker, and he really knows what he needs to do to ensure that his students are successful, adjusting school hours, working with the teachers. And earlier, the superintendent was talking about how we're going to have BATA East, because he's realizing that there's a lot of the students that are coming to BATA in the Bay Village are actually coming from East Boston. And how can we meet the needs of the students there because of hours they work, just ensuring that they're there and accessing the program.
And it's an alternative, right? Yes. An alternative ed school, and I think that is where the district needs to strengthen their efforts is on non-traditional learners, right? And I know we're talking about ELs and special education, but I also think a lot of our students end up in those alternate ed spaces, and I think that there's some room for growth there as well. I do have one more question, and then I want to uplift a young woman who has, I don't know how in the world she found me, but she found me on Instagram. And she's at Binka, and she's 19 years old. Her parents, she's here unaccompanied. She's on her own, literally. And she is about to lose her housing, right? And she has interrupted education, interrupted English. She doesn't have a strong command of the English language, and she is on the verge of being homeless. But because she's 19 years old, the supports that she has are limited. And I think that that's something that we hear a lot from students who are at Bata or at Binka, that some of these young people are aging out of what would call safety nets. So I'm curious about what the district is doing to support those students who don't have parents, who are 18 and 19 and are living on their own and juggling to stay here in the city of Boston. What does support look like for them?
Yeah, so I can't speak to so there is cross-functional support that we provide to families, like we're talking about the ESL classroom, ESL classes and stuff. But what I would say is for this student, working with the Office of Community Engagement, working with Chief Corey McCarthy's office to really figure out how we can
I need her to have a place to
Yes,
stay.
how we
She's
can help.
19 years old.
Yes,
And she can only afford, and she's paying for a room right now that is about to be evicted on June 1st.
So I'll connect with you after this,
Okay.
but the Hearn office, for our department, we'll figure out.
And that whole team will be here tomorrow morning at 10.
And I will be here right
So we can follow up with
alongside them to
We
yell
can
at
follow up
them.
with you directly about that tomorrow morning.
Okay, you know I will too. Okay, so I just put it on the record that I want that child's housed so that she can finish. She's almost done with her school. And this could be the one thing that keeps her from graduating, which is the case for so many kids who come to this country with interrupted education and they have to work or figure out how they're going to survive. So this is a really good example of some of all of these issues that we're talking about. And then can you just talk about IPT allocations and what accounted for the difference in what teams asked for and what they got?
So I can start off quickly by saying that this started with each school did a self-assessment in order to identify what their priority areas are. And then they looked at data based on their configuration maps, based on the level of programming and services that they have on their schools. And then as they identified those targeted grades, K0, K1, K2, 7, and 9, then they looked at what would be working closely with our PANDA team in terms of projections of enrollment. Then they worked towards looking at determining what they would need for staffing in order to meet the obligations of those targeted grades.
Yeah. Great. So I always say that Boston is resource rich but coordination poor. Mm-hmm. And I'm so happy that we have early childhood here because there is a pathway, right? Especially around like early detection and like how I'd love to hear how you all are working with the mayor's cabinet of early childhood intervention and just like enrollment and kind of like what the communication looks like, because the work that they do is setting down the foundation for long life learners. But oftentimes in our early childhood spaces and places is where there's an opportunity for early detection and supports, so that when they start funneling into BPS, there seems to be some sort of, communication and track. Is that happening? Can it be happening? And if it's not happening, what do we need to do to help support that so it can happen? Or maybe it doesn't need to happen. I don't know. I'm not an educator. I'm not a director. Yeah. I'm just a parent, so I don't know.
I do know we're coming back for an early childhood hearing on Thursday. Is it early childhood hearing on Thursday? Is that right?
But they're here now, so I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Like,
but
I know. I just.
Because I think it's important, especially since they're here. I'd love for you all to talk about what you need, because this is the disconnect. Absolutely. This is why we lose so many kids, because we're not talking with each other. So I'd love to hear what can we be doing.
So I think two things. One is we actually are working together quite deeply, and more deeply in some areas than in others, and the other areas are on the way. So I think it's, Tiara works in the academics department, so she works for Leslie, and we spend an inordinate amount of time together. She comes to City Hall once a week, and she works with us here in this office, and I go to bowling to make sure that we're connected. But how that plays out for families and children, I think is most evident probably in our special education, and we're working on building the same pathway that we've built in special ed for our multilingual learners. So Tiara, do you want to explain for the counselor sort of how we do that?
Yeah, so you covered some of it, but I think in general, we have special education working groups that include our center-based providers. We have families that sit on every working group, including the special education, as well as some BPS.
And are you
experts.
guys in collaboration with each other? And are parents aware of this? Because sometimes people are not, there's a disconnect with what you all are doing, what people believe you all are doing, which is why I asked the question, because it gives us an opportunity to get on the same page, because they're...
Yeah. So on 1 week, we meet with the special education department. On the alternating weeks, it includes special education department, families from our family council, as well as center-based providers. And so there is constant meetings every week. There is a meeting that includes families, every other week, families, center-based, and BPS employees. So it is a constant flow of making sure that we're on the same page. There's cross-department professional development that happens, so we plan together. So whatever professional development we're offering in BPS, we're trying to think through how that's offered in center-based. And there's actually opportunities where we all come together, educators. So like BPS educators and center-based educators receive very similar, if not the same, trainings together both in the summer and in the fall. So there's lots of overlap.
I think to your point, we're working on getting better about talking about it in ways that are actually digestible for the outside audience. Sometimes when we speak to each other, we use a very jargon-filled language that is not as accessible to our families. And so part of what we're working on is being comprehensible to our families. The other thing is, UPK grew from 250 kids in 2019?
400.
400. All right, 400 kids to 1,500 next year. That's a lot of growth. So some of what they've been really focused on in the first several years is building the infrastructure. And in the last 2 years, we've been working on explaining what we're doing, talking about it, working with others. So the other thing I think that is challenging, just as a last point for families, is that we do have some data challenges that we are addressing. And so previous to the rollout of Great Starts, Boston, for those of you who would like to go visit it, BPS used 2 different systems for enrolling UPK students. So the previous system didn't talk to the SIS system at BPS. We're still in the process of making that happen, but when it does, it will give all of the folks who work at BPS with families access to the same information, so that we don't have some of the hiccups about knowing that someone has an IEP and maybe it didn't get translated. So those things will be fixed.
I'm curious to that, 1,500, that's, wow. How many of those, and if you happen to know, in terms of the students who are either special education or multilingual learners? Because what I know, navigating the system myself as a parent, is like knowledge is power, and there's people who have it and there's people who are dying to get it, right? So oftentimes it's the most privileged who have access to these seats, and I'm curious how many of our most resilient, because we're not vulnerable, our most resilient students are taking advantage of those 1,500 seats. How many?
Yeah, I would want to confirm the IEP numbers, but it's like 46% for multilingual learners in our center-based programs.
That are in now into BPS?
Well, the goal is for them to transition to BPS. I'm not sure exactly how many. I can confirm the number of students that transition, but we created this connector that connects them directly to BPS. So the intent is that they're connecting.
I would love to hear a little bit more about kind of that journey. Because again, going back to our kids don't end up where they need to be, or they end up in certain types of environment, because that's just the way the pathway works.
Yep, so the number of students that transition from the centers into BPS, multilingual learners, and students with IEPs.
It would be helpful to know, and Chair, I'd love to get this data, is where these kids are ending up, what schools, are they level 1, 2, and 3, right? It's all about that at the end of the day, right? It's good for them to have that foundation, but where they end up is definitely goes to show how impactful and how intentional we're being around equity.
We can also include the number of young people who start out in a bilingual program and then where they move.
That would be really helpful to have. And I know that I have extended my time, but I stayed here longer.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia.
What that means, schedule lunch.
That's right.
Talk to them.
That's right. No, thank you. I appreciate the indulgence, but this is important to me, and I'm sure it is to everyone else who's here still. Thank you.
Just a couple more questions, and I have one person signed up for public testimony. Around ELL, can you clarify if separate classrooms with one non-English language will remain? Just because it sounds like how you guys are describing the classrooms, there might be multiple languages in one classroom, right? There might be someone speaking Spanish, someone speaking Haitian Creole in a classroom, but then we've heard from some of our constituents and advocates that there's benefits on just having that one language in that classroom.
So can you repeat the first part of the question?
Around ELL, can you clarify if separate classrooms with one non-English language will remain? Or it doesn't have to be separate, it could be just a classroom with just one non-English language.
Sure. So we have multiple classrooms across the district that have multilingual learners in there that are not language specific. So we have what has been called BPS SEI, where it's language specific, and those teachers were coded as bilingual, and the teacher is not necessarily a bilingual educator. So it could be a classroom that is a cohort of Spanish-speaking students, and the teacher is a monolingual person, but because she's teaching a classroom that's in a language-specific SEI, she would be coded as bilingual. But in terms of the instructional intent or the instructional approach for those students, all teachers have their SEI endorsement, and we are working for the classrooms that aren't language specific and that are multilingual. We try our best to provide language access supports, native language supports for the students. A lot of times if a classroom has a paraprofessional, we try to ensure that there's a bilingual paraprofessional in there as well. But one of the key things that we want to ensure is that teachers feel equipped, and teachers feel, even though they have the SEI endorsement, but we want to, I want another shout out to Chief Miller from her teaching and learning. And so the District ILT is really working on providing 12 hours of professional learning so that it's not like you have to go to this specialized services department to get this training and to get this training and this department to get this training, but really thinking of what are the key levers of instruction that teachers need to have. So thinking of universal design, UDL, and thinking of language access and specialized services, specially designed instruction for our students. So how can teachers really look at the landscape of their classroom and ensure that they're feeling confident to meet the needs of their students, to diversify their approach to the instruction, ensuring that they have the teachers have the content to teach it, but really how do they diversify their approach? And we have ongoing professional development to help support teachers to make them feel a little bit better equipped to support students.
Thank you. And we've heard a couple of times around the IPTs versus proposed versus what's been budgeted. David, I think this is for you. Is it possible to get, and I know this is something that we've asked and submitted on our February 28th RFIs, just to get a list of what was proposed to the district and also what was actually budgeted for, granted, or enacted?
Yeah, we certainly can get you the second. I can look back on the first.
Okay, and then I'm going to resubmit some of the unanswered questions from that February 28th RFI, and hopefully we could get that before we actually vote on the BPS budget.
For sure.
All right. I don't see Monica in the room. Yeah, you can go and see if she's out in the hall. I guess I can ask this question while we go and see if Monica's in the hallway. We have many parents sounding the alarm about the new inclusion plan. Can you tell me about, how do you plan on getting buy-in from students, parents, and teachers?
I can start. I think that we talk about transparency, and we talk about really having open communication with our families. We've started that through the IEP process, through the team meeting process with some of our families who child is currently on an educational plan. We've also had some family forums at Bowling, where we've had stakeholder engagement, where we have co-presented around the inclusion plan and have Q&As. We've also talked about working closely with our regional SUPs and our school leaders to host some more focused questions and answer sessions within regions so that families can also come in and ask questions. So really just being out there and also going to community events has been some of the work that we went to St. Stephen's as one of the community events. So I think being transparent and being informative has been part of the work that we've been doing.
So we have more forums or
Yes.
informational sessions
Yes.
lined up? Awesome. Now we'll turn back to public testimony. Monica Murchison, if you could state your name, any affiliation, or where you live, and you'll have 3 minutes. You could come to this microphone right here. Right there, to my left.
This one?
Yes.
Can you record for me? You want, what's your name? Oh, you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Monica Murchison, and I'm just a parent. My child is actually up here asleep. I came here today to talk about my personal issue with BPS. So as I stated, I have a child, she's here. And I just want to point out that I think we all know that. We all from Boston, I hear everybody. We know that these schools have been on the news left and right. Right? Every time I turn on my TV, it's somebody got stabbed, somebody got maced, somebody got shot, the kids are walking out. So I have a situation like that with my child, and it's the second situation. From last school year to now, she's been in 3 different schools. The second school was the Murphy. I had to go into the school on Facebook Live and basically expose the school and show people how the principal and the school staff and faculty have blatant disregard for the parents' concerns, especially when it's involving your child's safety. And even after that, you get all of these people from downtown or wherever saying they're going to sort it out, look into it, nothing happens. And again, I will reiterate the fact that it was bullying, not only from the students, but the teachers as well. One of the teachers left a bruise on my daughter's arm, and when she seen it, like, oh, can I call my mother, trying to go out the room, they turned around to cover it up, trying to call the best team and say that she's dysregulated, when that wasn't true at all. The latest incident involves sexual misconduct. I showed up at the park this morning. Ms. Fernandez sent me. I approached Mayor Wu to let her know what's going on, because I seen her on the news when the Henderson School had the encounter, and she was up there saying people need to be held accountable, and this is unacceptable. So, I thought she was the right person to speak to, because I've done everything that if anybody asked me any question about who did you call, what did you do, I literally, first, let me back up. When the sexual misconduct happened, the school did not tell me anything. My child came home and told me, but she told me a week later because she assumed that the school had told me, right? So when I found out, go up to the school, nobody wants to talk to me. They did call Equity, but that's all. They never told the school police. They never called DCF or anybody else following school protocol, basically. So at that point in time, I started emailing. I will tell you, Angelina Camacho from Boston Public School, as well as Ann Catherine Schaff, because they were helping me with the first altercation, right? That still to this day is unresolved. I have no police reports. The teachers are still there, nothing happened. So she got into the Shaw School where the sexual misconduct happened, because that was their resolution. Let's just transfer her, sweep it under the rug. Everybody goes on about their day, right? They basically dropped the ball. Now she's in this school, the sexual misconduct happened, and it was basically this, I saw the same scenario, which is why I reached back out, and I was like, you know what? I'm not standing for that. I'm not dealing with that. So when I seen the mayor today, I told her, you know what? You need to clean house. There's a bigger problem than what I'm speaking about. It starts with, if you're going to get on the news and say, hold the people accountable, somebody needs to explain to me why my child, and I want to just point out that since that happened, the teacher was still in the school. So of course I did what any parent would do. I left her home with me. It is week number 3 that my child has been home. She went to the district attorney's office for the forensic interview on Wednesday that just passed. So when the DA found out about it and was like, what do you mean he's still there? I think at that point they removed the teacher. But like I told them, why would I put my child back into a school where the principal was the one who failed to keep her safe by reporting it and following protocol? I don't think that that's a safe situation, right? I requested for my child to have a Chromebook because I can't understand why she doesn't have one. I requested for my child to have a tutor sent out. That did not happen. I testified at the fiscal year budget cut last year, and I know the dollar amounts that BPS has, and it's in the billions with a B, not millions, billions, meaning you can give each one of these schools $2 million and still have money to play with. So I'm standing here as a frustrated parent wanting to know where is this money going. And I just want to point out, like now I'm on live, so there's people watching. Since I've been going public and doing this, it's an overwhelming amount of parents that are reaching out to me. One reached out to me specifically yesterday that I want to bring up. Her child, the bus driver, there's a video of it. She sent me video, police reports, showed me the child's neck. Her child is autistic and nonverbal. And the bus driver pulled the bus over and assaulted this kid, and the other kids were recording in the back, which is why we have the video. Same thing, the school don't want to talk to her. They're giving her, you know, these piece of shit incident reports, excuse my language. And even with me, as I'm standing here telling y'all this, that is week 3, I have not one incident report. Nobody told me anything. I will say that I reached out to Julia Mejia, as well as Liz Miranda. Liz's office, Kevin, her chief of staff, did reach out and try to, you know, push this along. Also, Brian's brother, Chris Worrell, he's been helping me out a lot. But even with these 3 people involved at a state level, again, I am baffled why BPS has all this money. And again, my daughter's right here and been out of school 3 weeks.
Thank you,
and whenever BPS cannot assure her safety or have no resources, they're responsible for her education. So at this point, I want to know who I need to speak to, because my child should be in private school right now. She should not be out of the school, and this is the second time this happened. It happened the first time, now we're at it again. So
Thank you, Monica. When maybe someone from BPS can connect with Monica after the hearing. With no further public testimony, just want to thank the panel, the whole district, my council colleagues, central staff, our Boston police officers, and my team for all your support and all your work. And with that said, the hearing on dockets number 0670 through 0678 is adjourned. For the record, my name is Brian Worrell, District 4 City Councilor, and I'm the chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Ways and Means. Today is May 13, 2024. This hearing is being recorded, is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, Fios Channel 964. Written comments may be sent to the committee email at ccc.wm@boston.gov and will be made part of the record and available to all councilors. Public testimony will be taken at the end of this hearing. Individuals will be called on in the order in which they signed up and will have 2 minutes to testify. If you are interested in testifying in person, please add your name to the sign-up sheet near the entrance of the chamber. If you're looking to testify virtually, please email our Central Staff Liaison, Shane Pack, at shane.pack, that's shane.pac@boston.gov for the link, and your name will be added to the list. Today's hearing is on docket number 0744. Message in order for your approval in order to reduce the FY25 appropriation for the Reserve for Collective Bargaining by $7,740,649 to provide funding for the Boston Police Department for the FY24 increases contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Police Superior Officers Federation. Docket number 0745, message in order for a supplemental appropriation order for the Boston Police Department for the FY25 in the amount of $7,754,649 to cover the FY25 costs contained within the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Superior Officers Federation. The terms of the contract are July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2025. The major provisions of the contract include base wage increases of 2%, 1.5%, 2%, 1%, and 2.5% to be given in July of each fiscal year of the contract term, as well as the addition of the Transitional Career Award Program in July 2023. The contract also contains reforms relating to discipline, officer return to duty, paid detail system, and union release. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and was referred to the committee on May 1st, 2024. I'm not sure who was here first, but today I'm joined by my colleagues, Council President Louis Jen, Council Coletta, Council Santana, Council Fitzgerald, Council Murphy, and Council Flynn. I'll now turn it over to the administration to give opening comments. We are joined by City of Boston Budget Director, Director Williamson, Director of Labor for the City of Boston, Director Bushi, and
John Wilton, Labor Counsel for BPD.
Nice.
And Deputy Superintendent Richard Dayhill, Office of Labor Relations, Boston Police Department.
Thank you. The floor is now yours.
Thank you, Chair Worrell and other members of the Boston City Council. My name is Jim Williamson. I'm the Budget Director here at the City of Boston, and myself and my colleagues are excited at this opportunity to provide more information about the Boston Police Superior Officers contract and the impact on the city's budget. I'm here to address the two dockets and appropriation orders before you and the transactions they represent. As we mentioned, we're joined by Renee Mushy from the Central Labor Relations team and the Boston Police Labor team. In docket number 0744 and 0745, increased the Boston Police budget by $7,754,649 and reduced the collective bargaining, the central collective bargaining reserve by the same amount. The FY24 budget, as finalized in June 2023, included a $76.2 million in aggregate to cover collective bargaining transactions expected to be settled during the fiscal year. Since July 1, the City Council has passed 13 collective bargaining supplemental appropriations drawing on the reserve in amounts totaling $59.5 million for the various 13 city union and BPHC unions, with a reduction of this $7.8 million for the Superior Officers Union. The new balance of the reserve will be $8.9 million. With that, I will turn it over to the labor team if there's anything that they want to address.
Good afternoon, Renee Bushy for City of Boston Labor Relations. This MOA with the Superiors Officers Union largely mirrors the other 3 MOAs that were agreed to between the city and voted on by the City Council. Has the main 4 points of police reform that we got in the other contracts, one regarding discipline, return to duty, some changes to the times of union release, and some to the detail system were the main avenues we pursued with the police and negotiations. In addition, this contract also, we were able to get some changes to the staffing in the operations department for 911, giving the police commissioner a little bit more discretion over how those should be staffed. So that was an additional item we got here. And just some small changes to how the detail system would be implemented. But by and large, it largely mirrors the other 3 contracts that were previously discussed and agreed to by City Council. So thank you.
Nope, nothing else. Just that this new contract really does create a path to civilianize the supervision of the operations division. That was the main difference in this contract from all the other sworn contracts.
Thank you. Now I'll turn it over to my council colleagues for questioning. Starting with Councilor Murphy, the floor is yours.
Thank you for being here and to the police for being here. You kind of touched on it, but if you could go into a little more the difference between this one and the other 2 unions. What were the kind of sticking points and what brought us here to land on this contract that I know that they ratified, but we're looking forward to pass this week, hopefully, for them.
I mean, I think, like we said, probably the biggest difference is the agreement we got from them. You know, other police unions gave up a little bit more in union release and, central booking. I think they were seeing other officers, a lot of the BPD to move around officers more there. So I think the biggest change here is the operations agreement that there's superior officers who supervise civilians in 911 operations. And the way like 911 seems to be going, that it's more of a specialized rather than a sworn field. And in some cases, it might be better to have specialized civilians supervising the civilians. So when that department and the commissioner are ready to do that, there was a previous agreement that we agreed to staff these with superior officers. And both for, I think, for the operations department and for BPD to put like skilled sworn supervisors in the field rather than in 911 may make sense. So that's the direction they wanted to go. So that was a tough one to get from the superior officers because, they have several officers who on their board who've been in this position for a long time. So we had several conversations with BPD, just understanding that we weren't trying to undermine their unit in any way, that it was just for the efficiency of the operation. So I think that was they had several other requests they made at different times, but I think that was probably the biggest sticking point in the negotiations.
And was there a reason, or was it just the scheduling that they're the last ones that were in front of us?
I mean, it was not an easy negotiation, I would say. There was a lot of points that they wanted to rediscuss and reinvent. So it was, I think it ended up, coming together fine, but it wasn't an easy negotiation. I think that's probably why it was the last one.
Will there be an opportunity when the changes come to the 911 call center to maybe have employees who work there now, like, be promoted into those positions? Like, what type of management role will be overseeing that in the future? And can it be from the current workforce in that union through SEIU?
There's certainly no prohibition around the current workforce. I don't know if we've thought a lot about how that's all going to work. We need to create these new positions eventually and create new job descriptions, create a real roadmap for how we're going to transfer all that work.
Is there a timeline or like a deadline for that to happen? Or is it more just good faith that we're
No, I
going to get
mean,
there?
It's more, we have the right to do it. So the earliest, I guess we were going to have 2 superior officers until the end of this contract, and then when the contract ends, the commissioner has the right to do what he wants. He doesn't have to do anything, but he has the right to move staff around.
Okay. No other questions?
Thank you. Council President Lujan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank you for being here today. Civilianizing the supervision of 911 operators is something that the workers and the 911 operations have been fighting for quite some time. It's something that the commissioner himself, when he was previously with the department in that role, has fought for. And so I just want to congratulate the workers. When I was visiting 911 operations, that was something that was just so important to them. So I'm happy that we've been able to get to this place and this point, and want to shout out the work of Local 888 in making this happen. So, and we honored them. Actually, Councilor Weber last week honored them here on the City Council. So I wanted to just highlight that, and I think that's a step in the right direction. I have a question just with respect to disputes, and first the arbitration, the disciplinary offenses. I assume that list is very same to the one that was in the BPA contract, if not exactly the same?
Exactly the same.
It's exactly the same. And so just want to say I think that's a good starting point, and I think we probably still have more to learn in terms of expanding that list and what else can be captured there. But I think that's also really important that there are some disciplinary matters that we won't have to go through arbitration for because we deem them that serious. So my question is for the disputes regarding officers' fitness for light duty, and this, I believe this is for my own awareness and my own knowledge. What is the difference between an officer's fitness for light duty and fitness for regular duty, and how is that determination made if there's a potential injury, that prevents them from coming to work?
So, Councilor, we actually like to use the word modified duty, and it can really be any type of restriction that an officer might have. So an officer might not be able to run and jump, and so they might not be able to go on the street and chase the criminals or suspects. So there's many different restrictions that employees have that we can accommodate in certain places in the department. And that determination is made really between the officer's physician and the department physician.
Okay, and does that include like potential administrative work at headquarters or in a station? So that could also be modified duty.
It could, yes.
And there are determinations sometimes that that based on whatever the medical injury is, even that modification for administrative work the officer is not fit to do that.
There are instances when officers are very seriously injured, of course, that they couldn't even come to work and perform administrative tasks.
Is that where most of the issues arise, where it's around that modification for administrative work, or is it mostly for like work out, in the streets?
It's really a combination of a lot of things. I think the reason we've been able to reduce the amount of people on 111F so much is because we have really pushed quite a bit more for modified duty and really trying to get people back at least modified duty and performing some tasks, and then they're eventually able to go back to full duty.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you again. Thank you to the administration for coming to this negotiation. Thank you to the union for all the work in sort of getting us to this place. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Santana?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you so much for all of you for being here. I have just two questions. First one is, and I think the Council President just touched on it, how does the removal of the certain disciplinary offense from the arbitration impact the overall disciplinary process within the department?
So it would prevent the union from representing the employee and grieving the employee through the arbitration process if they are sustained at Internal Affairs for one of the various offenses listed.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you. And then just my next question would be, regarding the disputes over an officer's fitness for lightly duty, what measures are in place to ensure the impartiality of the independent medical examiner appointed by the city?
So, I mean, I just want to point out, like, what this change made was that previously under their contract, this disputes over their medical ability to fitness for duty would go to an arbitrator, a lawyer who both sides would present to. So we said, well, that doesn't make sense, because why are we going to arbitration and having an arbitrator decide when a doctor should just be looking at the medicals, examining them, saying, can you do the work? So that's really the change. We didn't change too much what modified duty means or anything like that, but just the person who's making the decision, that it would be, those are things we discussed quite a bit in negotiations, was that it would be an independent medical examiner. We had a lot of ideas of who should do it, but I think.
Yeah.
They don't work for the department, but they
Right.
will be contracted by the department. The department has to pay for it.
Okay. No, makes sense. No, thank you. This is a big win for the workers, so congratulations to them. And again, appreciate you all taking the time to be here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council Santana. I want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Council Mejia. Council Coletta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. My questions have been asked, and so I don't have any questions. I just want to express gratitude for the captains, lieutenants, and sergeants in my district. I see former Captain Chicolo's here. Good to see you, sir. Shout out to Captain Martin and Captain Biggerton in my district, and thank you for your work on this. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Council Fitzgerald, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. No further questions myself, just here to show support for our superior officers. Thank you.
Thank you. Council Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you to the administration team and the police officials that are here as well. Jim, the question I asked at the outset, the pay raise to 1.5 to 2.5, is that with cost of living going up, is that the best the city could do?
Yeah, I think that you particularly in this contract, you need to take it also in conjunction with other compensation components. So that's one element, and I think it is a fair and affordable approach to funding the contract.
Any other thoughts from anybody?
I do think it's not just 2-1-1 with the TCAP. This is like a 21% contract over 5 years. So it does seem like monetarily they're doing okay in the contract.
Are there any concerns regarding central booking, prisoners across, I shouldn't say that, potential suspects across the city brought to Nashua Street? Is there any issues as it relates to logistics in terms of getting those into Nashua Street, traffic, another officer off the street? Talk to me about that, please.
So, Councilor, I don't think this is the best panel to talk about operational central booking. I think there's a lot of sworn officers on the other panel coming up next that might have a little bit more work, but I know it's mentioned in there. It's mentioned just to, in the MOA, just to recognize that we have fulfilled some bargaining obligations there and that they'll talk to us a little bit more about what other bargaining impacts that will cause.
No, I understand that. I understand that. But tell me what your position is on it.
I think operationally,
operationally, I think that's a fair question. I'd like to know that. I also want to recognize my neighbor in South Boston, who I have a great deal of respect for, Deputy Rich Dayhill.
Thank you, sir. I think what we're trying to do is balance the benefits that central booking will do. That will give any people we take into custody better access to medical care, health care, basically leaving the holding of prisoners to people who are best able to perform those duties. So I think we balance different issues. Obviously, there could be a concern that there's going to be a longer transportation going to a central booking. But I think on the whole, the department feels that this is a plan that they want to follow through with.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilor Flynn. Vice Chair Peppin, the floor is yours.
Chair, thank you so much. I don't have any questions. I just want to thank you all for the work you do. Just here to learn more, like my colleagues mentioned. But I'll yield the rest of my time to the chair.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you guys for being here. I just have one question, and I'm sorry I was a little late, but can you just walk me through and help me understand what you mean by the removal of arbitration for certain disciplinary offenses? What are those? What is that considered? What does the disciplinary offense look like in your world?
So if you are, have a sustained finding or indicted for one of these listed crimes, so typically, if you are charged with any misconduct and you're a police officer, you can grieve and arbitrate that any discipline. It's investigated and you're given, a 10-day suspension. You can grieve and arbitrate that, through an internal city process and then to a third-party neutral arbitrator who gets to make a decision and say, police department, were you right or not in this discipline? So if it's one of these cases, that contractual remedy is not available to them. Does that answer your question?
Kind of. But I do have a follow-up.
Okay.
So in my work, I'm so loud. I feel like Krishna. Is my really loud? I've worked with police officers in different capacities. Some I just happen to see out in these streets. Other times I've had opportunities to really dig in a little bit deeper. Some of them have had issues with disciplinary actions. And this is all going back to the fact that, and I'm going to name it again, particularly officers of color who feel like some of the cases, some of the disciplinary cases against them have prevented them from being able to move on up the ranks. And what they have cited, and I don't know if you can confirm or deny this, but that sometimes navigating this space, it's oftentimes only who you know, and some folks get off easier than others. And so this is the reason why I'm asking the question around the arbitration in certain disciplinary offenses, because there are some, particularly officers of color, who have faced harder or harsher disciplinary practices than their white counterparts. And so some of these folks have not been able to move up the ranks because of their disciplinary infraction. So is this something that you all can talk to, or you're the wrong panel? Because we're talking about right now disciplinary actions, and so if I have an opportunity to uplift that, I'd like to.
So, this is just sort of takes away one of the remedies that a officer might have in the disciplinary process. So they'll still have their internal process, an internal hearing if they request it, if they want to appeal. They can still appeal to civil service. So this basically just limits in certain circumstances what they can arbitrate. It just sort of limits one of those avenues. So the internal processes are still the same. The civil service process is still the same. It just limits for these particular infractions the ability to arbitrate.
I think that is the issue you raised is something that my office and I think the department takes pretty seriously. I know when we do any discipline, we look at comparators. We're even trying to get more regimented about that, the comparators, and make sure discipline, is not being skewed in any direction. So, I think that is something we do. We try to take, and then there's also like the union pursuing the cases. So we institute it, but then the union has to pursue and negotiate and settle or litigate these cases. So there are a lot of different factors that could, go into like where something ends. But no, I think it's a serious concern that we both
Yeah.
take seriously.
And it's important for us to acknowledge that this concern exists, because I have seen other officers who have displayed very bad behavior and have been able to move up the ranks, while other officers not so much so. And so this may be a moot point for this conversation, but I think it's worth noting for the record that there are some concerns.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. I want to acknowledge that Council Weber has joined us. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you. So in terms of overtime, we've heard a lot about how there's not enough staff to fill the overtime needs of the department. Do you have, and we keep seeing that each year the department spends more than is budgeted for overtime. So I guess question one is, how much is budgeted for overtime? Do you know? And is this, sorry, is that already?
Oh, no, so I just wanted to just let you be aware that this is on the, and this can still pertain to this, but this is on the collective bargaining agreements between the City of Boston and the Boston Police Superior Officers Federation.
Yeah.
On the contract. But go ahead, sorry.
Well, I guess, is there anything in this collective bargaining agreement that seeks to address the fact that the department spends more on overtime every year?
Yeah, I will give you what the recommended budget is for overtime for the department. But I think part of the goals of some of the hearing discussion this morning, and it will continue this afternoon, is the goal is to fill recruit classes, replacement recruit classes, because that's one of the big drivers of overtime, is needing to fill required shifts, in the district, and overtime is used as what they refer to as replacement overtime in order to make sure that the shifts are covered. So I don't know if there's anybody from the labor or PPD or what labor.
I mean, it was in negotiations a factor. Like a lot of our proposals were kind of the objectives were to get people, union release, and IME to get people who are on union release, not on union release, but doing their city job and working for the police department lowers the cost of overtime. The IME, getting people who are out injured, when the position's being held and backfilled, getting them back to work sooner if they're able to, lowers the cost of overtime. Having the operations department, doing work, being able to be reassigned to the field also could lower the cost of overtime. So not specifically, but I think a lot of our proposals were, the objective was let's try to get some of the officers back on the street and not doing these other things so we can lower the cost for the department.
Do you have numbers of how many, sworn officers are doing non-police work and at the department?
I mean, we talked about it with specificity to certain union release time and things like that. I don't have them in front of me, but I think they exist.
Okay. Are you aware that they have, in the past, the police department's used police officers to do scheduling of details and things like that?
So there was some discussion about that as well. Yep, and the detail clerks. That is something that's in the BPPA agreement, I believe, that we can move those out, the detail clerks, to civilianized and using officers for other avenues.
Okay, and this may be a question for BPD, but do you know if they've done that for the detail clerks?
They're working on that, finalizing the detail system, and with this contract, the Federation will be participating in the new detail system. We'll have all the sworn members participating in, and then we are working to update how we're going to implement the system.
Oh, yeah, but what I'm referring to, I think we're talking about detail clerks.
Right, yeah.
For people just scheduling.
We are, right now, we are working to automate the system, and we are accepting proposals for an automated, app-based detail system, which will sort of change who will be assigning those details.
Do you know if the department will be contracting with outside individuals to do that kind of work?
I believe that we're requesting proposals right now.
Okay. Okay, sorry. And then I guess the CBA calls for the use of independent medical examiners. I don't know if you talked about this before, but what kind of progress is being made to, transitioning from the arbitrators to having, do we have independent medical examiners set up?
We do. We have a contract with a vendor to provide some of those, if someone has a shoulder injury, for example, we can have someone who specializes in shoulder injuries and the like. So we do have a contract out there with a vendor to review this, and I think it's actually going pretty well. We've used it a few times already.
Do you know how much is in the budget for the vendor, for outside services?
I do not, but the next panel might, and if
Okay.
not, I can try to get that for you.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to...
Thank you. Councilor Flynn?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have another follow-up question. So in disputes regarding an officer's fitness for light duty, appointing an independent medical examiner, what would happen if the police officer is engaged in or receives medical care for a long period of time at the Veterans Administration? Would that police officer be able to continue and have their medical provider at the VA testify? I'm just thinking out loud. Testify instead of this this person here that's writing a written opinion, an outside examiner. I just don't want to, and I know there's nothing that can be done about it now, but I just don't want something to happen where we are not factoring in whether or not the police officer is a veteran and their medical care as well.
So this won't affect their medical care at all?
No, I know. It won't affect their medical care, but the person that will provide a written opinion is someone that's an outside consultant or an outside medical provider. But would we give any consideration to that officer if he or she was a veteran engaged in medical care in Jamaica Plain, in West Roxbury, on Causeway Street? Does that matter?
I think we give consideration to wherever they get their medical care, the doctors consult, and we certainly listen to the doctors at the Veterans Administration.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because that's important. If a police officer is a veteran, I want to make sure that that police officer has all the opportunity to present his or her case, but having their medical provider at the VA is also an important part of that. I want to ensure that the medical care that the officer is receiving is also factored in, which is the case, right?
Yes.
So this doesn't do anything for where the officer could get his care from?
I understand that. My question is, does it have an impact on the outside medical provider that's writing a written description to the police?
No, it doesn't. It's the same. It doesn't have any impact.
Yes. So our doctor will consult with their doctor, their medical provider, just to try to get on the same page first, and then, if they disagree, then we will send it to a IME. But the IME will review all the notes, all the files, and the IME might even reach out to the physician at the Veterans Administration as well.
I guess I'm saying it doesn't matter if it's a veterans or if it's an office down the hall. They're going to consider, that's going to be his doctor, and they'll consider it with the department's doctor. It's the same process, no matter where he goes for his.
No, I understand, but for me, it does matter if the person is a veteran or not. I just want to make sure that that officer is getting the critical services, care, support, and consideration that they've earned. And for me, it does have an impact if that officer is a veteran or not. I would look at things a little differently in factoring the experience of that officer if he or she was a veteran, so it would have an impact. It does have a significant impact, as almost all veterans know. Civilians don't necessarily see that, but for a veteran, it does have an impact.
I'll say, the doctors will consult, and they will take the recommendation for the Veterans Administration physician.
Thank you. Any of my other council colleagues have second round of questions? Well, just want to say thank you to the administration for all your hard work, for the union for getting us to this point. All my council colleagues have asked all the questions that I have, and this hearing on docket number 0744 through 0745 is adjourned. For the record, my name is Brian Worrell, District 4 City Councilor, and I'm Chair of the Boston City Council Committee on Ways and Means. Today is May 13th, 2024. Happy Police Week. This hearing is being recorded. It is also being live streamed at boston.gov/city-council-tv and broadcast on Xfinity Channel 8, RCN Channel 82, and Fios Channel 964. The Council's budget review process will encompass a series of public hearings that began in April and will run through June. We strongly encourage residents to take a moment to engage in this process by giving testimony for the record. You can do this in several ways. Attend one of our hearings and give public testimony. We will take public testimony at the end of each departmental hearing and also at 2 hearings dedicated to public testimony. The full hearing schedule is on our website at boston.gov/council-budget. Our next scheduled hearing dedicated to public testimony is Tuesday, May 28th at 6 p.m. You can give testimony in person, here in the chamber, or virtually via Zoom. For in-person testimony, please come to the chamber and sign up on the sheet near the entrance. For virtual testimony, you can sign up using our online form on our council budget review website or by emailing the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. When you are called to testify, please state your name and affiliation or residence and limit your comments to a few minutes to ensure that all comments and concerns can be heard. Number 2 is email your written testimony to the committee at ccc.wm@boston.gov. Or 3, submit a 2-minute video of your testimony through the form on our website. For more information on the council budget process and how to testify, please visit the City Council's budget website at boston.gov/council-budget. Today's hearing is on dockets number 0670 through 0672. Orders for the FY25 operating budget included annual appropriations for departmental operations for the school department and other post-employment benefits. Docket number 0673 through 0675. Orders for capital fund transfer appropriations. Docket number 0676 through 0678. Orders for the capital budget, including loan orders and lease purchase agreements. These matters were sponsored by Mayor Michelle Wu and referred to the committee on April 10, 2024. The focus on this hearing will be discuss the FY25 budget for the Boston Police Department, including, just give me 1 second, guys. Overtime, detail system, officer mental health, and central booking. Let's pull up the name. Today, I'm joined by my council colleagues in order of arrival: Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, Council President Louis Jen, Councilor Murphy, Councilor Santana, Councilor Coletta, Councilor Fitzgerald, Councilor Flynn, Councilor Pepin, Councilor Mejia, and Councilor Weber. I'd like to now introduce today's panelists testifying on behalf of the administration: Commissioner Cox, Superintendent Chief Long, Chief of Staff Taub, Bureau Chief of Administration and Technology O'Brien, Deputy Superintendent Humphreys, and Superintendent Cologne. The floor is now yours.
Oh, good afternoon. And so, for the sake of time, I appreciate, being here. We've already gone over quite a few things, but we welcome your questions going forward.
Thank you. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I noticed on your presentation in terms of community feedback, and there were specific percentages, helped in terms of post-community CompStat surveys indicate that attendees thought of the meetings, and help them gain understanding crime in their district, 98%. made them feel more confident in police, 91%, made them feel safer in their neighborhood, 74%, made them feel more comfortable in interacting with police, 87%, helped them gain a better understanding of how the police work to keep their neighborhood safe, 94%. So I'm really interested in this because I think this is phenomenal that we are trying to build relationships by way of building trust with community and creating transparency in our work. And I wanted to understand who did you survey and the numbers, or how does that go about? Like, is it per meeting, or are you sending out surveys to communities by district, or how does this work?
And so in the districts where we've done the community meetings, there was a survey sent out pre-meeting, usually developed through the community service officers of the general population of people who come to their meetings in general. Just a pre-survey about what their thoughts around public safety, what we're doing, what they expect, things of that nature. Then they come to the meeting, and then we do, immediately after the meeting, we do another survey judging, at least ranking their opinion about a bunch of different topics after the meeting. And so that's what that's from. We've done them in so far B3, C11, E13, A7, D4, and eventually D14, which will hopefully be tomorrow.
So did you mention B2 in there?
No, we have not done B2 yet.
Thank you. And I guess let's segue a little bit into something else. This is more about exchange with police contracts or trainings. A lot of community advocates have concerns about BPD exchange program and training with Israel's military work. Will the administration be banning this exchange? Has it been banned? I didn't find any recent numbers. I don't even think it exists anymore, but it is a concern, and folks wanted to, on record, a response on where we are as a city with that.
So we currently certainly do not train, have not trained with any certainly military groups in Israel. But that being said, I do want to make a comment that we never want to limit the people that we actually have educational things with in general. Not about that topic, but about any topic in general, because the fact is that law enforcement is not becoming international, but the things that you can learn, whether it's the mistakes that people make or the positive things that happen from other places. And so sometimes just having access to what people went through is really important to make sure that we're, using the best techniques possible.
How do you mean what they went through?
Learning from the mistakes, right? So you can either make the mistakes yourself, or you can learn through other people's mistakes.
Thank you. I didn't find anything on record or anything like that presently. But that's good to know. Thank you. And in terms of central lockup, I filed a hearing order to have a conversation specifically in the Sheriff's Department in that area of Mass and Cass. It abuts my district, but also part of it is D7. And there are just some of a longer list of questions in terms of, mayor and BPD that I think I would like answers to. And I guess, what is the legal authorization for the regional lockup and central booking?
So what we were trying to do is the fact is the sheriff offices, that's what they do. They hold people. They have medical professionals that work there, 24/7. They're in the business of actually holding, prisoners. We actually do it as a part of our job, but that is not a core of what we do in that way. And so the idea was to partner with someone who does it for a living, and they do it in other places, by the way, for the purposes of taking us out of the prisoner business, to make sure that as we run across people that might be suffering from issues or certainly might have medical needs and things of that nature, that they can actually be in a place where they can address those a lot quicker and in a better capacity, as well as get us out of the prisoner business, because the fact is that the only reason why we have it is to get them to court, and the fact is that the way that they're designed, it's better for, I would say, the criminal justice system if they were to do that, in some way, shape, or form. And so that's what we were trying to do.
Thank you so much. I will leave the rest of those questions for that hearing with the right department. As far as, it looks like in 2023, BPD recovered 261 firearms through safeguarding. And I'm curious to know the breakdown of that data a bit more. How many firearms were recovered due to an individual license being suspended? And did BPD suspend any licenses without successfully recovering the firearm?
So I'll have to get back to you at a later time on that break for around the licensing portion of it.
Thank you. And then, looking at the BEST dashboard, it seems like we have seen a downward trend in number of incidents with which BEST clinicians respond to, with BPD officers around September of 2022, December of 2022, and to December of 2023. Is there a reason for that downward trend? Are we doing better with, in terms of like crisis responses? Or just less incidents? What do you know with that?
Yeah, I'm unsure of what you're referencing, so I don't want to speak to it and be incorrect, but is it from our own dashboard?
Yeah.
Pulling it up right now as we speak, I apologize.
No worries. So we'll come back to that. Okay. In the RFI, we instructed or asked that you provide org chart with salaries, but we have the names but not the salaries. Are you able to provide them through the chair electronically later on?
Yeah, yes, we can do that.
Thank you so much. And then on page 19 of the RFI, you mentioned that a subset of departments worked with performance management team in new measures. Can you list these new measures?
Oh, please.
Could I have a where in the RFI you're?
Page 19. So for this, the question for you, or the ask was, for this upcoming fiscal year, please provide a narrative explaining any proposed new measurements or changes to the target levels of new existing performance measurements. And then the department responded, all departments receive enterprise measures in FY25 to support citywide goals of promoting diversity in hiring and improving the speed at which positions are filled. A subset of departments also worked with performance management to team on new measures that relate to specific department functions with city initiatives. And I'm interested in new measures because as we're talking about, reform, I'm also interested in understanding like the pain points of where you feel that reform could improve the department. But specifically, I guess the measures would speak to those pain points as well.
When you say reform, are you making reference to the diversity department, hiring, or just policing in general?
I guess I would like to understand, to your definition, like what that means, because I read it in your report a lot, and I guess what reform could mean for community advocates or for counselors could be different for the department.
And so I think part of it, I think, is that we should be really good at what we're supposed to be good at. And so we're making sure that, our officers understand our mission, making sure that that we're, if not the best, that we could be at that, or close to the best, and making sure that we're always training and bringing in, new information and insight so that we're always at the forefront of, the best standards and best practices around that, particularly around building public trust, keeping people safe, and partnering and keeping people safe. And then, so the other aspect of reform is which we're going to work on, which is around accreditation, which is not now, but that's something we're working towards. And maybe I can talk about a little bit later on. That's another half of it. But it's really important that we understand our mission that we all work towards that people know what to expect around that, and that we're building trust along the way. And so, that is what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Just wrapping up for context. You have 6 goals, and of those goals, then you work on certain, your mission for the department. Your specific description here speaks of, how to or where the areas or domains that you have to improve to do your job better. And then specifically to your office, what that mission is, Bureau of Community Engagement, what they do and what that mission is, the BAT operations, Bureau of Administration and Technology Operations Program, BAT Administration and Technology, Bureau of Professional Development, Bureau of Field Services, Bureau of Professional Standards. And I guess based on all of these different descriptions in order to get to your mission, I'm trying to figure out the measures that you've implemented thus far to be able to get folks to the professional standard or development that you expect in order to reach your goals. That's my time. The chair is going to cut me off, but I'll come back to those questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Murphy, the floor is yours.
Just here to support and I know questions from our today.
Thank you.
Staff is here just in case.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Coletta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. I have questions as it relates to, let's see, the detail system and overtime. So the last time I asked about this was, I think, during the contract hearings where I talked about the fact that I was pleased to see an overhaul of the detail system and frustrated when it came to utility work on highly utilized streets that do not have a police detail to keep pedestrians safe, but then seeing police detail for residential streets. I had asked for information during that hearing about tracking 4 and 8 hour minimums and if those hours are being met. My understanding is that if an officer works anything between 1 to 4 hours of detail, they get paid 4 hours. If they work between 4 to 8 hours, they get paid 8 hours. And so I had asked for that information tracking this area of overtime, and we never received it. So I'm curious to know if you have it today for us.
I apologize, Len. Do we have that? Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. That was one of the questions. I do know that since the patrolmen have signed the contract around details, that we're filling 78.7% of our prioritized details there.
I would also add that the part of the reform contained in the contracts was to try to limit that kind of roll up, and so scheduling details in 4 or 8 hour blocks as much as possible so that you're eliminating time paid but not worked, while also still prohibiting any overlap of detail hours with your regular shift hours. So really trying to focus on hours paid equaling hours worked, while also making sure that our priority or tier 1 jobs are getting filled.
Okay, and then so is it correct to say that if an officer is done working a detail and finishes early, they're not allowed to pick up another detail within the same time frame? Is that correct?
That's correct. As long you cannot accept 2 jobs with overlapping scheduled hours.
Okay. That's the question I have for this round, Chair. I'll yield my time for the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Coletta. Councilor Fitzgerald.
Thank you, Vice Chair Peppin. Thank you, panel, for being here again with us today. In relation to details, just some basic stuff, and really for my own education, for anyone watching at home. I think there's a common misconception, right, that details are paid for by the city when typically it's utility companies or private companies that need it. But how does that reimbursement work? Does it come, the city pays and we are reimbursed then through the utility, or are they paid directly by utility companies, et cetera? And I have some follow-ups to that.
Yeah, so it's just as you said, but go ahead.
So the city will pay the officer, so when we enter the details of the overtime, one load will go directly to the human capital management system to pay the officer, and then the other other portion of it goes to base financials where they generate an invoice to that vendor. And obviously the invoice is, we bill the vendor directly.
So in that, how often are payments made back? And is it, you know, what's typically the time where we put the invoice out to when it is paid? Or is there, do they just do it all and say, hey, let us know at the end of the year and we'll just pay it off at once, or does it come in?
Oh, it comes in frequently.
Okay.
But some of the bigger companies like Verizon and some of the utility companies, they're based on projects. So basically, you know, some projects come in quicker than other projects. It's just like, because they do review all the invoices that come in and make sure that it's assigned to whatever project or work that they were working on, but they always pay.
And that was my next question. There's never been a history of, right, there's no waiver of any of these details or anything like that, right? They've always paid. Is there any other history of lateness?
There have been times that we're really on top of our bills for the details. But I know that when the city performed an audit, I want to say back in like 2013 with Ernst & Young, when they were bringing the receivables on the books, they did write a portion of details off that were uncollectible, or like for a vendor might go out of business.
Yeah.
And like, I think our detail office does a pretty good job trying to collect.
Great.
And I think the city has used our department as an example to other departments for collections.
Awesome. Moving on, it's sort of the same basic questions around central booking. It's in Nashua Street, right? Is that the only location that we have?
So no, we still book, prisoners in a few of our stations. It was really more about mass and cast when we first started, to have a centralized location, because we were using offices from multiple different districts to go there, particularly given this, we were concerned about the state of some of the, people that we might bring on, particularly around the health part. We thought the Sheriff's Department was far better suited to make sure we meet the needs of some of those people.
So do we only have one central booking in the city? Central book. I know we can book in the districts as well, but
this is a goal we're working towards. We currently can't say that we have a total central booking. This is more like a pilot that we're starting. So, and you want to speak to that?
Yes, sir. So we're currently booking prisoners that were arrested in the Mass and Cass kind of catchment area.
Yep.
And like the commissioner had said, it was, looking at the conditions, some of the people are in, substance abuse crisis mode, mental health, all this other stuff. We felt as though it was a better environment for them. There's nurses that are on staff. There's medical evaluations, and then the facility itself, once the prisoner is transitioned to the Sheriff's Department, like the commissioners mentioned earlier, they're in the business. That's their role. It's a better environment from the housing standpoint. So currently, it's prisoners it's crosses district borders, but in that Mass and Cass catchment area, that's where those prisoners are currently diverted.
so in the future, is that what it will, say we reach our goal and the Mass and Cass issue is not the issue that it is currently today? Central booking could be used for, even on, what are the instances outside of that? Could it be used for anybody, any instance of booking any district can go?
Yeah, except for juveniles. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Juveniles are a separate entity all to themselves, but yes.
And would more central booking type things help officers stay on the street if you were looking to make more central booking locations, right? I know this is a pilot, we're starting one, but even if we do expand that?
Not only officers, but actually in the cells and watching prisoners, things of that nature, it's just not a cost savings. It is a cost savings, but more importantly, it puts officers back out onto the streets, and so we don't have to, worry about watching prisoners, things of that nature.
Great, thank you. And finally, on mental health, I know I took a ride along with C11 several months ago, and Officer Bradham, who drove me around for the night, we talked a lot about what it is to be a police officer and sort of the things you go through. And he explained his own process for try to, digest some of the things that you see and go through and feelings you have being a police officer. What else, could you take this opportunity to describe what is out there that we are providing for our officers for mental health now?
So clearly we have, part of the wellness program is we give them the opportunity to actually, seek help and provide help, but we're also working with ROCA with a program just designed for that, to help officers, deal with some of their emotions and around certainly some of the things around the brain and things of that nature. And so that's an in-service that we're doing with our current officers, and I believe all new officers are trained in it as well. And
No, I think, in the first round, we talked about it, in terms of our peer support unit, it's a very robust program, and, there's a lot of different programs that go through, that are available through the peer support unit. And I think, like I said earlier, we do a good job. We've sent the message down throughout the department, like if you see other officers that you think are having an issue, people will call the peer support unit anonymously and say, hey, listen, we think, so-and-so has an issue, and they kind of get to them that way. But, like I said earlier, I think, there was always a stigma attached to that, but, from what I've seen from when I first came on to now, officers being willing and able to utilize the, the programs that we have, like I said, I think we're in a pretty good spot. Again, we're always looking to build upon that, but there is a lot of stuff out there for officers that, they know about it. Some of them will do it on their own. Some of it takes a little bit of prodding and pushing, and again, I mentioned earlier, the unions are, a very good partner in this. We have discussions with them a lot, stuff comes up about certain officers and directing them towards the programs that we have.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and the police officials that are here from the Boston Police Department. Thank you for testifying. We also had a hearing a month ago, a couple months ago, and a civilian testified, Maria Chivas, who did an outstanding job as well, testifying, but she's been a tremendous asset for the police department, being very responsive to a lot of our questions. So I just want to acknowledge her professionalism. So, Commissioner, can you talk to me again about, and I know it has mostly to do with the Mass and Cass situation, but central booking, what is the process now for booking if it happens on the weekends? Is there any change in logistics, or are we continuing to do what we've always been doing?
You're talking about Mass and Cass or the whole city?
Mass and Cass.
Okay. So we'll have Dan want to speak to Mass and Cass.
Sure, absolutely. You're talking about the deployments down there or the booking?
The booking, central booking, and again, knowing that many of them are dealing with medical challenges, how are you ensuring that they're safe, but also that there's personnel to help them with this?
Yep, so on the ground, if the determination that a person is incapacitated due to substance abuse, they go to the hospital, they get medical treatment. So we do not bring an incapacitated person to any of our lockups or anything like that. If a person is medically, commits a crime or an offense that would subject them to arrest and they're physically able to be placed into our custody, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, we are currently staffing the Nashua Street booking. So they will go there. Doesn't matter what day of the week it is.
Okay. With Boston police personnel there?
Yes, sir. They'll be transported by Boston police officers, and they're booked by Boston police officers.
Okay. Deputy, are there any changes to that procedure if the prisoner is a woman?
So the female prisoner would be booked at the district of arrest. Upon verification, they would go to C6.
In South Boston?
For housing. They could also be brought directly there.
Okay. And what happens when they're in the custody of C6, especially on the weekend?
Sure. The bail magistrate would be contacted, and a bail hearing would take place. And if eligible for bail and release, they would be released. If not, they would remain at C6 and delivered to court on Monday morning.
Okay. So they could be at the police station at C6 for 48 hours? a Friday afternoon until Monday morning, or even longer, I guess.
Yes, sir.
Does C6, who I know they do a tremendous job, but do they have the ability, do they have the expertise to care for a prisoner that may or may not have medical related issues?
I mean, certainly if someone's, has a medical issue, we certainly call EMS and/or make sure that they get the hospital care that they need. We are not physicians, no nurses in that capacity, but that's why we have partners to absolutely do it. That's the reason why, we thought it was so important to try to partner with the Sheriff's Department, because they actually have staff on hand that actually are medical professionals.
If a prisoner is brought to a hospital, does the Boston police officer stay with that prisoner the entire time?
For the most part, depending on the offense, but for the most part, yes.
Does it matter what the arrest is for?
Yes.
What arrest would not ensure the custody of the police being physically there?
Probably something that we felt that we could summons them, as opposed to, just waiting for it. Probably something more domestic violence related or violent crime related. We would stay with the personnel, but there are a whole host of things. I mean, each circumstance might be different. What's going on, the circumstances around the event in general.
Thank you. I know a couple of my colleagues asked about domestic violence related challenges. Do we have personnel on Boston Police in the domestic violence unit that speak languages other than English, such as Cantonese?
Hold on.
What was the language, Cantonese?
Cantonese.
I don't believe we have a detective or a supervisor that speaks Cantonese, but we do throughout the department, and then they would call for assistance and have the officer contact or else.
Participating in
Do we always have someone working in Boston Police all the time that speaks Cantonese?
I don't know, but we certainly have access to a language line and the city program more recently around our ability to use language materials.
So we participated in the Tier 1 part of the Language and Communications Access Program, and have just recently, as part of that, distributed iPads preloaded with interpreter programs to all of the districts, as well as the Public Service Counter at headquarters and the Family Justice Division School Engagement Unit, the Citywide Community Engagement Unit, and Internal Affairs, and have loaded the apps on the cell phone so that if there's not a person with a specific linguistic ability available to respond, they can utilize those programs through the technology provided.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Superintendent.
I stand corrected. Detective Richie Moy, forgive me, he's in the domestic violence unit.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Superintendent. That's helpful. Commissioner, can you talk about, in getting back to the low number of police we had, I think you mentioned earlier it's the lowest number you've seen in a long period of time. But because we have a low number of police officers, is that impacting promotion to sergeant? Is it impacting sergeant to lieutenant? I guess my question is, are we concerned about taking rank and file patrolmen off the street, putting them in another unit that may not be as on the street as a patrolman? Is that a concern of yours, Commissioner?
Yeah, certainly it's a factor of timing, because in order to promote, you're taking from, the officer pool for anything, whether it's detectives or supervisors across the board. And so, we're trying to be intentional about the timing of certain things, again, to try to time it more around academy classes, things of that nature.
So the crime stats are down, but we just don't have enough police officers to fill our shifts.
I'd like to say that we are working as efficiently as possible with the staff that we have. promotions are important, and it's something we were always looking towards to do, to make sure we have an appropriate supervision, because it certainly plays a role in what we do around that. But yeah, we just can't naturally, we have a certain number, and then we had a certain number of supervisors, and it used to be opening, fill it, opening, fill it. Right now, we don't have the same number of people, so we just can't go down that pattern of just opening and fill something as though we did have that number. And so we're just trying to be mindful of the number we have, the needs we have, and making sure we recognize that we're not fully staffed before we do promotions in general.
Okay. I still have more time, Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I referenced earlier, Commissioner, my neighborhood in South Boston, Andrews Square, having a lot of challenges. And I've worked with the Boston Police on this issue, and again, they're doing a very good job. But what are we doing as it relates to Mass and Cass with the people leaving Mass and Cass or arriving at Mass and Cass? They're coming into Andrews Square off the red line. Can we beef up support in Andrews Square? Councilor Fitzgerald mentioned South Bay Mall, which is across the street, into Dorchester. Do we have a specific plan to deal with public safety challenges outside the immediate area of Mass and Cass?
I mean, we currently spend a great deal of resources in that area in general, and we will continue to do what's needed. But I always have to separate the issue between optics of crime and in crime. And so we will do all we can to address crime. Some of the optics that people don't like around maybe some of the personnel that might be in the area, we can't always do something about that because it's not a crime. And so I just want to make sure that we separate the two issues. But yes, we do have strategies in place to deal with that, but it always begins with also complaints too around some of this stuff too. So as we find out about it, we will address it real time as fast as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome.
I think my time's up. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair Peppin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see you all again. My question is regarding mental health. Recently, I took a visit to the Suffolk County Correctional Facility. I was able to get a tour and was able to learn about what they're doing. But the topic of mental health came up, and I became curious of what BPD is doing. Are you all shifting the model when you're training and hiring folks to, I know this shouldn't be your responsibility, but to think about mental health perspective as well, of having to deal with a mental health case on the workforce, making that a staple in your training process? Because I know community policing is like the main focus, but maybe you do a certain trainings to how to, again, this shouldn't be your responsibility, but I think it would be important and helpful for the workforce moving forward.
So I know the Academy certainly adds some features around this, particularly as I described to you about ROKR training. We have CIT training for officers that that work in that area, Mass and Cass in general, around that. And then we do as much as we can to make sure officers are exposed to anything mentally health related, because the fact is we have to respond to so many of those calls around that. And so it's an issue of we only have so many hours of training, and then making sure that we get the biggest bang for the buck, and then follow up on that every year or two, and that's what we're trying to do related to this stuff. The reality is that we're called to quite a few calls in general where people are struggling with mental health, and it doesn't seem to be going away, even when we partner with people. And that's just the reality of our job. So we do need to do more, and we're trying to do more to make sure our officers are equipped to deal with it.
And thank you for that, Commissioner. And I know I started by saying the new workforce, but is there also programs in place to train maybe an officer that has been on the job for a longer time period that maybe has came into the workforce with a different type of experience and now kind of having to rethink of how they're doing the job.
And so, that's an excellent question. As I said, that we're doing this ROCA training, which is Rewire, which is about rewiring the brain to deal with some of that stuff. I do know we just started a new initiative. Is no work still? And Superintendent Bastian's here, and we have a new program which we're just starting, and she just spoke to it today. She can explain.
So right now, we do have 12 hours of mental health training, and we also have crisis intervention training, which is 8 more additional hours. That's just for the recruits. But the big thing that we do in the academy is that we include mental health training in when we do scenario-based training. So we have over 1,100 hours of training, and when we do our scenario-based training, we incorporate mental health just like we incorporate community policing mindset in everything aspect of the training. So we have those extra 11 hours and 12 hours, but on top of it, we incorporate that. As far as in-service, we started the multiple trainings, but one of them is exactly what we're talking about, Rewire, which is all the officers on the job with 30 years on, the chief, command staff down that has to go through that training, and that's about mental health awareness. As far as in health and wellness, we also have 32 hours of first responders, officer mental health and wellness, 132 hours combined. So that's a lot concentrated on. But the main focus I want to talk about is, and just reiterate, is that it's incorporated into our scenario-based training. So even though we have that when we do breakout sessions, which is a lot of hours, we bring that mental health aspect in. So that is a big focus at the academy and a big focus for the commissioner to have all of our officers, like you said. His question all the time to me is like the recruits are getting it, do our veteran officers have it? So we are incorporating that into our in-service.
Wow, thank you, Nora. And by in-service, those are current officers that are already out there.
Everyone with a uniform, including the command staff. So it's a lot of focus.
Thank you, Superintendent Bass. It's good to see you. And then my next question is a bit connected to that, and it's: has BPD considered having a trained professional in each district, like a social worker or someone that deals with mental health, that is not a uniformed police officer, in each, in each district, if that doesn't exist already?
Yeah, and so we have that sort of with our partnership with Youth Connect, where there's a trained social worker that certainly deals with youth around referrals, and in a lot of our stations, not all of them, but it's quite a few of our stations in general around that. And as well as, remember now, we have best team clinicians that actually work with us in general as well. So we do partner with some folks around in that space, and have some people that are dedicated to that in multiple parts of the city.
That's good to know. I appreciate you sharing that. Okay, my last question for this round is, I know that E18 has a very fine program of mentoring young men in Hyde Park specifically. I know that there's been several cases where a parent has called where they're looking for someone to be of guidance to the youth. But I was wondering, is there a more general program across BPD that provides this service? Digging more specifically for young men of color, because that's what I'm getting from residents, that they want to see that in place, because they know the parents that have used that resource at E18 know that it works. I just want to know that if it's available citywide.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I met a young lady just yesterday, and she was talking about the impact that we had on her son, where this mentoring program that you just made reference to with some of the officers, and she was tremendously grateful to that. I know we have started a recent partnership coming up around more around labor and mentoring people and bringing them in to introduce them to our department in some capacity, as far as maybe future work and things of that nature. We have a lot of officers that do so many different things actually on their own, whether it's mentoring and all these other programs individually, on their own time and in their own way, around that space of mentoring in general. we have a teen academy that we use particularly during the summer months. We bring in young kids and hopefully try to mentor them as well and see if they have any interest in, not only, maybe public safety, but any public safety, job that's within the city. We work with kids in multiple capacities, and we consider that when we're doing that, mentoring. Whether we're there reading the kids, playing, dodgeball, or doing all the different things that we do around community policing and building trust, it's meant to provide some type of mentorship with the kids and youth of our city. So it's not a formalized plan, but the fact is we do it in so many different ways, and maybe, we always looking to do more. If you're interested or have some more ideas around that, we can talk offline about that.
Definitely. But with that, again, I just want to thank you all for the work you do. Thank you for answering my questions. I look forward to seeing you all in the community. And with that, I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Just a few questions around the Best Team and Youth Connect. How many is it Youth Connect liaisons and then Best Team clinicians do we have?
Districts, yeah. It's funny, last year, I think I spoke to it last year, and I mean, of course, I can't remember it offhand.
And then do we have any data around of their deployment, like how often they're going off to calls?
Yeah. Hold on one second. It's quite a few, but hold on.
This was last year's numbers.
Okay. And so make reference to last year's numbers, and I will get you this year's numbers, so just not right this second. As far as referrals, this year? In 2023, we had 326 referrals, and then by state, different stations. And I could do a breakdown of what those are, but yeah, virtually every station in the city had a referral. Even if we don't have one assigned to that station, we get some from social workers from other stations to go to a different district.
All right, and are they, my understanding last year, they weren't around the clock. Are they?
24/7,
24/7,
no, it's
right.
still not 24/7, but again, a referral, even if it's not during the shift, that we can, try to catch up at another time or whatever. We'll still make the referrals.
Right.
It's just that they won't be able to get to them real time at that moment.
All right, yeah, I would just like updated stats or data. Who's next? Councilman Mejia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. So I'm going to go back to a question that I had earlier since you guys are still here. And it goes back to promotional. I am a firm believer that it is very difficult for folks who sometimes don't understand the culture or don't understand the community, for them to really see us in ways that we feel like we're being protected and served too, right? So this is why I keep going back to the diversity situation. So in the past 12 to 15 years, the last 3 sergeant exams, 2008, 2014, and 2020, have produced the following sergeant list below, and I'm going to break it down by race. For Black male, 35, Black female, 12, Hispanic male, 16, Hispanic female, 4, Asian male, 5, Asian female, 1, white male, 288, and white female, 39. And so this is why I keep harping on the importance of us really doing everything in our power to diversify leadership, because those who are in positions of power are able to move in ways that reflect the diversity that exists within the community that they happen to be overseeing. And so I just want to name that this, over the last 12 to 15 years, we have not met the moment when it comes to our diversity efforts. And so we have an opportunity this time, Commissioner, to repair that harm and really think about what changes we can make to increase our diversity numbers. So I just wanted to name that for the record. Now I'm going on to my questions. I'm going to start off with some of the advocates have been talking about the folks from Massachusetts, the Bail Fund, Families for Justice That's Healing, the Material Aid and Advocacy Program are all pushing back on the central booking because they believe it expands police powers and puts people in the sheriff's hand at Nashua Street. Advocates are saying that police are using it against the unhoused people and also use it when they arrested the Northeastern protesters. And I'm just curious, the groups are saying that we need to invest in more housing and voluntary treatment, not forced treatment, so so that they can have real support and real solutions. And so how are you all grappling with the central lockup conversation that's happening? And, how are you reconciling with what the advocates are saying and some of the concerns that have bubbled up to the top? And what is your administration thinking?
And so, remember, the premise of doing this in the beginning was actually providing better service to people who are, prisoners to us for an evening or whatever. We're not in the holding business, we're public safety. And so the idea was that the sheriff's office, with all the facilities they have and or the actual right personnel to make sure people are safe and can address the emergency needs that may or may not come. The thought was that they were better suited to that, and then we could offload some of the folks that come into our possession in some way, shape, or form to better serve them in that way. Because I have to say, in the criminal justice system, we're not there to punish them. We're just there to get them to the next portion of the criminal justice system, which is really court. And so even in our facilities, that's what it's for. But the fact is that our officers are better suited, serving the public and not, watching, holding prisoners. If something happens, they're not equipped to address those needs. Our facilities are not as equipped or I would say as good as what the sheriff's office says. So it was actually on the behalf of the people that we were holding. That's what we were trying to do, as well as meeting the other needs and challenges that we have, just through our own staffing.
Okay. I'm going to go to a question that Councilor Rohrell lifted up. He talked about that in the past years there was more than $1 million for underspending for lease and purchases. This was earlier. But this year the proposed budget is going up by $2 million. And you also said, I believe, that $1.5 million was spent on equipment in 2023. The proposed equipment budget is $9.1 million, with $7.6 million coming from lease purchases. Can you clarify these numbers? Was there only $1.5 million spent in equipment? And why is the budget going up to $9.1 million when there has been so much underspending? There's some discrepancies with those numbers. If you can provide some clarity, I would appreciate that. The next question that I have is that you described a little about how BPD decides on creating overtime shifts. Do captains and BPD leaders have banks on overtime hours that they use to create those shifts? For example, are captains told you have 5,000 overtime hours you can assign this month, right? I don't know, this is just throwing out a number out there. How does this system work, and how many hours do captain and BPD leaders get to assign? I'd like to understand that a little bit more. And then based on the 2023 data from the city's analyzed Boston website, 2,038 officers made overtime that was more than 10% of their regular pay. And 583 officers made overtime that was more than 50% of their regular pay. Is that accurate? And why is officers' overtime pay so high compared to their regular pay? And how can we limit this so that we can fund other budget priorities?
The pay is contractual on the last question. That's overtime is paid at a different rate than regular time. Banks, there are no overtime banks for the captains to do as they please. That doesn't exist. And I'm sorry, the other question I think was back to you. Lease purchases.
Lease purchase and equipment. So the line item where it's $1.5 million is equipment that we purchased through the operating budget. And then the $7.5 million is through the lease purchase program. So it includes current year purchases plus amortization of prior year purchases because it's debt service.
Okay, so I'd like to know, thank you for that. Could you tell me, I don't have my sheet in front of me, what is the budget line item for Superintendent Batson's department on community engagement? How much are we spending?
CURC Police Academy.
I keep forgetting that. But you know what? It's so funny because you're still out in the community as though you're still out in these streets. So that's why I'm having a hard time displacing you out of there because you're so incredibly ever present in community. So thank you for always showing up even though you don't have to. That speaks volumes to your leadership. But let's talk about the community engagement department. What's the budget line item?
4.1 million.
How many?
4.1 million.
Okay. And can you just talk to us about how did you end up with that number?
A good chunk of our salaries that's in the community engagement, which would be the officers that are housed under the Bureau of Community Engagement. But also during November, we send out what we call budget templates to all the cost centers. The Bureau of Community Engagement would be one. And we ask them, aside from personnel, we ask them, what is it that you're looking for non-personnel expenses? And they submit that, and we in turn submit that as a whole department.
So let's go back to the police academy, because I think that that's really kind of the pipeline, right? We're recruiting, we're engaging, we're educating. Can you talk to us a little bit about the training and development line item?
You mean the personnel staff that work at the academy?
Mm-hmm.
No.
Well, I mean, the academy right now rolls into is the Bureau of Professional Development. So I don't specifically have the academy broken down, but I can get that information to you.
Yeah.
Because there are several departments that roll into, several units that roll into that bureau. One is the firearms out in Moon Island in the academy, but I can break that out for you.
Yeah, because I'm trying to understand. I see a lot of the cadets that are in training in community events with Superintendent Batson that I want to keeping her in the community space, but like they are showing up in spaces, and that's part of the training. And I don't know if that is a practice that has seen its value, that you all are recognizing the value of having officers really be in deep community before they're out in their professional roles. Can you talk to us a little bit about some of the outcomes that you have seen?
Well, I mean, it's highly valuable for officers to understand how to build trust with community when they're in the academy. When they get out, they hit the ground running. It tends to lead to better engagement across the board, we believe. But I want to say this about, engagement. I mean, that's part of all our jobs, in the police department. And that's what we're trying to change the culture to make sure that people understand that.
Mm-hmm.
So no matter where they sit, they're engaged in the public to build trust in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that my time is up, but I think that I'm going to wait for round two because I really think that when we're talking about building trust, there's an incident that occurred that I would love to learn a little bit more about, and it's the jump out crew. And I'm not sure if you're familiar with that term.
We certainly don't have any units called jump out crew,
But that's how it's been coined in the news.
Again, the news says a lot, but you'll have to be more specific. Thank you.
Okay, this was about two officers who apparently rolled up on a young man late at night, and there was a video that went viral, and luckily this young man knew his constitutional rights and he was able to defend himself. But the officer that was interacting with this young man was not showing up in a professional and a courteous way. And so when we're talking about professional development and we're talking about shifting culture, the best way for us to really restore harm, and I'm going to go back again, is by making sure that we are restoring and investing in shifting leadership so that people on the ground can see themselves reflected. So I think that there's still a lot of work that we need to do as it relates to building trust in the community in some instances. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Mejia. Council Weber, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Hello again. So I have some questions about overtime. And, as a former wage and hour attorney, I think of overtime as a tool that's designed to make sure that we hire enough workers, and it's not supposed to be a supplement to people's wages that they feel like they have to work to make a living and afford to live here. So when I hear about people working overtime and feeling like they need to earn, 50% of their, annual salary through overtime, it's designed as a penalty to the employer to say, don't have this person work over 40 hours, there could be something, a certain threshold, hire someone else to do the job. So in terms of overtime, can you tell me, so what's the current staffing level for police officers? Was it 3,000? Yeah, just give me the number.
1,401.
Okay. And, so do you have a number? Do you agree that that's not, you're not fully staffed, or is that number, what's your goal?
I mean, the goal is to have enough officers to be able to do all the things that we needed to do to keep people safe. And so certainly over time, we've had more officers. That's certainly for sure around that. And so to get back to our, sworn number that we had at one point would be a really good start. But we've not been at that number now for several years now. And so we're just trying to make sure we meet all the needs of the city.
Well, so, I mean, what's a number in the past that you think,
Yeah, and just quickly, I just got two different numbers. But I remember it at 2287 at one point, and so we can get you historically what that number's been over time. But the fact is, we're not really near that number right now. And so I think your point is about overtime and people not thinking it's a basic need or whatever. And I don't think that that's where we are as a department right now. Officers are doing overtime because we are forcing many of them, because the fact is we're backfilling quite a bit around that. We have more details in the city than we have officers to do it. And that's a means to make extra money, as you made reference to before. So I don't know if there was historically a time when maybe people might wanted to do that, felt the need, but today, officers have the ability to do details and make, just as much money.
Well, and so you threw out is that 2,000? So you think we're about 50% of our,
that was the overall sworn.
Okay.
Not a breakdown of just police officers.
Well, have you done it? So my understanding is that overtime is primarily worked because we don't have enough people to do to meet minimum staffing requirements.
Yes. Backfilling for officers that are, that are not present or at academy training or calling sick or out injured, things of that nature, yes.
Okay. And so I guess first, has anyone done an analysis of the cost to the police department of having to pay someone time and a half, 4 hours for maybe an hour of work, 8 hours for 5 hours of work, as opposed to hiring another person to do it?
Probably not an analysis in that way, but we go through the process every year at budget time when someone says, why is your overtime so high? And we make reference to it. So, but no official analysis, but certainly we go through this process every year at budget time because so much is attributed.
Because I think what happens is if workers feel like they need to work overtime to afford to live somewhere, it's because the base rate is not high enough. And so maybe that's something we need to look at. But do you think is the reason why there are not enough staff because not enough people are applying, because our academy system, it needs to be ramped up? What's the obstacle?
So I can't certainly, say that I know exactly what the reason is. I do know that there's a strong public sentiment around policing in the country in general, and it's just not our department, it's just nationwide around being able to attract and retain people in this field. And so a lot of it has to do with usually the negativity associated with it. Regardless of the good work that we do, any negative piece of work seems to get magnified multiply, for a long period of time. And there's a generation of particularly younger people today that don't want to be associated with anything that's considered negative. And the fact is that, that they're very important to the work that we do because they're our future. And so this is really important work. We work, for the public. We work with the public, and we need young people to reflect our department around that. And so that's why it's so important for us to clear up misinformation that goes out there around certain things and the reasons why we do what we do. We're here to save lives, to protect the public, to serve the public, and that's it. Do officers make mistakes from time to time? Yes, we do, just like every other field and every other group. But we're not here to do harm on purpose. That's not who we are as a group.
Okay, thanks. Because we're just talking about the budget, I'm just trying to zero in on cost and what we can do. So I think you mentioned this morning that the department's had a 4% decrease in overtime. Is that? Am I remembering
On
correctly?
backfilling, on the replacement overtime.
Okay.
When officers are out injured or sick or on vacation, or when we have to fill in for an officer or train in when an officer's not there, that position.
And is that for the sworn officers? That's that figure? Yes. Okay. Okay. And do you know? So what? Do you know how many officers are in the medically? I'm sorry. What's the medically incapacitated at the time? Right now?
133.
Okay.
Oh, excuse me, 130.
And is there any? What's the? Do you have any policies in place? Like at what point officers should be moved into retirement or
Yeah, we've had quite a few move into the retirement section. We've I think reduced that quite a bit from last year. Yeah.
We reduced it significantly from last year. I want to say that this time last year, we were well over 200 officers out injured, and we moved quite a few people to the retirement process.
Okay.
Rather than waiting, Tim Smith from the retirement board would always say, if an officer's out around a year or more, we should start moving the retirement because chances are they're not coming back.
Okay. And then, so my understanding under the new CBA is that the department has had sworn officers doing assignments for details. Is that still continue? But now under the new CBA, you're allowed to contract out to civilians, I guess, to do that, or through an app. Are sworn officers in Boston still doing that kind of work? How many?
Yeah, and so I think currently there are still some, but that we're moving to remove, all of them and have, either a vendor do it themselves or
okay,
offload that work to someone else.
Do you know? Does anyone have the number of people doing that? Sorry.
Right, currently, but we can get you that number.
Okay.
Very
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Sorry. Do you? And then, have you contracted with medical examiners to examine? Because we're shifting away from disability. People are out on disability from arbitration, I guess, to using a medical examiner. How's that going?
So I think medical is for deceased people, but we do have medical staff on staff. And I think he's making reference to.
So we have an occupational health department within the Boston Police Department that will have the out injured officers come in every 2 weeks just for evaluation. They are required to bring any medical documentation updates. But with respect to having the independent medical exam, I think with the new contracts for the BPPA, as I understand it, that if we're bringing back an officer to modified duty, light duty, and their doctor says no, and we say yes, we can send them for an IME, an independent medical exam, and that will determine whether or not the officer comes back on a modified duty only, though.
We'll expedite that process so people aren't sitting out there.
Okay, sorry, just getting back to overtime for a second. You look at your department's budget over the years, there's, spending over the budget on overtime. That number has gone just way up. It was like over 30 million, I think, last year. So what's happening? What is the budget for overtime for next year? What was it for last year?
Yeah, and I think the projection is kind of arbitrary. We do a lot of events, particularly when we need additional staffing through overtime, whether it's protest. There's a whole host of events that, we end up taking on, and it's through overtime based on what's happening. So
21.5% of our total overtime is spent on special event staffing, just to give an idea of the piece of the pie that encompasses.
And so I guess what's budgeted is for overtime for next year?
Overtime budgeted for next year in the recommended fiscal year 25 is 50.6 million. 50.6 million.
Okay, sorry, and was that similar to last year?
Last year, it was, the appropriation for last year for fiscal year 24 for overtime was 49.6 million.
Okay, and then we ended up spending like 70, it was like 30 million over, I believe. And then the expectation, you don't have any control, and it could be due to the unique nature of, the demands we put on our police department. But the expectation is there'll be, it's been over every year. I don't know, I just looked back 3 years. It's been over by a lot. Is the expectation it'll be over?
maybe the events will go down, maybe the national issues will go down, maybe we'll have a very peaceful year across the board, and hopefully that will go down as well. We're making a conscious effort, though, to try to reduce our overtime, because it's just not good for the wellness of the people who do the work. And so, that is something we're really, really trying to do. But we are a major city. We do have a lot of events here. Things are outside of our control, particularly with protests and people who want to come to our city, sometimes just to send messages and things of that nature that we have to provide public safety for. And I think that's the cost that happens sometimes with a city like ourselves, that people want to come here to send messages. So we hear you. We're trying to reduce our overtime multiple ways for multiple reasons. But I don't have a crystal ball about the future. I wish I did.
Okay, yeah, and we also have a pretty good basketball and hockey team, so maybe there'll be
and used to be baseball.
Yes, yeah, near future. Thank you, Chair.
What is the series for the Bruins now?
I don't put me on.
Just going on the same line of questioning, overtime. You said 21.5% of overtime is for special events. Do you have the breakdown of like what's forced overtime and the rest of the pie?
Yeah, so we can certainly break it down for you in more detail after, but just to give you an idea, the largest percentage of overtime relates to extended tours, which is oftentimes the result of holding staff over as a result of an event happening in the city or unanticipated event. The second largest is that replacement cost, which is down from FY23 by 4.4%. And then the third largest category is special events at 21.5%. And included in our overtime expenditures also are our larger scale projects like Mass and Cast, for example. But we can do a further breakdown for you.
Got it. And do we know what, for FY24, where we're going to end up in terms of like actual overtime expenditure? I mean, we have FY24 year-to-date through March.
Mm-hmm.
Estimating between now and
for the rest
July.
of the, yeah. if you had to just,
We're probably going to, we usually do estimates in terms of hours because of the contracts, the collective bargaining agreements. Sometimes, like, for example, my overtime projection last year is probably a lot more than it was, than it would be this year because the contracts have been settled, but we're projecting roughly about 1.4 million hours in overtime by year end.
and what, that translates into how much dollars?
So the new contracts just went in, so that dollar amount would be different than before the contract, so.
It's a large amount, if my math is right.
Correct.
It's a large amount. And how much of the projected overtime is civilian versus sworn officers?
Yeah, I would say the majority, far majority of it is sworn. You know, we verify, but I can.
The majority is sworn. In the areas that we see civilian overtime would be operations because of, you know, staffing, but actually that's improved tremendously. But even like for example, you might see a lot of overtime in our fleet division because obviously we need to make sure that vehicles are being maintained. And I believe we have 9 open vacancies for fleet mechanics there as well, so they are pulling guys in on overtime. But I would like to point out that we also get reimbursed by Ford for the warranty work that we do in-house versus Ford doing it. So and that goes right into the general fund every month.
And wait, and what line item would that be reimbursed to? Would that be reimbursed to the?
It would come in as miscellaneous income under the 4,000 series, the revenue account.
Okay.
It goes right into the general fund.
Thanks. And there's a $5 million increase in the Bureau of Professional Development personnel costs. It goes from $6 million to $11 million. Can you just speak to the increased investment inside of that department? The academy class increase.
It's the academy class increase.
It's the academy class, okay. So this is like the size, or how many, we're getting more academy classes this year than?
Both, the size of it and beefing up the additional personnel to the academy to staff them up as we get bigger classes. As the classes go away or we graduate, they shrink back down. We put people back in the district. So.
Okay. And then can you give insight into these other large changes for FY25? I think you spoke to the personnel for field services, but personnel for investigative services is decreasing by $8 million. Why? Can you speak to that?
Yeah, it's the contract salary increases for the detectives.
Okay. And then Bureau of Community Engagement Contractor Services is down $660,000.
It's personnel, but it's also too, like if someone transfers to another district, that they'll go over to that district, so there could be a transfer in there as well. Sometimes the Bureau of Professional Development, which includes the academy, all the recruits are assigned to the academy even upon graduation, and sometimes the chart fields aren't updated in a fashion that should. So when they go to the district, they should be charted to the district, whereas they still sit in the academy, even though they're at the district, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a bookkeeping item.
But, yep, no, that makes sense. And then you saw a 300% jump in people taking the civil service exam in 2024. How does the recruiting pipeline for the police look?
Well, that was very hopeful to be able to increase that, but you know, we're continuing. We have to keep trying all the time, so to make sure that we have enough people in the pipeline, so we can get a bigger class, so we can get more people in around that. So that's going to be an ongoing effort. We were very hopeful about that last process to increase the number of people to take the exam.
And then, you know, Boston has it. I forgot, was it 80% decrease, or, you know, our crime rates have dropped. And when we see, you know, our crime rates drop like this, are our staff or our detective or our police officers, are they looked or are they pushed to reopen some of those cold cases?
So, you know, again, you know, one of the things that we do around the community CompStat is get input from the community. So as major violent crime shifts, people complain about quality of life issues, and so that's where we shift our resources to the quality of life issues around that. As far as the homicides, the older ones, we will always, take a look at those, particularly when there's technologies that can help solve or resolve some of those things around that. And so we will look to do that, but what we do is we put our resources usually to where the people need it or want it around that. And so, I'm looking forward to the day when we are concerned about jaywalkers, as opposed to any other, criminal stat that's out there. And that's a good thing around that. But the fact is we still, we were down in every single category except for, larcenies and things of that nature. And the business community is certainly going to say that we are, not out of the water when it comes to those issues around the things that they're facing right now. And that's where we're trying to shift our resources to address their current needs to make sure that the business community in the city see the reflection of the good work we can do to keep people safe.
And when it goes to the business community, and I hear loud and clear from all business districts, but just want us to keep in mind, like there's certain business districts that, can't throw, $2 million at security services, and they're also asking for increased presence, code 19s and walk and talk. So, and that's also where the concentration of some of the crime that we are putting in this data. So I just want to make sure that we're conscious of those districts as well.
Yeah, we are aware that the smaller mom and pop places are just as important as the bigger places too. So we are trying to reflect that in the services we provide.
And then you mentioned this morning that we're bringing on an average of 108 sworn officers per year, but losing an average of 131 for the past 3 years. And that's sworn officers. From your numbers, you have 294 civilian vacancies right now. What has that average been over the past 3 years? Is it going up or down?
I'm seeing it go down slightly. It seems like since COVID, we've been struggling with, similar to other industries and services, filling our vacancies. We are hiring. We've just done some significant hiring at the Boston Police Department, so I think that number will continue to go down, but it is significantly high, and it has been since COVID.
I mean, so, with the 911, their contracts being settled, we are now settling down and actually being able to hire there, which there was a big gap in that. They were down quite a few, particularly in the civilian positions, and we're addressing that slowly, but hopefully, we're good to see signs that we're actually hiring people, because there was a long period there where we were having a hard time even just filling those roles, but now we are filling some of those positions, so that's a really good thing.
And if I could just get, for our records, last 3 years, hired, sworn, and civilian officers. That is my questions. Now we'll go to public testimony. When your name is called, please come down to one of the two podiums. State your name, neighborhood, and/or organization affiliation. Please speak into the microphone. Please keep your comments to 2 minutes. We'll start online. And we'll have Vina.
Hi, I'm just confirming that y'all just called my name.
Yes.
Okay, cool. So hi, my name is Vina. I'm from District 3. And I am demanding that Mayor Wu and the city councilors reject the mayor's proposed $50 million increase to the police budget and cut payroll, overtime, equipment, and contracts. Instead of giving BPD $455 million in the long term, we need to divest 30% from BPD. And we need to invest in a people's budget, including participatory budgeting, community mental health response, youth jobs, and affordable housing. I also oppose BPD's deadly exchange training with Israel's military, sweeps of unhoused people, and central lockup powers. 10 years ago, I was a teenager rallying for youth jobs, and here I am 10 years later as an adult advocating for the same thing. Youth who have home and financial issues are struggling in their leadership development and academia because of lack of capacity and mental health issues. Many young people I met throughout my years of being a youth worker have expressed finding safe spaces and programming that also supports their mental health journey while providing financial support to relieve some of their stress at home. Every year, the police budget increased for at least $6 to $8 million in regular payroll that they don't even spend. Last year, 656 officers made more than $50,000 a year in overtime. They're getting more in overtime than most Black and brown residents earn for their entire jobs. Last year, 99 officers made more than $100,000 a year in overtime as well. Many families are struggling to pay their bills or even have food on the table from their regular full-time jobs. That is literally so traumatizing. And I'm here to advocate to let youth be youth and support them to develop into our future leaders through programming, youth jobs, and community mental health response. Thank you.
Thank you. Zachary Lee.
Hey. Yeah, my name is Zachary Lee. I live in JP. And yeah, I'm here today to voice support for similar demands to what Vina just said. I want to say, I know, Commissioner, you mentioned before about youth not being so interested in being associated with the police or joining the police, and I want to say that I think for many of us, we don't see the police as an effective solution for public safety, and that's a reason why. And the solutions that we do see for public safety get at the root causes of a lot of the issues that police are addressing symptoms of. And so for these reasons, I support rejecting this $50 million increase for the police budget. And I guess I also want to say that I think the participatory budgeting part of that suggestion is important, because I know that I'm sure you all hear things all the time of people asking for invest in youth jobs, invest in housing, in mental health services, and I know that there's probably a lot of discussion about how are we going to do that to make everybody happy, and I think that giving power back to community as much as possible means that, instead of you guys trying to guess and have a ton of conversations with constituents and people to try to figure out the best solution, that if community has more power, if there was more democracy, right, in terms of determining what we do, then you all don't have to try to guess at things, because if people have power to actually enact policy and really make their voice heard, instead of coming to these hearings and saying stuff and hoping that stuff happens, right? We don't have any power, right, as coming to these hearings where we're sort of just hoping that people listen. So I guess I just want to voice support, extra support for the participatory budgeting part of that as part of the solution. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Joaquin?
Hello. Yeah. Hello, City Council. My name is Joaquin Lambos. I'm a student at Boston Latin Academy, and I'm a resident of Roxbury. I'm also a member of Youth Justice and Power Union, and I'm here demanding that the City Council rejects the mayor's proposed $50 million increase to the police budget and cut payroll, overtime, equipment, and contracts. Instead of giving BPD $455 million, in 2020, Mayor Wu promised to reduce the police's budget by 10%, and yet she still has not upheld this promise. Mayor Wu also made the promise to cap overtime for individual officers. Again, this was another broken promise. Last year, 2,038 officers made overtime, which is more than 10% of the regular pay, and 583 officers made overtime that is more than 50% of their regular pay. Again, last year, 656 officers made over $50,000 in overtime, which is more, and they're getting paid more in overtime than most black and brown residents earn in their jobs in general. The idea that all overtime spending is required by law or police contract is a myth. Police captains and BPD leaders are given flexible overtime hours to give out. These promises must be upheld. I demand that city councilors and Mayor Wu reject the $50 million increase to the police budget and cap overtime, and instead use this money for things such as the mental health crisis response and participatory budgeting to actually support the community as promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Ella Simone.
Hi, my name is Ella Simone, and I'm 16 years old from the Dorchester neighborhood. I'm here to demand two things from Mayor Wu and the city councilors. One, reject the mayor's proposed $50 million increase to the police budget. Two, cut the payroll, overtime equipment, and contracts. Instead of giving BPD $455 million, in the long term, we need to divest 30% from BPD. Last year, 99 officers made more than $100,000 a year in overtime. Instead, we need to reinvest this money towards things our community needs, such as the mental health crisis response project that youth and the older generation can lead to. Instead of the police, because of how poorly they treat mental health crises, which came from a pilot initiative that was announced by the previous administration on August 5th, 2021, to help provide the best possible mental health crisis response for Boston residents. Our community trusts people who come from and share similar stories. We need more representation from our communities. I will end this by repeating that it is imperative to use the divested funds, 30% from the BPD's overtime fund, to fund a community-led, non-carceral mental health crisis response. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Amaya.
Hi, my name is Amaya French. I live in Dorchester, and I demand that Mayor Wu and the city councilors freeze police hiring and stop Mayor Wu's 2 mega class and cap overtime. The city must put the police budget into real community needs because just like adults, youth advocate for their families and help with utilities in their homes, such as paying bills, groceries, and etc. Mayor Wu has broken her promise to cut the police budget or move money into the community. Instead, she has increased the budget from $395 million to $405 million a year, last year. She doubled the class of new police officers, and this year she is committed to increasing the BPD budget by an additional $50 million. This further pushes away my trust towards the city council because you say you are here for the people, while minorities are having a struggle living in affordable housing and mental health. Many organizations, such as the one I'm in, Youth Justice Empowering Union, have been fighting for higher pay rates and have been neglected. Instead of hiring classes of new officers to maintain a violent system, the city council can put money into alternatives that actually make communities healthy and safe. I urge them to move those funds to food deserts, cleaner and safer schools, and proper affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexa?
Hi, my name is Alexa. I live in Dorchester, and I'm 15. I demand that Mayor Wu and the city councilors reject the mayor's proposed $50 million increase from the police budget to grant them a total budget of $455 million. In the future, we need to divest 30% from BPD, invest in a people's budget, including participatory budgeting, community mental health response, youth jobs, and affordable housing. I'd like to focus on cutting equipment and contracts. Mayor Wu is adding $5.1 million for equipment and contracts. This is a misallocation of resources. Police don't need more money for weapons, military equipment, and drones. More weapons does not equal more safety. In my opinion, it leaves more space for an escalation in the use of force. Arming police with more weapons does not make our communities safer. If we provide alternatives to policing, we can lower crime rates and meet the needs of our people. The City Council has the power to move money from the police budget to investments that actually keep the community safe. I urge the City Council to reject the $50 million increase in 2024. I urge them to move these funds into the community, funding things like affordable housing, mental health crisis response, and participatory budgeting. Affordable housing shouldn't have to be so difficult to access. Families are struggling, and you're putting more money into arming police officers. We need to meet the needs of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Sukai?
My name is Sakai Rollins, and I'm a concerned resident of District 4, a neighborhood where my family has lived for generations. I demand that Mayor Wu and the city councilors reject the mayor's proposed $50 million increase for the police budget that would grant them a total budget of $455 million. In the future, we need to divest 30% from the BPD. Invest in a people's budget, including participatory budgeting, community mental health response, youth jobs, and affordable housing. Cut overtime, equipment, and contracts instead of increasing them, and cap overtime. The proposed $50.6 million in police overtime is up $44 million from last year. $50.6 million in police overtime alone is around $5 million more than the following departments combined: equity inclusion, economic opportunity and inclusion, community engagement and neighborhood services, public facilities department. The funds allocated to the police overtime budget alone make it clear that the BPD is a budgetary leech, sucking at the hard-earned taxpayer funds that are sorely needed by other departments and organizations that provide us real support and safety. There have been so many times when my brothers and sisters have needed a place to go after school, but couldn't because budget funds aren't allocated towards things like keeping our neighborhood library open past 6 p.m., or when my neighbors and family have been pushed out of our homes due to rent increases that we couldn't sustain. It's hard to overstate how far taxpayer dollars could go if they were put into groups that actually help Boston become a better place. We need $40 million for participatory budgeting, which is a mere 1% of the budget. Black and brown communities must have the power to decide how to invest and what they actually need to be safe and healthy, rather than $455 million going to police. The city should fund $2.6 million for community-led mental health crisis response that grants community leaders training in de-escalation and crisis prevention. Those experiencing crisis deserve compassion and care, not more policing. Your consideration of these matters and solution is of the utmost importance. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris?
Hello, my name is Chris, or Christian. I'm from Roxbury, and I demand stopping Mayor Wu's $50 million increase to the BPD budget and the mega classes of new officers, overtime, equipment, and contracts. We need to invest in participatory budgeting, mental health crisis response, youth jobs, and affordable housing. But today, I'm focusing on why we should cap overtime and cut it. One of the reasons is they can get up to double their pay. The highest last year was around $221,579.41. Also, officers get around an average of $29,500 $29,500 in overtime. For sergeants, they get an average of $53,000 in overtime, and for lieutenants, they get an average of around $57,400 in overtime. What does all this mean? They get paid a lot, and they can do way more in overtime. Since there's no cap, they can just keep doing it for a whole year. And why would we want that money in the first place? Well, we can use that money in other places such as youth jobs or housing. Like for housing, for example, people can be born into the world. And because people are born into the world, you need different places to go. Like if you have a child or the rent keeps going up, you would want to move to get more affordable housing. But since there's a lack of affordable housing, it makes it hard to find affordable homes. So I say, please stop the 50 million increase, and that's all.
Thank you. Victoria?
Hello, my name is Victoria. I'm a resident of Dorchester, and I've been living here my whole life. The Boston Police budget is given large amounts of the Boston Police budget is given large amounts of the Boston budget to supposedly enforce laws and help citizens. But that is not what has been done in Boston. The Boston budget gets wasted, and the officers get paid with large amounts of money. With overtime, Boston police make more money than half of the Boston citizens through overtime. In Boston, the median net worth of a black family is $8, while the net worth of a white family in Boston is $247,500. In 2023, 11 police officers made more than $1,500,000 through overtime alone. This shows that how the money in Boston is put to the use of the police officers who don't use their power for justice and get paid while doing that. That is why Boston residents call for the cap of police overtime officers in Boston. Instead, we should use it for youth jobs to help the economic status of youth employers, as well as inner city transportation to help transportation go much smoother and faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Nosika?
Hello. My name is Nosika, and I am from Hyde Park. I'm here to hold city councilors responsible for fixing the mistakes that Mayor Wu is doing. She obviously can't be trusted because every idea she brews under the guise of helping the community has been a lie. She does nothing but boost the police budget, but when asked to make housing affordable, to increase access to healthy foods, to support the mental health crisis response, to do anything to fund our community, her response is her hands are tied and that there's no money to be moved to help. We have people who can't find housing, children sleeping in the airport or outside of BMC. We have people going hungry. Do you know how out of touch you have to be to think that taking money from the police and putting it into the community is too much of an ask? We don't need police, we need housing security, we need food security, we need healthcare, we need resources, we need you guys to do the jobs that you were elected to do. Last time I checked, buddying up to the cops and making sure that they can afford their vacation homes is not why you were voted in. Last time I checked, no one ran on a campaign, vote for me, you go hungry, but the police go richer. My demand is to cut overtime and cap overtime. Mayor Wu promised to cut overtime and instead wants to increase the budget from $43.9 million to $50.6 million. We've seen that cutting is not the only solution because time and time again, police officers purposely go over the budget. So don't just cut overtime, cap it. Force them to use the insane amount of resources that they already have. And I've heard the argument before, cutting cops' budget doesn't affect cops, but all their projects. Well, my response to that argument is, if you believe so much in your projects, take a cut in your salary and see your project to completion. If you can't do that, then don't come here and ask that we fund your lifestyle when people's lifestyle is living in tents and not being able to bathe or eat. You said it yourself, we've had less cops this year, these past few years actually, and yet I've yet to see Boston combust into Gotham City itself. So obviously we don't need more cops. Your projected $50.6 million is not the overtime budget for next year. It is just the floor for next year. Reject the mayor's proposed $50 million increase to the police budget and cut payroll, overtime, equipment, and contracts. Instead of giving BPD $455 million, in the long term, we need to divest from the police department. Thank you so much.
George?
Good evening. My name is George Lee. I'm an organizer with Youth Justice and Power Union. We need to confront a fundamental myth. It's an idea that has long been at the root of racist policies and divestment from black and brown communities in Boston. The mayor wants to fund $455 million for BPD because of the myth that police keep communities safe, the myth that more police equals more safety. To all the politicians here, think honestly about what helped you grow. Good schools, mentors, programs, housing, food, jobs, healthcare, transportation. That's what we need, not police. That's what a lot of wealthy suburbs with mostly white people have instead of pouring money into police. But here in Boston, police exist to sweep unhoused people off the streets and criminalize people for being poor. It's not rocket science. The more we invest in community needs and community-led solutions to safety, the safer and healthier we'll be. That's the point of divesting from police. It's to reinvest. Imagine if we hired dozens of community-based mental health responders. The police would be happy to just keep their budget, keep hiring police, and keep arresting people. But we need to have a different vision. With more community-based safety like those responders, then there would be less calls for police to respond to and no reason to keep hiring as many police. Similarly, with more housing and voluntary treatment, there are less unhoused people and no reason to hire police to take down tents and arrest people. Police don't address root causes. They don't prevent violence. They cause violence. The police department is not designed to save lives, which is the talking point that Commissioner Cox keeps repeating. They destroy lives. There's been a lot of talk today about overtime and police staffing. Commissioner Cox says that there's an image problem that makes people not apply to be police officers. It's not an image problem. It's a reality problem. The reality is that some nice community programs and youth programs in the police department cover up that the main purpose of the department is to arrest people. It's a reality about a harmful department whose proposed $455 million budget funds violence and takes away money from community needs. For example, how is the overtime budget more than the entire city budget for building affordable housing? So use that clarity of vision to understand we don't need to hire more officers and that we can invest in community needs and actually have fewer officers. We don't need Michelle Wu's mega class of 200 police, which is more than Marty Walsh hired each year. We can freeze hiring and put that money where it will actually make a difference. Councilor Weber, hiring police also does not cut overtime. I know you mentioned the ACLU's looking at different issues around ShotSpotter and other programs. Fundamentally, many police view overtime as a perk. They fight tooth and nail to protect it in their contract. The ACLU also has a report showing how increased police staffing does not decrease overtime. And the mayor included $44 million in overtime last year, so this year she's proposing a $7 million increase. That's $7 million that could be moved to community solutions instead, on top of the $5.1 million being added for equipment and supplies that the police don't need. My last point is that Michelle Wu, as mayor, you should invest in real solutions. Invest in housing and voluntary treatment. Don't invest in sweeping people off the streets with the police. Invest in jobs so people can afford to live. Don't invest in arresting people because they're poor, because they don't have jobs. The City Council also just passed a ceasefire resolution. Michelle Wu, use your leadership to speak out against the bombing and starving that's happening in Palestine. Ban BPD from getting trained by Israel's military and tell universities to respect democracy, rather than adding $50 million into BPD to arrest peaceful protesters and who cause suffering and arrest people in black and brown communities every day.
Thank you. Just want to thank everyone who showed up today for public testimony. Now I'll go back to my council colleagues for second rounds of question. Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I'm going to go back to my previous questions just so that I can get the numbers right or the math done correctly, and then a little bit about community policing or engagement. So for your operating budget, you are recommending, or the administration is recommending $454,895,987. And then when you do the math and you subtract the 404 and some odd dollars off from FY24, you get 49 million or 49,920. Could you please tell me if that number is correct, assuming smooth spending all the way to the end of the fiscal year FY24, or is that number what's projected, assuming smooth spending by the end of FY24? The 409 million.
Where's the 409 million coming from?
These are the numbers that we were provided with through our budget analyst provided to us.
Because I'm looking at our total appropriation for fiscal year 24 to be $444,109,789.
For 24?
$444,109,789. And that's coming right off the city's website.
And that's 700 and what?
789.
Thank you. And I think with these numbers, then when you do the math, it's a lot different.
It's an $11 million increase, or 2% over last year's budget.
11 million increase?
That's exactly $10,784,171, or a 2% increase over last year's budget.
Thank you. And then you mentioned that of the contracts, 5 million of that went to contracts? Earlier in my questions, I think I was asking you of the increase, how much of it would go to contracts?
Our contracts increased by approximately $3 million compared to last year. And because in that number is the promotional exam amount, along with an increase in our Axon body-worn camera contract that we have.
Is that like contractual though? That's not personnel?
It's contractual, yes.
Okay. And then, so what's that total, like 3 million plus, what's the math?
For the change over last year?
Yes, please.
It's $2,999,770.
And so do we still have about 8 million left? Or less than 8 million?
As far as that increase, well, lease purchases increased by 1.9 million. Current charges increased by 333,000. And then auto energy supplies decreased by 595,000. So it's a combination of like some small increases to the big ones, which is contractual service and lease purchases.
Okay. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense in terms of like the numbers adding up. Thank you. I did notice that, because I went through all of the decreases and increases, and so I did this last year, so I think now I'm at a more advantageous position to actually look at the numbers more carefully. I think the chair is doing a better job than I was doing. You're doing amazing, but it's a lot to do the calculation, to do the math, to manage everyone, and to like think through all of this. So, props go through the chair. You're doing amazing, but I'm very grateful to be in this seat this time to really ask like questions that I feel are just more at ease. And in terms of your professional standards, you have an increase in contractuals allocations from FY24 to 25. It's like really significant. It's like almost $2 million. Can you tell me why?
Where are you looking, Counselor?
If you look at professional standards, let me see, when you go to the police department and contractual services under Bureau of Professional Standards, there's a huge increase, FY24. So this is under Bureau of Professional Standards, FY24 appropriation, 130,118, and FY25 recommended 1,923,408. I mean, with a huge increase like that, I just want to know, like, what is professional standards doing, and what is the money for?
Professional development or professional standards? I'm sorry.
Standards. I guess the other question too, while you look at that, for the police commissioner's office, contractual services of 999, it's about $1 million. Can you please educate me on what contractual services, or what would you spend $1 million on?
So what, can you point me to a page that you're looking?
Page 378 in the budget book for non-personnel services. It says Program 7, Bureau of Professional Standards, Personnel Services 3.8, and then non-personnel is 1.96.
Okay, so that's not all just contractual services, but I'd have to drill down on my backup, which I don't have here, is what makes up that 1.9 million, but I can certainly provide that.
Okay, thank you. You could see how, like, from our point of view, when we see funds that we can't explain, like, because we're not, you know what I mean? If you can give us the information and we can actually say, this is what it's for, and that makes sense, like the way you just broke down to math, you're like, hey, it's not a 50 million increase, it's actually this. And I think right now, what the numbers that we were looking at, the 404 million for overall, was based on what's expended till now, and then there's still like 40 million to be spent. And so for 24 would be, as you explained, 444, not 404 million. So if we understand that in detail, then we can make sense and say, oh no, this makes sense. So what about the contractual about $1 million in the commissioner's office for contractual?
So in the commissioners, and just if I could back up, I'm looking at professional standards.
Yes.
I mean, obviously, it's a guess, but I bet you that's where OBM put the placeholder for the 1.8 million for the promotional exam.
Okay. Could you please, on record, through the chair, later on,
I can confirm that.
Please.
The commissioner's budget, under the commissioner's budget is included is the Gardner contract for peer support. That's roughly around $300,000. And one of our new initiatives which is a priority for the commissioner, is CLIA accreditation. There's approximately $705,000 in his budget for the CLIA accreditation to start in fiscal year 25.
That adds up. Thank you. There's a decrease about $200,000 in personnel. Commissioner, who did you fire? What's going on? Is there a reason for the decrease?
Not that I'm aware of, but I'd have to look at the personnel listed there.
The recommendation is to about 200,000 less, unless it's just like, hey, we didn't hire and we don't need that much money. And through the chair also, if you can answer that. And then for community engagement, back to Mr. Chair's question. For community engagement, actually, you mentioned something about personnel, and I understood that because there was about $100,000 decrease in personnel in community engagement. So that sounds like one position gone, but contractual amount for FY24 was $697,500. It went down to recommended amount of just $15,500. If you put me in Bureau of Community Engagement and you tell me, look, you have about $4 million to hire, but you give me no contractual money, what am I going to do?
That money that was in fiscal year '24 was where the $582,000 of Youth Connect set. It should have been moved to Office of Research and Development, and that has been since transferred. So that was there. It was a valid line item, but it was placed under the Bureau of Community Engagement instead of going into the Office of Research and Development, who kind of works hand in hand with the folks at Youth Connect.
That makes sense. Well, what I'm saying is, do you guys encourage the Bureau of Community Engagement to provide any type of community engagement? And doesn't that take money to do in terms of like programmatic costs? Is there like, you know, like a basketball something and I got to spend money, where do I get the money from if I'm in that department?
They do have their own non-personnel budget that they submit to us every year, and that we obviously add all the departments up and submit one budget to the Office of Budget Management. But I'll be honest with you that there are some divisions or departments that don't have a budget, but if they need something, we always, you know, try to accommodate.
It would be nice if it's clear here so that they have an expectation. We understand that there's an investment, there's an actual intentional investment to do that.
And we have a foundation that helps out as well around engagement.
We'll do a third round if you have additional questions.
This sucks. Thank you.
All right.
We'll be back.
We'll be back. Councilor Murphy?
Thank you for being here. Hopefully thank you for being here with us all day, answering our questions. I guess the teacher in me, I don't like those absolute statements like always and never, so I do just want to go on the record to say I do not believe that the police department causes crime in the city of Boston, so I just want to state that. And no one wants to need you, but when we do, right? So thank you. You've been there in the past for my family, so I do just want to go on the record saying thank you when you do show up. Also, today we've heard a lot about the investments that continue to grow in our community policing, which we talk a lot about having, you know, a national standard of community policing and the outreach we do, and we see our police officers who are directly working under Superintendent Chin, but I would say I've seen many non-community service offices playing basketball and reaching out to teachers and parents and families to help support our youth and our seniors. I do say our seniors seem to have the most fun with our police officers. So thank you for involving yourself in their need. We've had many hearings with Age Strong and making sure that we're providing for our seniors, and I know the police always show up for them also. So thank you for that. Just one question about promotions. When we're holding back on promotions because there's staffing shortages for our patrolmen, patrolwomen, can you just talk me through that? Because I do hear from people who feel like they missed the next round, they have to take the test again, they have to study for the next exam because there might be openings, but we're not promoting because it would cause, you know, a void. So how do you make that choice between promoting up or keeping the bodies in the other departments?
And so you look at it from a perspective of, you know, do we want to be top heavy and no officers, or have officers and not, you know, all the supervision that they should or need and require? So it's a balancing act. And so what we try to do is just, we have a lot of, you know, empty open positions. And so instead of just filling them like we always did, like we were a certain size before to draw from the officer pool, we're systematically trying to do it basically around promotions, not promotions, but the academy classes that come out. So at least we know there's a supply of new personnel coming into the department at the same time that we're pulling away from that. And so that's really the thought process behind what we're currently doing. In the end, you know, we're still trying to fill those positions, but we're just trying to be mindful of the number of officers we have.
Thank you. And I'll just end by saying I appreciate the public testimony. Thank you all for being here. I do often say I wish there was the same political will and pushback from our residents when it comes to our $1.7 billion school budget. And we're not, decrease enrollment year after year, and many of our students aren't receiving the quality education that they need. So I know myself and many of my colleagues will continue to advocate in that department also. But thank you for being here, and that's all, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, again for being here, and your team as well. Councillor Murphy recognized Superintendent Chen as also, so I also want to acknowledge his work across the city on community engagement. That team does a tremendous job, so just want to say thank you to the superintendent and the team. I also want to say thank you, Lisa, for your testimony and your important leadership as well. Whether it's to Lisa or to the Commissioner, we hear about cutting the police budget, cutting the overtime budget. We were close to doing that last year, as you know. But just walk me through it. If we ever cut the police budget, if we cut the overtime budget, we cut the police budget, tell me, Commissioner or Lisa, what happens? What impact does that have? And how do the police respond? You're still going to fill the overtime shifts because we have to in the name of public safety, but tell me the mechanics of what happens with the payroll, with the accounting, with finances.
Lisa can certainly speak to the finance end of it, but contractually, there's some things that we have to do around that. But more importantly, public safety is a big deal, and so because of the fact is most of the overtime we do is related to public safety events, we would have to probably really reconsider how we deploy our officers across the board just to make sure we meet the highest public safety needs. And so, I don't like to speculate on that because, that's not currently where we are, and thankfully so. But the fact is that there's an impact. There's an impact on communities, and there's an impact on the calls we go to. Calls we currently go to, we probably wouldn't go to. There would be a tremendous impact on public safety across the board, and thankfully, we're not to that point around that. So, Lisa.
I mean, if we cut the overtime and obviously certain, as the Commissioner said, certain things would not happen, but deployment would be changing and revisited, but we cut the overtime, they don't get paid.
Right.
I would say it this way: Boston wouldn't be the same city it would be. As far as the nature of events, the parades, the festivals, the cultural events that we have in the city, if we couldn't provide public safety to it, they probably wouldn't occur, at least to the extent that they currently do. And that's just on the nice events and the friendly events in the city. We serve many different functions within, our city, as well as, other things. We've talked a ton about speeding, revelers, things of that nature in the city where we address certain things. When public safety goes down, it actually attracts people that actually want to commit crimes. And then, the city would be an attractive nuisance to people who might want to come here because of the fact that we lack public safety in that way. So I don't even want to go down the road of what could happen.
I understand.
But a lot of negative things could come from that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Lisa. It should also be noted that when police are working overtime, that overtime, Commissioner and Lisa, as you know better than I do, but that's not factored into someone's retirement.
No, it's not pension eligible.
And details are not factored into retirement either.
No, it's not. They're not pension eligible.
So their pension is based on their salary.
Correct.
So even though we hear a police officer making $200,000, $300,000, their pension when they retire is based on their salary.
Their highest 3 years, but that does not include overtime or details.
Yeah. No, thank you for highlighting that because I don't think I don't think the public really realizes that. And the other aspect of it, Commissioner, I wanted to highlight is the police officers, it's mandatory, oftentimes, it's mandatory overtime. They are being asked by their supervisor to work an extra shift because the manning levels that we have. And the reason I bring that up, Commissioner, is we're down so many hundreds of police officers, obviously, not just here in Boston, but across the country, as you mentioned, because of the national media in the what happened to police departments across the country. But I think the conversations that we're having also has an impact on young people, as you mentioned, not wanting to be police. So the more we talk about the negative aspects of let's cut the police, divest from the police is the new phrase. It's not defund, it's divest. But that is having an impact on cities across America, Commissioner.
I mean, it certainly could be. I do know this is that part of our job is it's a young person's job in the sense that we hire officers relatively young, and we want them to reflect the populations that we serve, that give different diverse viewpoints and understanding the needs of the city, and that's what we are looking for. And the fact is, we are a public service, and that's what we're here to serve the public. And who better to do that than the passionate, caring young people that live in the world today. And when they come on the job, they usually find very quickly, the importance of the work. But the fact is, if sometimes you listen to the negative dialogue that's out there, they have no clue of what we do for a living, and that's sad, in some ways. But the fact is that we love young people. We need young people. The whole world does, and we're competing for them to actually want to join our ranks, just like every other industry is right now across the board, because the demographics of the population of people is changing, and so there's more openings and a lot less people to fill them. And so I think it's really important that we, have a real dialogue about what we do and not about some of the things that are put out there around people that are usually on the activist ends of the spectrum around what we do. We can get better, but we can only get better through people who want to come on board and help, be that change.
Thank you, Commissioner. Let me just end. I just have a quick note I jotted down here. Commissioner, when we have special events that you highlighted, that's mandatory overtime. Those events are scheduled, obviously, throughout the year, but a protest is not scheduled. So if there's a protest happening tonight or tomorrow, you have to be prepared now to tell officers that they need to work 16 hours. Is that correct?
Well, maybe not 16 hours, but we do deal with unscheduled events through actual extensions of overtime, and that's how we're currently dealing with some of the many unscheduled things that are going on regarding public safety issues.
We can probably expect more protests and demonstrations and other related types of events unscheduled from now until the end of the summer, I would assume, right?
I don't have a crystal ball around that, but given the volatility in the world, and particularly with elections coming up and things of that nature, it wouldn't be a stretch to speculate that, no.
We have to, so are we, I guess my question, Commissioner, are we prepared for summer months in terms of the financing of the police department, scheduling of overtime, preparing officers that they might be needed to work more shifts? What impact does that have on the staffing and manning levels? But also, what are you doing? How are you informing those officers? Maybe they have a scheduled vacation with their family that they haven't taken in a while. How do those factors play in?
Officers that are on a scheduled vacation will take their vacation. You know, that is a right and privilege, and they certainly are able to do that. There's no doubt about that. So people who have scheduled vacation will be able to do that. And so we are mindful of that, and what we're trying to do is prioritize these events, you know, certainly throughout the summer in general, just to make sure that we have proper coverage and that the unplanned things are lessened. But the fact is, we don't have a crystal ball of what's happening in the world, from moment to moment. And so, but, you know, we care about our employees, and the fact is that overtime is just not this magical thing where people just get a big bag of money and then they're very happy. It's like working a second job or a third job. Most people don't want to work second and third jobs, but that's what it is for the people who actually do the work. It's not this big, you know, you just get a large amount of money. You're working a second job. You're working a third job. And there's very few people who want to work that way, regardless of any industry. And that's what we're sometimes asking our officers to do. It just happens to be reflected in that word overtime. And so sometimes it's projected as though it's this money that they get and they get to have a good time. The reality is they're not taking days off. They're not spending time with their family. They're not maybe taking time to enjoy life because of the fact is we require them to work so many different events. And so that's the part I don't think people necessarily understand when they talk about our budget and what we do. If there's none of this goes on, then the officers work their normal shifts like everybody else. They go home, their normal shift. There's no overtime. There's no forced overtime. We're not even having this conversation. But the reality is we live in a world that's volatile. There's more and more protests. There's more and more unscheduled events and things that happen that we have to provide public safety for, and that's what we do. And I'm pretty proud of the work of our officers that do it on a daily basis. So.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I'll just end with, and I want to ask a question. I'll just make a brief comment. When an officer is working mandatory overtime, maybe it's her or his 14th or 15th hour, certainly their skills are not as sharp as if they just started their shift. At nighttime, the impact it has on your mental health, the impact it has on your physical health, interacting with the public during stressful environments. But I think at times, us in government, myself included, we have to change the language of how we speak about the role the police play in society. I go to community meetings almost every night for 7 straight years in South End, South Boston, Chinatown. In 7 years, no one's ever said to me, "Hey, Flynn, you need to cut the police budget." They say to me, "We respect the police, but can we have more police?" They actually say just the opposite. "Can I have more police here on Andrew Square? Can I have them here at the Chinatown Gate? Can I have them here near the Boston Garden?" They're asking for more police. That I've never heard anyone say to me, "Cut the police." I've never heard it. My constituents say to me just the opposite. They expect me to come here to City Hall and advocate for them and for their quality of life. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. So I take my job very serious, and I am very lucky that I get to fight and represent the people. And so I do so oftentimes very unapologetic. And I think that we are now in a moment in time where this divisiveness about pitting people against each other needs to stop, right? You all are here to do a job, and there's a lot of conflict and different decisions and opinions of what your job should be. And I've always been very clear about the fact that you all should focus on what your job is, which is the law. And then there's mental health, there's housing. You are expected to be the housing case manager, the mental health provider. There's like a whole bunch of other things that come along with your work, that this conversation around reallocating resources becomes something that is divisive. And I don't think that that's the right conversation to be having right now, and pitting people against each other. It just doesn't work for anybody, because the people who lose are the people that are supposed to be protecting and serving and really uplifting. So we can't have conversations around public safety if we're not being honest about the lack of investments that we're making around the issues of housing, right? We can't be honest about public safety if we're not talking about the root causes of violence. Like, we have to acknowledge that the root causes of violence is what's keeping you all employed, right? And so those are the sort of things that I think the frustration for a lot of the community advocates, particularly the young people that come here to speak, it's not that they don't respect your work, or would prefer that you do not exist as a department. It's just that for so many decades, the issues that are impacting low-income communities have gone unheard and, under-resourced. And so that's where the frustration comes in. And I just want to name that I'm not speaking on behalf of the young people that have spoken, but I think it's important for us to name the lack of frustration that so many people feel when it comes to fighting for the things that we have literally been dying for. And I think that your budget being the second highest is, why we're having this conversation today. And BPS is just a hot mess, too. And so, Counselor, I'm sure there'll be other advocates talking about holding BPS accountable. So I think, all of these things are interconnected. So I've been praying here quietly, just asking God to give me the strength to speak with love, which is one of the things that I've been struggling with, but here I go. I'm curious if you could just provide some data about how much of the police volunteer or overtime versus are forced to do it. So I'm curious, are people volunteering or are they being forced? And are police really being forced to do $50,000 to $100,000 in overtime? Is that forced or volunteer?
If we have overtime, if people don't volunteer for it, then we force people for it, right? So that's how that works. So if we don't get volunteers, then we go to next available person, and then they're forced to do it.
Okay. So if we have to pay overtime because we're short-staffed, right? But it doesn't cost much more money to pay overtime to supervisors versus patrol. I think it's important for us to talk a little bit about whether or not how often times about how we talk about overtime if we're paying more money in supervisor to supervise in overtime because we're choosing to run short. So basically, can you explain how this works? Because overtime has been the biggest conversation for the last 4 years. Can you just, for the record, help us understand the decision making around, because if crime has decreased, right, and you've managed to do what you've done the last year with what you have, why increase the budget? Why overtime? The numbers aren't adding up.
So, we respond to more than just crime. We provide public safety in so many different ways. And so as the city becomes more international, more worldwide, as we have more events in the city, as we have more parades and cultural festivals, as we have more championship, series or things of that nature, as we bring in outside events throughout the country here in the city, it needs public safety, and that's what we provide. And so in crime shifts, so we're having a very good spree around violent crime going down. It doesn't mean that all crime has gone down. We had 2 categories where it actually went up. And so the fact is it's not violent crime, which is a really good, so there's no loss of life, so that's exceptional, right? So we care about life tremendously, so we prioritize that, but it doesn't mean all crime has gone down. And so, we provide, service, and we do it through community policing, by building trust with the community so we can partner with others to help address the needs of our city. And we do it in multiple ways. And it's a work in progress, and it takes a lot. and I'd like to say that we're pretty exceptional about doing it.
Yeah. So let's just talk a little bit about, I'm going back to the exam. That's become the vein of my existence right now. But given that we're short-staffed and people are being forced to do mandatory overtime, summer events and such as open streets, parades, festivals, all of you, what you have just mentioned, what are you doing to ensure that people are going to actually have time to study and prep for the exam right after the summer? The exam is in September, right? So, which means it comes right after the summer months, and our people, and what I'm talking about, our people, Black and brown people, we're gonna, how are they gonna be able to have time to prepare if we're really serious about increasing diversity?
So I'll say this, it's a promotion exam to be a supervisor or management in the police department. If people want that and they choose to do that in their career, it's incumbent upon them to actually do the work to prepare for it and do that around it. We don't carve out time for them to do that. They have to do it during their own time. We don't pay people to study. They have to do that on their own time. And so, it is, we're giving them the opportunity to do that, and it's up to the individuals, what they do with that opportunity. We just want to make sure that it's fair, that we get fair exams, and that people know what to expect on the exam around this subject matter.
So we've been talking a lot about trimming, or at least being a little bit more fiscally responsible this go around, considering, So let's just talk a little bit about what that would look like for you all, right? If you had to trim the fat and cut your budget down a little bit, where are the areas that you can sacrifice?
I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't even want to speculate until...
Well, let's just speculate for the sake of this exercise.
I mean, if you change the factors, I can change the answer. So speculating is just guessing. And I could look at it from a negative point of view, from a positive point of view, which I choose not to do because it's pretty late in the hour, and all these men and women that are here today actually are currently working and actually do work for the city. So
we all do too.
I'd be respectful of their time. So I don't want to speculate. I will answer a direct question if you have one.
But I do. So I want to go back to the fact that we are here to try to figure out, the budget is big, right? And so if there was some areas of which we can trim the fat, where would you feel comfortable, Commissioner? That is a very specific question. I mean, would it come out of equipment? Would it come out of contractual services? Where would it go?
I probably look to places where we spend a lot of time and energy and effort, which don't go towards public safety and don't go towards, helping us keep the public safe. And we have a ton of requirements. There's a ton of requirements on us to do a lot of different things that don't go towards public safety. And so I'd probably go through that whole long checklist of things that are out there.
So give me one. I mean, who worked on this budget?
I think many people that are at this table.
Right, so then, I'd like to hear from this table setting that we have here.
So the good thing about it is that I deal in realistic stuff. So when something is real, then I will take the real effort to actually go through that process. In between that, it's not really good use of my time or anyone else's here time right now. I deal in the reality of the world because the fact is we deal with things from moment to moment, minute to minute, and there's no need for me to speculate about that right now.
Well, because, folks I don't live in a fear-based mentality, like the world is coming to an end. I have hope and faith and believe that all things are possible. I'm very optimistic. And I feel like sometimes the narrative says, if we don't fund, then, everything's going to just be torn apart. And I challenge that. I don't believe that that's the case. And I feel like we're living in a fear-based society. And I think that when we do that, we're leading with people's deficits, not our assets. And so I think that there is something for us to learn in the exercise that we're trying to have right now, is that we need to give people more credit, and I don't think that we are as I don't know, maybe just me being optimistic. I feel like the world is not as bad as people have led us to believe.
I'd say this, that very rarely do things ever get better without a conscious effort or an investment into that to get better. And so, we are better because we are investing in our relationships. We invest in community policing. We invest in our officers. We invest in training. We invest in a whole lot of things, and that's what made us a better department around that. So anytime you talk about not doing those, it's hard for me to use that and then still be as hopeful as you described. But I'm also a hopeful person as well. So.
I know my time is up. We have a third round, right?
Yes, for councilors, yes. Quick question. I heard Council Mejia ask this question. Do we have a breakdown of what rank, like, is it where our overtime's coming from? Because I believe what Councilor Mejia was getting at was, if we have so many vacancies in leadership, right, because they're at a higher pay rate, then if they're required to do overtime, we'll be paying more in overtime, right, opposed to
supervisors doing overtime or
doing
overtime as a patrolman.
Right, that breakdown. And if we could just see if we had that breakdown.
I understand the question.
So I think what Councilman Mejia was getting at was, because we have so many vacancies on that supervisor level, that we'll be paying more overtime because
For
we're not
supervisors?
right for supervisors.
So there's far less supervisors than there are police officers. So backfilling for officers is a lot more prevalent. And the events, you need a lot more officers before usually supervisors are needed at least, in some way, shape, or form. So the formula is not a one-for-one around that. And so it's a little different.
But would that be adding to the reason why we're paying more in overtime, because supervisors are making more than a patrolman?
There's less positions to fill by far for supervisors than patrolmen. So if we pull in those patrolmen and it's vacancies, those are positions that we may or may not have to backfill immediately, as opposed to supervisors, which some of those we might not have to backfill immediately at all, or if at all, in some ways.
Council Weber?
Thank you, Chair. Just a couple quick comments and a question. First, I guess, Commissioner Cox, on the exam, I'd be careful about framing it as people. You want people in supervisory positions who can prepare for the exam. Like in our lieutenant's exam case, we had Bruce Smith, who did very well on the lieutenant's exam, but wasn't being promoted, and we were able to compare some officers who could take leave to study for the exam, whereas Officer Smith worked and earned commendations for his service, and wasn't able to study for the exam as much, but showed exemplary service for BPD. So, I think we should be looking at those people to promote rather than people who can just study for the exam. I'll leave that. And to get to, in my conversations, I represent Eggleston Square, Mildred Haley Apartments, and what I've heard from people in those communities, and so much they want to see less policing, but they want to see a different kind of policing. They want police officers to be able to get out of their cars, and they want walking beats, and they want a different relationship with the police department. So I hope you'd keep that in mind. In terms of the budget and overtime, we're talking a lot about overtime. Is there anything and I've heard stories, for example, where we'll pay extra for court appearances, and sometimes officers will double, triple up, and then all show up in court. Is there your commissioner, your management, you're managing the police department. I know you don't want to see wasted effort and money being spent that we could save and use on other resources, including in the police department. Is there anything you're looking at to reduce the number of hours worked, number of overtime in the police department?
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at, everything that we can to make sure that we reduce the number of hours across the board from, officers, like I said, whether they're out injured, so we don't have to replace those, to get them back to work, to, making sure that, we don't create unnecessary overtime in some way, shape, or form that is absolutely needed. And so we're looking at so many different things related to, particularly around overtime, and the use of our officers, because it's really important, both budgetary-wise and wellness to our department.
Well, just to follow up on Councilor Mejia's question, I mean, is there anything specifically in that, any practices that you're looking at and saying, okay, this isn't fulfilling our mission, and, we could actually save money? Because if you just look at the overtime budget, it's going in one direction very quickly. Is there, I guess generally, is there anything you want to do to slow that down or reverse it? And then, two, are there any specific practices that you've looked at and think, okay, we could do a better job at this?
I mean, we're always looking to do a better job across the board, but the fact is, I mean, right now, everything we go to, either we're required to or we're asked to go to it. And so it's hard for me to say that, we shouldn't go to X when we're the only people going to it. And I don't want to ever give the public a sense that there's stuff that, we don't want to go to. I would say that if we lived in a perfect world and there was a way to deal with mental health issues, a far better way than what we do or what society is doing in general, that would be one of them. But the fact is that we deal with the public, as they are, and so we always have to be at least mentally health informed around that, because we tend to come in contact with them on a daily basis, no matter what.
Okay, thank you, everyone. Chair, I'm yielding back to you.
Thank you. Do you have a second round of questions, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson? A third round? All right, Councilor Fernandez-Anderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. In professional development, the contractor services received a minor increase. It's not a lot, maybe $100,000. But in personnel, there was a significant increase from $6,499,664 to recommended FY25, $11,541,000. Just explaining, who are we hiring within the next year to, what is that, about $5 million increase?
So this is what I was speaking of earlier on professional development. When cadets, when recruits go into the academy, they're assigned to the Bureau of Professional Development or to the academy. Mm-hmm. And when they graduate, and I have to look into this and work with OBM to correct, when they graduate, we're not exactly changing the chart field and where they're sitting. Mm-hmm. So some of this could be long in Bureau of Field Services. A good chunk of this could be in field services. It's just that they're still charted to the academy where they began versus actually doing what they call a budget amendment form to move them into the proper district or unit or bureau that they now sit in. It's a housekeeping thing that OBM and I are very much aware of, but we found that this has been a problem and a question consistently asked over the years.
I understand. So whereas there's no line item specific to cadet program, you just put it in professional development because essentially it's increasing.
So for example, I'm under code 211301. Those in professional development are on 211401. When they move to BFS upon graduation, they should be moved to 211501. A lot of times that housekeeping doesn't happen because there's so many that they are still sitting in the professional development budget, but they are elsewhere in a district or a bureau.
Okay, thank you so much. Is there, I noticed in investigative services, contractual is moved, but in personnel, a decrease. Can you tell me why that is?
I'd have to drill down on it, Counselor, and get that back to you.
Please. No worries about that. I asked that. So of your, and if you don't have this, if you could just submit it, because we're really interested in the whole like equity thing. I think my district calls me like the equity queen, so I have to like really hone into like contracts and like where WMBs, but also like are we contracting local? And I did ask the question earlier about divesting from like the deadly exchange, and we squared that out. It's not happening. And then, but then also like if I could get it categorized by like what are we contracting local, just so that we as counselors look at policy solutions in terms of like how we can look at companies internal. And I saw a lot of like software, engineering and or maintenance, software maintenance outside of Boston. Now, we're like the capital of everything tech right now, or at least we're becoming that. And I'm just wondering if we can be more intentional in keeping those contracts local. But overall, like, I didn't get the percentage of WMBs, but if I can get that on record through the chair, and then as well as like Boston's percentage and what we are contracting outside of Boston.
I would like to point out that we follow the city's equity procurement guidelines. We follow the cert list that's provided by the city. So anytime that there's a particular service that we need, we go down that cert list to see if there's a viable vendor on that list. We also, if we're going out for an invitation to bid, we use that cert list where we reach out to those vendors, even though they might not even put a bid on the invitation. So we follow all the guidelines set forth by the equity procurement process within the city. With respect to some of these software contracts, most of them are maintenance service agreements. Once we've had the license that we pay annually, and unfortunately, that's almost considered a sole source because it's their software on the maintenance service. But we do follow the guidelines set forth by the city's equity procurement.
That makes a lot of sense. Very helpful to state on record. That means we have to do a better job here in the city, and we're working on, supplier diversity, how we can maintain our list of contracts, or applicants. And if we're the ones providing it to you, then we need to do a better job at diversifying that. It's not looking good in terms of like us contracting local or outside of Boston. We want to contract Boston, and then if anything, we want to contract in Massachusetts, and if anything, like, closer to home. And you're an expert on this, why. So, but I would be interested in just looking at the percentage, though, just so that I can take that conversation to supplier diversity and say, look, we need to do a better job here and figure out how I can be of help.
Well, I think education is key to, kind of like the Stuart Sims, the best consumer is the educated consumer. A lot of vendors out there don't know the contractual process for the city. And we've had contract fairs before, and they were extremely helpful. Like, we had a table set up a couple of times in the bowling building, and just for question and answers, and people weren't aware there's a vendor portal, there's a supplier portal that you go in and register as a vendor, and also how they fill out their vendor profile helps us distinguish, are they a small business, are they minority-owned business? If they don't check that off the box, we can't capture that information.
Yeah. No, like, for example, you spent a lot of effort, you made a lot of effort in advertising your exams, and then there was an increase, and I saw, like, in the last couple of years, there was a decrease, but then this year, you did, like, the bus banners, social media, a bunch. I read it through your FI report. So good job on that, and hopefully we can continue to try to increase diversity within your department by way of, like, people knowing to take these exams. I saw that last year a detective was assigned to investigate the murder of Rita Hester, and I know that you cannot comment on ongoing investigations, but I'm curious to learn more about the process of how BPD goes about investigating particularly cold cases involving trans individuals, and what guidelines special considerations are given when dealing with hate crimes involving trans people? Do you keep track record of gender identity expression or sexual orientation for those victims of homicide shootings in Boston?
Ma'am, again, if you could just give me the question again.
Yeah, no problem. Examples, I'll start with examples. Do you keep track of gender identity expression and sexual orientation for victims of homicide shootings in Boston? Basically, just sort of like, how you deal with investigation cold cases involving trans individuals and what guidelines or special investigations that you're executing.
I guess, is it noted somewhere in the file? I would say that through conversations with the family and what the investigators would learn, it's going to be noted. Does that change the way any of our investigators approach an investigation? Absolutely not. The investigation would be done if it were a non-housed person, if it were a millionaire. We're going to continue to do, the investigation is going to be conducted in the same manner. It's the cooperation that we're getting that we try to elicit from the public. That's where we run into problems. So we don't, there might be a certain area in the city where people would be more forthcoming in giving us information, and there's other areas because of fear of reprisal that they would not. So the best I can tell you is that these investigators, they're very good at what they do. They're very invested, and they become a big part of the surviving family themselves. And so anything outside of what a person may represent, a person may be, that doesn't factor into the way they conduct their investigation.
I appreciate your response to be inclusive in terms of non-discriminatory or biases as it relates to how you conduct your work. It's a topic that's near and dear to my heart, and just wanted to get an idea of how it works or how you go about specifically, like, does if you're tracking that, like, is there a trend in figuring out like what the issue is or the state of affairs in Boston as it concerns trans?
Sure, and we would, through the BRIC as well, we would definitely, we're looking for patterns. We're always looking for patterns, and we're going to look outside of Boston as well to see what may be happening nationally, to see if that's coming our way, or is it factoring in? Could it be somebody trans, that's moving around and committing crimes? But yes, we would always look for patterns.
Thank you. I think that, this process is, I think it's actually exciting. Numbers have become an exciting thing. And so I know. But, I will be just sort of to recap where my part or my work goes from here. We have the increases, decreases, but it's the answers that we get from you that we sort of try to balance what's going on with the numbers. And if there are areas that we need clarification on in terms of like, if we feel it's in excess, if we feel that it's unreasonable. And it sounds like in terms of like effective like first pay period from 2020 to all the way to your contract 2024, and then in terms of the percentages increases that you have to like go and balance out, and then considering professional development, considering cadet and all of these things. And today it sounds like the numbers worked out for me, but I will have questions specific on different line items just so that we can like work out the kinks. And if there are, hopefully we do find extra money, or maybe, there are areas that OBM need to clarify. And that's what I wanted to leave you with. My final word, just to remind folks on what I'm looking for in terms of information, data, demographics that we asked about in terms of promotions, sergeant specifically. I'm going to reiterate one more time, and it's just an opinion, a humble one, I hope, that 2021, you have those test scores, you've promoted about 70 sergeants, and if, you can go up to 150 if we can use those test scores already in place. And I understand you have newcomers or people that have been in about 3 years and could benefit as well from taking exams, but having that people have already put in their time and investment into a career and they've taken these tests, I'm encouraging, on record that we take a look at those people that have passed to try to promote more sergeants of color. Specifically, I know you don't have any Haitian women in leadership and supporting that as well on record. And also, if there are plans to expand mental health crisis response, I think that's the direction. I used to be a mental health provider, and I would love to be able to look at the numbers and figure out if there's opportunities for us to continue to evolve on that area, and especially with collaborations with the BEST team. I know that they're severely overwhelmed and could use more funding, more staff, more capacity. And then as well as in terms of professional development, ongoing supports and trainings opportunities for officers to enhance their skills. You mentioned, folks can study, folks can take their tests, but then if that's what we're doing, can we look at policies in the past that we've already used to increase diversity, especially in promotions, and then fair salaries. I think, I do have questions in terms of like the quality of life for officers and performance. People are deemed insane if they don't get sleep after 72 hours, right? So how are we looking at, how long are people working, and is it viable for us to continue this pattern of forcing people to work as opposed to looking at how we can balance it out? And so all the questions I asked about the numbers and the decreases and increases, I will submit through the chair, and hopefully you can send them to me. I did have questions specifically, one last one.
No, they've been here for 3 rounds.
No, it's one last question.
No,
like on record,
Submit
and I
it.
could stop. He doesn't have to answer.
Submit it to the chair.
I'm submitting it to you.
All right.
So the question
Councilor
is,
Fernandez Anderson.
No, I'm submitting it to
Thank
you.
No, you can submit it to me in writing.
This is really important.
No, we have important questions from our council colleagues as well.
Oh,
Thank
I thought
you
I
for
was
your
the only
time.
one. I'm sorry.
Councilor Murphy, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
Oh, and I just want to acknowledge that Councilor Durkin has joined us. Councilor Murphy, the floor is yours.
Close us out. Just one statement. I know when Councilor Mejia asked kind of for specifics, like where would you cut, which is never an answer we ever want to kind of talk about, but the first things that came to mind were just like all the times I see our community offices, if it's at the Charlestown baseball parade, if it's at a senior walk, if it's at our, coffee with the cop, it's all of those, the bike units, the resources that I know when some of my colleagues spoke about when we're in community at meetings and neighbors are asking for, different types of police services. If we were to start cutting, those would be the services that would have to go first, because you keep mentioning, and it's true, that the safety always has to be priority. Everything else, which we know is important, but it wouldn't be falling on the police department to provide those services anymore, and it would probably not be provided by any other department, because we have all the other departments come through us also and talk about their needs and how their budgets are tight also. So just wanted to uplift that. All of those things that may seem extra, if we're starting to cut, we know is so crucial to the city being vibrant. So just wanted to uplift that, and just thank you for still being here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I do want to acknowledge that we have acknowledged that there are line items within the department that have been historically underspent, right? Like lease purchases in history, right? Historically, permanent employees have been underspent. So I just want to acknowledge that we have acknowledged that in this hearing. Councilor Flynn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, and to the team. Commissioner, I listened to Superintendent Nora Baston talk about professional development and especially the training recruits are getting at the academy, supporting those with mental health challenges. My question is, do we offer any type of assistance if there's an officer call to a veteran in trouble facing mental health challenges and the police officer responds? But do we have any professional development or training for police officers as it relates to supporting veterans that are in crisis?
Yeah, and so I can't speak to all the training, particularly around that, but I do know we have partnerships with the military who have actually come, and I've spoken with the general himself about resources for veterans just for that purpose, to give them direct connection to VAs around the help and support that they need. So we do have information that that we pass on to the officers to make sure that vets that need extra help can actually get it and where they can go about getting it from.
Okay, no, that's good to hear. Commissioner, if a police officer needs to attend a medical appointment at the Veterans Administration, what is the process for that police officer to request time off? I want to ensure that police officer has the opportunity to engage in his or her medical care for the VA.
Yeah, and so any officer can take a personal day, and that doesn't require us to get permission. And then they can certainly use one of those days to schedule appointments. They can also ask for a vacation day or any other type of day, the discretionary day that we might have through their local captain, telling them what it was for. And if it's health related, I'm pretty sure that those leaves might be granted. So. But personal days they don't need our permission for those.
Okay. What would happen, Commissioner, if a police officer is instructed or has to work mandatory overtime and he or she has a medical appointment at the VA? What would the procedure be? What would the logistics be for that particular officer?
I'm sure if the officer shares that information with the supervisor beforehand, that maybe outside of when I say a serious emergency within the city, I'm sure that they would probably grant the officer time to do that via some of the many ways in which we have time to be granted.
Thank you. I do want to make sure, and I know you are committed to it as well, Commissioner, but supporting our veterans that are on the police department that are our first responders, especially the younger people that are going to be on the police department for the next 15, 20 years. We want to make sure that their medical and mental health support is there. The VA does a tremendous job, but so does the Boston Police Department mental health response as well. Officer wellness is something that I'm concerned with, that I want to ensure that we have the necessary funding, the resources in the budget to support that. And if we don't have healthy officers and their families, we don't have a strong police department. And asking police officers to work 16 hours a day is very unhealthy in my opinion, but that's why I continue to advocate for more police officers. We don't have enough, and they are under pressure to do so much more in society, and we have to support our officers as we ask them to do more for the city, asking them to do more for the residents of Boston. But when a situation happens and they're on their 15th hour of supporting the residents of Boston, I guess I'm not asking a question, but we have to at least factor that type of situation when there is a problem, there is a challenge, that we put an officer in this situation where he or she is on their 15th hour and we expect them to be 100% on top of their game. It just doesn't work. I've been there, I've seen that, and had the opportunity to serve 24 years in the Navy, and I've worked 24-hour shifts, and I couldn't do it. I'm barely able to stand up after working 15 or 16 hours, but to have that consistently happen to police officers, I think it's upon us as city councilors to acknowledge that we're not supporting our residents when we put a police officer on patrol for 16 straight hours. Again, thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to your team. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for this informative hearing.
Thank you. Councilor Mejia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Shane. So a few things. I just want to clarify, just for the record so that everybody understands, and I am not misquoted in the Boston Herald in particular, is that when I'm talking about reallocating resources, and I'm asking us to think creatively about how we can both consider public safety and also repair harm, build trust, I believe, right, that those community officers, those things that really matter, are not the things that should be the first to be cut in the budget. So I'm challenging us to, because those are the things that build relationships. Those community resource officers that are on the ground, that are showing up, that are walking the beat, that are developing relationships with community, those are the folks who know how to interact. So I think that should be the last thing that gets cut first. So I just want to note that for the record. Because the things that build trust are the things that we need to invest more in. But I'm just curious, how much does it cost to take the exam?
The entry level or the promotional?
Both.
So the civil service for the entry level, I want to say it's $75 for the civil service exam. And they also have you can actually request to waive the fee. At civil service, they have a period of when you can waive the fee if you have some undue hardship. For the promotional exam, there's going to be a fee charged for of $150 for the education and experience component of the exam. That will be done by the vendor.
And who pays for that? Do you guys pay for that, or do the council? Who pays for it?
For the $150, the officer pays that $150.
Oh, so we don't have a budget for it.
We have a budget for the promotional exam. In fiscal year 25, there's $1.8 million in the recommended fiscal year 25 budget.
So that we're going to waive the promotion. So
no, this is for example, that 1.8 is to pay for the exam administrator, to secure venues for the assessment center, for the actual oral boards. And so it's also to provide study materials from an outside vendor.
Right. So, because the reason why I'm asking is that, there's an expectation for people to work even when it's forced to do overtime, and studying for an exam after a summer factored into all the mandatory 18 hours, let's just say, that an officer can work. So studying for an exam like this is important to their career. And so we're putting officers at a disadvantage from doing well. So I'm just curious, how are we reconciling the $150 fee?
$150 fee is the cost of
to take the exam, right? So if you are overtime at 18 hours a day, let's just say for example, and you just laid out a very, a busy summer, and the reason why we need so much overtime in our budget, and I'm going back to the exam, and you're a person of color, and you have to study for the exam, but you're also forced to do overtime, how are we setting up our officers of color for success in passing this exam if they're being forced to do overtime?
So, the overtime would be equitable, I would think, or for everyone in a district station that might be impacted by that, or wherever they're assigned. The cost of the exam is the cost of the exam, so everyone has to
and if they
that.
fail?
They're all equally, impacted by the cost of that.
All right, so are you familiar with the program We Belong? That is, yes. Jeff, okay. And GROW, the girls program. And so there are a lot of programs that are being led by officers of color, and oftentimes on their own time and dime, right? And so when I look at a budget that is this big, and then I think about all of the young people who need more services, I'm just curious in terms of investments, why are we falling short on investing in programming that support the emotional and physical and mental well-being of young people?
We try to seek out non-taxpayer dollars to support those programs through foundations and grants and things of that nature. That's how we try to support most of those programs.
No, I understand the how you try to, but I'm just curious if we're talking about a moment in time for us to invest in people, where in the budget can you see that happening within the current budget that you have?
I think it's investing in people when we give them an opportunity to, move or try to apply for other jobs. I think it's an investment in people when we have trainings and all the different trainings that we do around that and give them the opportunity to do that. I think we give them an opportunity to invest in themselves by just giving opportunities across the board. And I think that's important. I think when people work hard towards something, it's an investment in themselves, and whether they get promoted or not, they learn something, they grow from it, regardless. When we do these exams, no more than 10% of the people who take the exam will ever be promoted. That means every exam, almost 90% of the people will not be promoted. But the fact is, if the department as a whole, people are taking these exams and studying it, even if they don't get promoted, their knowledge base has gone up, and the impact to the city is good. So taking the exams is a good thing for everyone. We don't make a promise that every single person that takes an exam is going to be promoted. That's not the promise that we put out there. Just the opportunity to do that. And so it's incumbent upon the individuals to do some work too. Now, there's some things that we can do to help, and we will try to do that. But the fact is that we're only talking about a small percentage of the people who take these exams who will ever be promoted in any exam.
And what other pathways are you exploring now to diversify?
We take the exam, see what happens on the end of it, and then look at who passes the test, and then we can address it a lot better when we have real numbers with real people associated with it.
I think there's some work that we need to do around more transparency. I think that there needs to be some sort of level setting in terms of criteria, because sometimes it's all in who you know, who you're in good graces with, who's your village, and that seems to be the sentiment for a lot of folks. So I want to name that as things that I hear out in these streets. Superintendent Colón, ¿tú hablas español? Sí. ¿Dónde tú eres? Tú puertorriqueño. ¿Cuánto tiempo tú tienes en el Force?
Más de 30 años.
Más de 30 años. Y dime tú a mí, en esos 30 años, ¿verdad? ¿Cuáles son las cosas que tú piensas que de verdadmente podemos hacer diferente para asegurarnos que nuestra gente, particularmente los hispanos, se sientan como que sean más reflejados en el trabajo, que haya más gente como tú en posiciones como que tú las tienes ahora?
¿En español o en inglés?
En español, mi amor.
Yo te voy a decir que
I want to test your Spanish.
tenemos que cambiar la cultura. Nosotros tenemos que cambiar la cultura. Tenemos que fajarnos, tenemos que trabajar fuerte. Yo te digo a ti que yo he tenido muchos mentors y sponsors. Y el hablar, eso me importa a mí.
Exacto.
Es cómo uno camina.
Exacto.
La acción de la persona. Y con eso, yo a ver a hay gente antes de mí, me ha enseñado a mí, y yo solo enseño a la gente detrás. La gente que están trabajando conmigo. So, lo que te digo es, yo voy a seguir, yo sé que toda esta gente que están aquí van a seguir lifting people en este trabajo. Pero yo les suplico a la gente que tenemos que cambiar la cultura, tenemos que trabajar fuerte. No hay ninguna excusa Tenemos que trabajar fuerte.
That's right. That's right. So it's about shifting the culture and the narrative oftentimes, right? So we did not talk about one thing here, and I know it was, I believe I saw it as one of the examples. It's the Faith in Blue. And so there's an officer, Officer De La Rosa, who is incredibly just deeply rooted in community, and I have seen him in so many spaces and places. And this is why for me my evolution in the revolution is because I've had the opportunity to be in community with some officers who are the real deal, who are out here doing the work because they love the people that they serve. And I think that's what I want more of, is people who understand the culture and who understand what young people are carrying, so that when you are interacting with young people, you're coming from a different place. And I think that is one of the reasons why there's so much tension here still, Commissioner, in terms of the budget. Because I don't think that a lot of people see themselves reflected in the decisions that are being made. And yes, you are a black man, and yes, you're working really hard at changing things, but that does not wash away the hurt and the perception. And I'm sorry that you all have to carry that, but this is why I harped on diversity and really having the political will to really change the guard, if you will. Because only then can people who are fighting for real justice could see themselves reflected. And I think that we have a long way to go here in the city of Boston. And it's difficult to sit through budget hearings, right? And you hear from some folks, and there's just a lot of division. And I just don't think that that's what we need now, right? We have to figure out how everyone feels like they've won and everyone feels like they've lost. We shouldn't have a system in which people feel like we're pitting each other apart. And I think that that's what we do here on the city council. I don't ever want anyone to think that I don't appreciate your work. I value it and I respect it. It's easier to go with that narrative because then you can pit people against each other. But I'm not going to allow that to happen, not this year. We're going to have hard conversations about how we build and restore trust, because young people are looking at us and they're expecting us to deliver. And then communities who don't feel safe are expecting us to deliver. And I am watching all of this, and I'm trying to think about, where do we meet in the middle? How do we get to a place where no one feels left behind? And we have to get away from that narrative that pits us against each other. That does not work. No one wins if we can't get this right. And that's what I'm invested in. And I'm saying that publicly, right? I'm invested in making sure that we get this right. And that means that a lot of people are not going to be happy, right? But it's okay. I'm not here to make people happy. I'm here to do my job. And my job is to bring these issues to the table and figure out, how do we meet in the middle? And no one ever wants to meet in the middle because people want to dig their heels for the people who they want to fight for. And I feel like we need to stop that. And we need to say, you know what? Those who want more police and those who don't want police need to duke it out in a good way. We need to come here and figure out how we're going to get to where we need to be so that everyone feels like they've won. No one should walk out of here feeling like they've lost. And that's the system that we have set up. Winners and losers. And I don't want to play that game because nobody wins. At least in my personal humble opinion. I need you to be successful, Commissioner. Because if you're successful, then my people can live longer. Right? If investing in the things that you want, right, keeps crime down in my community, I want to support that. And I also think it's important to acknowledge that we have mental health issues, we have housing issues, we have a whole bunch of other things that need to be addressed. And we can't do it like playing the Hunger Games here, which is what we do during these budget seasons. Like we pit departments against departments. You all are important. And we have to figure out how we grapple with that in a way that's not divisive. And that's what I'm looking to you, Chair, to do, is to find a way for everyone to feel like they've won. Because that has never been the case. In the last 4 years that I've sat through all of these hearings, people are always feeling like they've lost. And we can't keep showing up and expecting different results when we're not willing to do the hard work. And I think that that's what we're asking you all to do, is to think about where can we, in the budget, which is pretty big, where can we reallocate some resources to support housing and mental health and youth jobs? I mean, right? Everybody has to live, everybody has to eat, and everybody's so afraid. And I feel like looking at that graph that you shared, we are, out of all of the cities across the country, we're doing better than anyone else. And now is the time for us to experiment and to take risks and to invest in communities in ways like we have never seen, because we have the data to show that you guys are doing an amazing job. And we appreciate that. And now let's think about how we can share that piece of the pie in ways that keep us safe, but also speak to the issues that communities are literally dying for. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Council Mejia. Going back to detail reform, getting everything stood up, can you tell me like where we're at in the timeline and what are the costs associated with implementing the detail program?
Thank you, Chair. So now that hopefully we have the final sworn contract approved, we can move forward with rounding out implementation of the various components of the reform. At the same time, we're in the process of vendor presentations for the automated system. There are several companies who perform that service around Massachusetts, and so we're engaged with them to see the kind of pros and cons of each of those programs so that we can develop an RFP to lock in that service for the BPD. At the same time, our team is working with the procurement team here at City Hall to develop the RFP for that third-party vendor that we talked about that's going to focus on the training and staffing of non-police personnel at details throughout the city. The automated system is generally something that pays for itself through an administrative fee. There may be some cost attached to that, but we're in the process of figuring that out. And for the vendor, there are a fair bit of unknowns in that process to date that may have an impact on the cost, but there is funding in the FY25 proposed budget to put towards that specific contract as we continue to finalize the reforms in the agreements.
And what's that cost?
So I think we have $500,000 proposed in the budget for that. We anticipate the automation RFP going out early in the summer, and then the second for the third-party vendor, presumably in the fall.
All right, and then there was a service that you said paid for itself. There's no upfront cost to get that?
So there may be a slight administrative cost, but what we're seeing, and I think what I know anecdotally, is a lot of the vendors utilize the administrative fee or some type of service cost that gets charged to the vendors to pay for the service.
All right. And just two more questions. Going back to vacancies for civilian positions, are we working with the People's Operations Department to see if we can expand or increase the wages, on how we can, right size the department if need be, to kind of make sure that we're getting all the responsibilities, done with kind of right sizing that department?
vehicles.
We
Yeah.
work a lot with City Hall, the folks in OHR, Class and Comm, to make sure that the vacant positions that we have, if we make some changes to the job description, they are reviewed by Class and Comm to make sure that they're graded appropriately. And there have been quite a few positions that have been reclassified as a result of their job changing or expanding or growing more based on 20 years ago, that they have been recommended for reclassification from Class and Comm, but we do work hand in hand with them.
We do that every 6 months, every year? Is that annual?
No, it's usually a position by position basis.
Okay.
But there've been several positions as a result of how they've changed and how they have grown, have been reclassified, but only at the recommendation of OBM and Class and Comm.
I would add that the large majority of our civilian positions are also union positions, so there is some alignment with the collective
Correct.
bargaining agreements
Right.
when we're talking about a wholesale change to salaries.
All right. And then what goes into determining the staffing needed or when, public safety is needed at a special event? And how is that determined? How many officers need to be at a special event? And then can you give me, the range of costs, that overtime costs that goes into, our special events?
So without getting too much into this secret formula, the fact of the matter is there's a bunch of factors. What's going on? Do we believe that there's, agitators coming in? Do we believe that there's a high likelihood of violence and things of that nature? The more the public safety need, the more we make sure we have appropriate people to handle it. And that's based on what's going on, what's the intelligence around what's happening and things of that nature. So we're informed around data, around a lot of that. Some of the other special events might be a little different, but it also goes to history of events, history of other, is there violence in history historically associated with some of these things? What's the number of people we have, in the past? Has there been any incidents? And then there's other specialized events that we can, look to, again, using our intelligence related to what's happening in the city, what's happening in the world, what's happening around that event. And then the day-to-day, crime associated with things in general around that.
Thank you.
You asked about money. What was the other half?
If you have a dollar amount.
For
the largest, like how much money for, you could pick any special event, I guess the highest.
Pick the marathon.
The marathon is a big ticket for us, usually upwards towards $1 million for the marathon. 85% of the costs are in so far for this year's marathon, and right now we're at $860,453.
That's in overtime, or?
Yeah, overtime, but I'd also like to point out that, although it's not considered a special event, overtime, we do capture mass and cast, and that has grown significantly year on year.
Thank you. Just want to acknowledge people from the department that were here earlier or still here right now. Deputy Harris, Deputy McLaughlin, Superintendent Baston, Superintendent Dodden, Deputy Eden, Superintendent, I'm going to mess up this last name, Kosmeski, Superintendent Chin, Superintendent Cruz, Deputy Cahill, Deputy Gillespie, Deputy Curry, Superintendent Chiloko, Deputy Dayhill, Superintendent Owens, Marlene Burns, Ryan Walsh, Marie Chevers, and Dave Fredette. I want to thank you guys all for all your service to the city of Boston. I would run down the name of all the police officers and sergeants and captains and lieutenants in District 4, but I know I'm going to miss someone, but I just want to let them know that I do appreciate all their service. I believe we have one more person for public testimony, and what's the name? Luann O'Connor, and I just want to say thank you guys for being here. Second biggest department in BPS. I believe we had five hearings. So I just want to say thank you guys for your patience and for being here. Luann, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everyone. It has been a long day for these hearings, but I'm on here because what I've heard throughout the day is really anti-police agenda. And that's not okay. I'm a constituent of Councillor Flynn, who is my district councillor. I am a constituent of Councillor Murphy and Councillor Santana. What I'm hearing is, and what the commissioner is saying, he's answering a lot of your questions, but you just don't want to hear. And I'm not understanding that. It's so logical. The city is growing. The police force is not. The events are growing. The police force is not. So what is it going to take for people to understand, particularly our young people who are reading the form that they've been given? What is it going to take for people to actually understand if we don't have police on our streets, crime will increase? I'm going to bring you back to former DA Rollins when she put together her list of what she will no longer prosecute. Now you're seeing smash and grabs. You're seeing open air drug market. You're seeing rapes. You're seeing big crime. And that's not even addressing shoplifting and B&Es. Our safety is at risk here. And that's throughout the entire city of Boston, of all areas, because all does mean all, right? Evidently not always. And what I'm hearing is, it's just unacceptable. Look at New York. New York went down the same path and had to pause and step back because their crime was so out of control. I'm also hearing that people are trying to break the blue, and that includes city councilors. And that's not okay. The blue cannot and will not be broken. And nobody's considering that these men and women of the Boston Police Department, they're human beings. They have families. They are just like us, but they're willing to put their life on the line every day, every night when they go to work. They suit up in their uniform. And I'm sorry, young people and progressive people, that means guns. And in my opinion, they have to be armed either equal to or more so than the criminals. And this is so logical. I'm not really wrapping my head around why the police are getting such a bad reputation. This is the year 2024. Commissioner Cox, in my opinion, is a fabulous leader. He's being honest. He is just embracing the entire city of Boston. And that's all of the city of Boston. So this has to stop. We're going to have a lawless city because laws were made to govern society, right? And that means all of society. And insofar as the promotion goes, not everybody gets a trophy. You learn that in sports. Not everybody gets a trophy. And those that rise to the top through hard work, then they succeed. And then you have those who are happy, just, run of the mill, and that's okay too. So let's not get so wrapped up in, the police budget and what they can do and what they shouldn't do. If there's money in the budget itself for housing, because that is an important issue, DPS, we might want to look there to give some money around. But this has to stop. The agenda is to bash the police. And it's clear, it's been the agenda for the past 3 years that I've been here listening to these meetings. And it's not okay. It needs to stop. They need to be respected. They're people just like you and I. And the
Thank you,
police, okay, you get my point.
Yep, thank you. Want to thank Central staff, our Boston police officer. Want to thank our panelists. Want to thank my team and all my council colleagues. I'll give a shout out to IGR as well. This hearing on docket number 0670 through 0678 is adjourned.